Nerdrotic.com.
Inquisition is now at hand. Putting pop culture to the rack, the Inquisition calls to account the events of the week, rooting out heresy wherever it is found. I am Grand Inquisitor Doomcock, the future ruler of Earth, and joining me for tonight's torture is Nerdrotic Channel's Grand Inquisitor, Gary Beekler. Gary, how are things in your neck of the woke woods?
They are good. Sorry, I forgot to hit the I had the mute button on too long, but we got most of that. Hey everybody. Not perfect. No, we got 90% of it, so that was good.
Shit.
Yeah. So yeah, we just got finished watching Woke World, and that was really stunning and brave and predictable. And we will be starting the episode discussing Woke World for a little while, and then we're going to put everybody else on trial, including the Let's Get High Republic with the Jedi Karens and Star Trek Picard Season 1 we're going to discuss. And, of course, Marvel Comics. We've got some... we're going to talk about the comic shops of Marvel Comics and how DC made them look horrifically bad in the last 48 hours, which they're still looking bad. Every second they don't respond to what DC has done. They are a
worse
sham,
and worse.
a freaking piece of crap company. So, hey, it's Disney. Then they've got their own problems. But that's one thing we could talk about later on is like what's happening in the comic book industry could be coming for Hollywood someday. You never know. Hollywood's a much stronger industry. It's $1 trillion, probably $1 billion. But nothing lasts forever. And isn't that right? Just like a good show when it is just one good season, and then they obviously had no plan after that, and it went to hell. Tonight's episode was something.
Yeah, it sucked. I mean, it's just sad when, the wheels have come off the cart and they're dragging it along as if it still has the wheels. And, the agenda is so clear. It's written on the side where they used to have radio flyer on there. Now it's got, woke agenda. I mean, it's just sad. It's just fucking sad. I mean, there was a lot to hate about this episode. There were a few bright spots that I was mentioning to you just a little earlier that I actually, like. But in general, this thing is fucked.
It is. And it is sad. This is a show that I was singing the praises of after season 1. I was trying to get everybody into it. And I am very sorry, by the way. I've done, did it again. Game of Thrones and Doctor Who and this. I don't know, man. They start out fine. But what we saw in this episode was what we're going to see for the rest of this series. And if it gets picked up again, because the ratings are flat, they flatlined on, they popped up a little bit on series 3, but they've lost all the younger viewers, by the way. So they probably just have your typical HBO crowd watching. They have 800,000 people watching overnight, and we are in captivity right now. So you would think they would get the best overnight ratings possible. There's not anything going on, and people just want to watch Tiger King, which I haven't watched. But yeah, so we're just watching Dolores and Maeve walking around and succeeding. And I have a recommendation for the next episode is why don't we just have Dolores and Maeve walk around shooting guys in the dick just for an hour. I think that would get it out, ladies. I mean, if you need to do that, go ahead.
Absolutely. However, before you said that, you should have said spoilers.
Oh yeah,
because that's what's coming, and you should have said spoilers. But you're right, man. I mean, that would have been. Let's just boil it down. Let's get rid of all this bullshit and all this narrative. And all these fancy shots, gorgeous. By the way, it does look gorgeous.
Yeah,
I will say that the show looks fucking gorgeous. But just get all that shit out of the way, all the contrivances. Let's just have them going around and shooting people in the dick.
Right.
That's it.
And you're absolutely right.
Men in the deck.
Men in the deck. Yes. The costume designers, the set designing, everything. The production value is freaking top notch. HBO is the best at it. Okay, even in horrible Game of Thrones, I mean the costumes and the sets were great. So I have no complaints there. It's the stories being absolutely side railed and just blown apart by agenda at this point, and then you don't even do your own cause good when you fill your bad story with agenda because you don't get your message across at all, and you just end up annoying and alienating people, even a lot of people who would agree with your agenda, because it's so obnoxious. It's just obnoxious. And yeah, and Evan Rachel Wood, I said it last week, I'll say it again, she's not leading material. I don't care about her. I don't like her. I'm not rooting for her. When it looked like she was going to be the villain, we were both kind of into that. We're like, yeah, she's most definitely the villain, but no, she is the hero. She is the protagonist of this story. Are you freaking kidding me?
Right.
I like them. I'm rooting for the misogynists on this one because at least they have a personality.
Right. Well, I mean, there is no one really to root for on the show except for Bernard and Stubbs. And I was saying to you, I really do like the French guy who's kind of basically Ozymandias in this story. I find the actor personally compelling. I find the backstory very interesting, where they've explained these divergence, statistics at the opening of the episodes, where they go divergence in San Francisco, divergence in Shanghai, which is this brain, which is basically programmed like Ozymandias to try to calculate all variables, and he's tried to crack the human equation and try to make people predictable to avert another catastrophe like happened apparently in Paris in this story, was hit by a nuclear weapon or something. So he is firsthand witnessed the inhumanity of man towards man and is trying to save humanity. But here's this wild card of Dolores and Dolores and Dolores and Dolores, 1, 2, 3, and Dolores, that's 5, going around and basically trying to annihilate mankind. Although I think there might be a twist, but we'll talk about that. But the thing is, I like him. I think he's interesting. But the rest of the, and he is villainous. I mean, he snuffs that guy immediately, although he says he was a traitor to humanity, which he was. The guy in the interrogation where he puts the bullet in his head. But basically every single human male is obnoxious. Every single white male particular is either a dolt or a fucking villain, or a bumbling fool. And Aaron Paul, absolutely wasted in this thing. It is pathetic just watching him tail around like Dolores's fucking poodle, her little fucking lap dog. All of a sudden, he's just hands, and mind and heart and body and soul, hers. And even at one point in this fucking episode, which just I like yelped out loud. It was so painful. I actually, went where he says, "Who are you?" The guy says, "Who are you?" He says, "I'm with her. I'm with her. I'm with her." Basically, he is no longer playing Caleb. Aaron Paul is playing the role of Dolores's strap-on in this episode. That's basically
oh, damn.
That's what it is, man. That's what it is.
That is, sir, you have been served. Yes, that, dude, when we discussed this a little bit before we went live, the fact that we don't care. I mean, there's no balance in the show, but it's not the balance of sexes. There's just no balance. I mean, Maeve and Dolores are totally OP'd. Maeve has her force powers back. And by the way, spoilers, it wasn't Teddy. I was wrong. It wasn't Teddy in Tessa Thompson's Charlotte. It was Dolores and Dolores. And Dolores is in everybody. She made copies of herself. We have Hollywood narcissism written into the narrative and on display. She was having sex with herself. She self-partnered, or I don't know what the hell she was doing in the bed last episode.
Well, see, that's the problem, dude. That's the problem. I actually thought for a while that it was all copies of Dolores, except for that stuff. Why would Dolores be all suicidal or feeling blue and everything, and the other Doloreses aren't, and that Dolores has to come and counsel this Dolores? I mean, that doesn't add up to me. I don't understand what the fuck is going on with that.
Isn't Dolores? Maybe
Dolores isn't.
Maybe all the other ones are Dolores, and Dolores isn't Dolores. And then I remembered I don't care.
Uh-oh. I do know. I'm going to reveal it now. Spoilers. You're right. Dolores is not Dolores. Dolores, and Dolores. They're going to find out in an episode, maybe around 7 or 8. They're going to pull like a camera away from a monitor where all of the 5 Doloreses are being monitored. You're going to pull back and you're pull back and you're pull back. And the mastermind behind it all, Hillary Clinton.
Ah, yes.
It's going to be Hillary.
Well, we all
I'm with her.
Anyway, I'm with her. You stand together.
See?
Yeah.
See?
We're stronger together. Stronger together. Which they managed to work in the second episode of Doctor Who Series 11. And I got crap for that. And when I pointed that out, I'm like, I think that's a tell of where this series is going to go. And somebody in the chat's all, no, it isn't. I'm still waiting for the apology, but I'm not going to get
But it explains, Gary, the decline in quality of Westworld, because if in fact Hillary is behind it all, it explains why the show has gone straight through the ass ceiling.
Yes.
Glass ceiling, excuse me. Freudian slip. Gone through the ass ceiling.
Excuse me. So Aaron Paul is a mamsel in distress. Yeah, and Stubbs and Bernard, who are the best thing in this, were barely in it. Like the one funny scene was when he uses the button on him and he turns Stubbs off and then turns it back on. He's all, screw you. So they're aware they're being shut off, which is kind of funny. But yeah, and they proving you could have a lot of fun with this show. Like this show could be so much fun if they would pull the gigantic stick out of their, I mean, it's so pretentious now. And yeah, but if somebody with a sense of humor and levity could write this would be fun. You could, it's so Alter Carbon kind of did that. And so much of this has been done. That's the problem is, you mentioned it when we were talking before we went live. The Guess the Cylon thing. Well, we did this. We already did this in Battlestar Galactica. And Alter Carbon had, season 1, not season 2, had a lot more fun switching things around and, with some levity.
Yeah.
And now it's just, we're seeing, did Dolores, tell me about the only time she changed her facial expression. There was one time.
There was only one time when she changed her facial expression, and that's in the middle of beating the living shit out of Stubbs. Effortlessly beating the living shit out of Stubbs. Stubbs once managed to, like a punch and a kick to her body. And then her expression changed to just fucking outrage. Outrage. How dare you on this show have a white man kick a woman? Don't they know that the women rule, that the women are not taking that shit anymore? You have to let them wail the shit out of you as long and as hard and as frequently as they want to. How dare he fight back? And then she threw him over the fucking rail.
Threw him over the
rail. He
railing.
was a security guy. I mean, he's a security guy. He's programmed for this shit.
He
was fighting all those guys in the hall on the second episode that I really liked, right? Stubbs, while Bernard was trying to reprogram himself.
And he was trying not to kill him. He had an axe and he was trying not to kill them.
Right.
And that was cool. That was straight up superhero stuff. And yeah, just easily beaten by Dolores. And that's the biggest, you want to know what the biggest problem, and that's your agenda showing through writers of this show, which is Lisa Joy. And my God, a Nolan having his name attached. Chris, you need to talk to your bro. You need to talk to your brother, because this is embarrassing. It's embarrassing. But we can see, I mean, do you ever think for 1 minute Dolores is going to get thwarted? I mean, ever?
No. She will appear to be somewhere around episode 6. She'll have some kind of setback, and she will be tied to a railroad track. And
Yeah.
and that white French guy will be twirling his mustache and saying, "Yeah."
I've got
But
you
then
now.
but then Dudley Do Right will come and save her, and of course it'll be Dolores. So it'll be the sixth Dolores in Dudley Do Right that will come and rescue
You're not
Dolores from
wrong.
the railroad tracks.
You're not
Spoiler,
wrong.
spoiler.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, it's going to be a straight up Bond villain. Like, I could kill you right now, but I'm going to tie you to this railroad track, and you have 30 minutes till the train gets here. Just enough time to get out. And
I want you to have ample time to reflect on what you've done, my dear. And now I'm going to go. I'm going to go away. I'm not going to stand here with a shotgun or a disintegrator or a whole team of hit assassins to just in case you wiggle out. No, I've got other fish to fry, which is exactly what they already did, man. They already did it just in this episode. So Maeve is down, stabbed, and she's lying on the floor. And Dolores, in the form of Dogen, has got like this samurai blade and is about to either chop Maeve's head off or cut her head open and get her pearl out. And it's like, we gotta go. There's people coming. Many people's Kimosabi. Many men coming. And it's like, oh, okay.
And they're worried about some people now. I mean,
yes, they're worried about people now and they have to leave. And so it's like, whoa, I'll do you later, Maeve, and leaves. When you could have just fucking chopped her head off real quick with the samurai sword, take the head, and then extract the pearl later. But no, people are coming. People are coming. Ooh, men
again.
There were men. There were people there. Men. Police. Men. I mean, it's just pathetic, man. And why the fuck would the gun, the aiming thing on the gun, actually turn it in your hand?
Yeah, why would you have your gun on Wi-Fi?
It's a smart gun, TM.
So everything is on Wi-Fi. I mean, like, or can she,
everything,
or she can project, she can read robots, anything electronic, she can just control with her mind. So unless this is a big simulation, this show's dumb. So, and it's looking that way. Oh, they brought back the Man in Black this episode to build him up and break him down. We're reminded over and over again that he killed his daughter. And yes, he did it on Father's Day. And I will not forget that, HBO. And she's there to torture him and us. And yeah, and he, I don't know, I don't know what the whole point was. They revealed a lot. They, basically, he has been at the end of season 2. They led us to believe that they were somewhere far in the future, and that he was in a different timeline,
right?
And that he reached the end of the game, but apparently it was present time or something, and he made it back home, and he's been on a sabbatical, sitting in his house, and contemplating self-deletion, and that was it. And he's being haunted by his daughter, who he sees there. But apparently Dolores as Charlotte can hear him talking, so she's spying. And she needs him to stop this corporate takeover, which is Dolores. So we've got Dolores and everybody, or was it, was it the other guy trying to take over the corporation? Yeah, it was the French guy trying to take over Delos, right?
Yeah, he's moving, trying to seize control of Delos because Delos apparently has come closer than he has to cracking the perfect human equation that he needs to thwart, Armageddon, or something along those lines, to save humanity. Which, I think it's an interesting point, but I think that they're trying to stop it. What Dolores wants to do apparently is to crank out a bunch of robots and have a robot army, and hard to do that if he's saving the world. So the key, and getting Delos.
Dolores has the key to. She's the girl who's the key to everything. She has the key in her head to all this. So now there's 5 keys running around.
I think so. I mean, she must have Soji's big toe shoved up her ass in the direct interface port, and of course Mikey Spock. I mean, she's every woman, as the disco song goes from way back when. I don't know who did it, but you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. No, and you know what? That just made me think that that's another thing Star Trek Picard ripped off is they're ripping off Westworld too. Westworld,
Oh yeah,
Altered Carbon. They just went.
whole fucking thing.
They looked for the 5 or 6 most popular shows of the last 15 years and just ripped off every concept they could and put it in a blender. Threw in some woke allegories, and you got a show. And
That's right. And then they raised
thing.
the mix glass and shot it in the dick, and it was done.
Shot it in the dick.
And that was it. Now we can pour it. It's
repeatedly. Yes. So yeah, folks, we're this show. I guess we'll keep watching it, but it really, what a disappointment. I was really hoping it would turn around. I was really hoping it would just be a bad season, and it would, or they would do something to make it all make sense, and so I can go, okay, I get it now. But no, they just don't know what to do. So it's become a very linear corporate espionage, women beating the shit out of a lot of men. And listen,
if
it wasn't so on the nose and bad, it'd be fine. If it's written well, like you said, if it's written well, I'm okay with it. I don't care. It doesn't matter if it's men or women, but it's so obvious now, and predictable because of woke storytelling. It
really is. And I mean, you were saying earlier, and I was saying last week a slightly different thing, but I think between the two of us, we have it figured out, which is either what you were saying is that this is all a simulation, and Dolores is trying to save us all. She'll be a hero in the end, and she's trying to save all of us to get us out of this simulation. I was saying, I think last week or a week before, that I felt like she will be the hero because she's trying to stop mankind from destroying itself, in a way having the same aim that the Frenchman allegedly has. Although probably what they'll do is it'll turn out he's trying to destroy humanity with his thing, and she's trying to stop him. So we think that it's going to be the old switcheroo, right? It's going to be the switcheroo. Either way, Dolores is going to wind up being the hero. Spoiler.
Yeah. No, and remember, the reason the man in black went evil is because he fell in love with Dolores and she couldn't remember him. She didn't remember him. So that's what set him on his path of misogyny and evilness. And
well, so basically what you're saying, I hate to interrupt, but I just had to. So basically what you're saying is he went bad and killed his daughter and did all this evil shit in the world because Dolores didn't love him.
Yep.
So basically, Ed Harris is a pussy ass bitch. So in a form, he's a woman too.
No,
they've turned him into a little bitch as well.
And if
he's a woman.
I mean, like, I don't know how you would even sign up for this role. I would go, wait a minute, like, you know, he was a villain. They established him as a villain with motivation that we bought into,
right?
And your whole point is to just embarrass him now, or subvert the trope of the badass villain, and we'll make him look like a fool for 2 seasons. What does that prove? Nothing. I mean, I don't even know what the point is of William at this point, other than is it a tale of redemption? How? I don't really see how you could redeem him killing his own daughter, unless, of course, this was a simulation or he didn't have a choice. And even at the end of this episode, Dolores is there in her Western gown saying, "We've reached the end of the game again." It's like, oh God.
Now she can come through the walls. Look, I'm just calling it. Ed Harris. Look, either it's really bad writing or Ed Harris cannot be real. He's in a simulation. He's in a pearl. He's a recreation or something, because look, I don't care how you're grieving. You're not just going to be seeing your daughter coming and saying all this shit. And then Dolores actually, I don't think it was just she heard him talking to her. I think she is also, she's the 6th Dolores is her.
Yeah.
Is the daughter.
I suspected that too.
And so he can't be real. He's in a hell simulation. He's in purgatory. He's not going to be a player unless he gets out of there somehow, but he's not real.
Nah, this is some mystery box bullshit that I don't care about anymore.
Yeah.
And I would have cared. I mean, I don't know if I don't remember a series. There might be one out there where I like the characters so much, and there's so much vandalization was done to their own characters. It's so sad. But oh well, that's Hollywood. And again, I'll repeat, worst timing of a TV show ever. To be this, nihilist and postmodern and everything's bad. What's real? There's no good guys, bad guys. Fine, whatever. And it's been told 1,000 times before. It really has. Better, much better. It's too bad. It's too bad. Yeah, but I
Not a
guess we'll
fan.
keep watching it, but I'm not a fan of this at all, and that's too bad.
No, I did like the hooker or whoever that was, that the rich guy, the formerly rich guy that got his fortune stolen, picked. That would have been my pick. That was pretty hot.
The lady of the evening, the world's oldest profession.
Yes, she was magnificent.
Yeah,
she was really
in a George Washington code or something like
that. Yes. 407 years ago.
Oh no. Oh my God. The worst part, this is actually just as bad as I'm with her, is when Maeve gets into the Yakuza operation, the surgery or whatever like that, and she kills all the henchmen, but she doesn't kill the female boss doctor because she likes it. She likes a strong woman running her own organization, and she flat out says that, and that's why she doesn't kill her. It's because, well,
that's right.
You're a woman in power, so
spot on. No, you're right.
Female.
I forgot all about that.
Oh my God.
Yeah, yeah. But then Dogen kills him, or kills her, or yeah. I mean, basically, draws a gun and shoots the Morticia.
Morticia, yes.
Yes, the Morticia. So much for the Morticia.
And the head of the Yakuza ends up being the guy from, what is it, feudalistic Japan world, whatever it was.
Exactly.
Samurai world.
But I think he's played by the guy that played Dogen in Lost, so that's why I'm calling him Dogen.
Yeah.
I'm hearkening back. But, during that whole thing where she goes into the surgery and they got somebody screaming and they're pulling organs out and everything else, just like Star Trek Discovery.
Yeah.
But, so basically at that point I said out loud and laughed at my own quip. You ever buy snakes from the Egyptian taffy? All the time, pal. I was just thinking, oh boy, here we are. Basically Anemoid Row. This thing really does want to be Blade Runner to a large extent.
It really does. You can't be Blade Runner. Blade Runner was this built up world with a small story in it. I mean, it had an overall thing, but it was just about Deckard. Yeah. I mean, that's it. And about a guy and a girl. And it left a lot to your imagination, and that's why it's so brilliant. It's perfect.
And I swear to God, I mean, this thing looks gorgeous. It's beautiful. It's photographed impeccably. But I tell you, nothing compares to the world that Ridley Scott created. Art directed, made materialized before our eyes. Blade Runner is one of the most astonishing looking films in history, and it remains so even today. Even 40 years? How long has it been? It was like in 83 or 84. So I mean, it's been fucking 40 years.
40 years. Yeah.
And it still looks better than this stuff. It looks better than when George Lucas tried to take a crack at a Blade Runner world in Attack of the Clones, where they have that chase through was it Coruscant? No, man. Blade Runner with just actual sets and miniatures and old-fashioned special fucking effects, and it's just reigns supreme to this day. Nothing comes close.
Yeah. Hey, I gotta do a mic check. Hang on, my people keep on. I gotta turn my phone off too. Hang on, I'm doing a mic check, folks.
When George Lucas tried to take a crack at a Blade Runner world and Attack of the
Clones, hi, this is Gary Beekler.
It doesn't sound good. Was it Coruscant? I think your mic is fucked. No, it's not. I sound just fine. No, Gary, you don't. Ha ha.
I'm checking it now. Hang on.
Probably what they'll do is it'll turn out, so he can't be real. He's look, either
Even know what the point is.
Yeah, that sounds fine.
Of Willie.
That sounds fine. Somebody, sometimes you just gotta, chat, turn your volume up if you can't hear my microphone. Sounds fine. There we go. I'm back. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry about that interruption. I just caught something out of the corner of my eye in my chat. They said the microphone is super low. No, it's fine. So welcome everybody. Let's welcome people in. And then we'll sentence Westworld. It's predictable. They'll probably, flip something on us, and Ford will be behind this, and I just don't even care anymore. I don't like Dolores. Maeve is fine when she's not being super Maeve. You need to give her a challenge. She just walked through this thing and succeeded. It's so boring, and it doesn't do your female characters any justice when you fucking give them some complexity, okay? Give them some personality. Maeve has it, but I think it's Tandy Newton's personality. Evan Rachel Wood has no personality, probably in real life, so I don't know. I've seen her in a couple of things, and I haven't been blown away. I don't know how she's a star. I know this show was sold on us with Anthony Hopkins and Ed Harris, and all the good people are gone pretty much and Bernard, Jeffrey Wright is barely in the show, and I like Jeffrey Wright as an actor. He's kind of a nutball in real life, but they all are. That's fine. I have no problem with that.
Yes.
So So welcome Reb2112, John Robertson, Kevin Aris, Matt S, Bill Stelzer, Elizabeth Lyons, Hecatat's daughter, Bionic Belly Button, Captain Kickass, Jim Fitzpatrick, Angelos Draven, and Rock Flanagan, Sander Hammerslag, John Galt, Forgotten One, Tyrone Beard, who is a member. Fatty is here. You're just big boned, Fatty. It's okay. Flower Angel 1070, Lady Mist, Kevin Aris, and 15 movies a year, Keck 44, and DJ. What's up, DJ Scandalous? How's it going? Captain Spire, Steve in the YYZ. I hope everybody's doing well. I hope you are all being safe and healthy and practicing your social distancing. I didn't even go outside today, man. I didn't even go outside my house.
No, I haven't. Yeah, I haven't for quite a while.
Yeah, I go for a walk, but it was raining, so
yeah,
but there's plenty going on. It's listen, on the pop culture front, it's slowing down, but you and I haven't really discussed Star Trek Picard overall, the whole season. I think we should probably do that. And oh God, I hate that show so much, dude. I'm watching it to review it, and I am procrastinating like crazy.
It stinks. I mean, it hurts.
It is so dumb from the get-go. If remember we were reviewing episode 1 in that dream sequence, right? And he's playing cards with Data, and he's having this really vivid dream, like it's a vision from somebody or something. And then remember when Data lays down the 5 queens, and that was supposed to mean something? And you got to remember, this is Kurtzman, so they'll lay out stuff like they're setting up, like it's they're setting up a mystery, right?
Right.
And then they just never go back to it. So we get called out when we go, oh, of course it was 5 queens, and they're all, what? Oh my God, it's such a misogynist pointing out that it was 5 queens. It probably meant something else in the story. No, they just straight up did it to be on the nose and play out 5 queens because the future is female. Again, it's not that we're against women. We are against Hollywood's bullshit. We see through their woke ass crap, which is superficial. They don't care about your cause. They don't care about you. They're already leaving causes behind in favor of other causes. I hope you recognize that. And more people are. That's the thing. Is the common sense is winning out. Thank God. and they're behind in the times, but it's just, and I know it's in a vacuum by itself, I would have no problem with it, but it's Star Trek Picard, which is Star Trek Discovery. And the one thing we all have noticed is there's in every position where there is a competent leader, every time there's a competent leader, it's a woman. But the thing is, Starfleet is now run by insanely stupid women who are angry. So you don't even do your cause, just like Woke World, any good at all, because these women are nasty and they're dumb. And Commander O was right, by the way. Still, I didn't like her, but she was right.
She was right. So what? Where's the rub? Where's the problem? They basically were a threat. The synths are a threat. Of course, the whole goddamn show collapses like a house of fucking cards when you get, or house of fucking Picards, if you get right down to it. Look, she activated the beacon. It opened. Tentacles were coming through, and then she closed it, and the tentacles were like, no, I'm melting. And then it got sucked back in the dimension. Problem is, the tentacles are way more advanced than anything in our entire universe. They're ultra advanced AI. They can open their fucking portal anytime they want to. So now that they've been alerted, it's over. These things would have come right back through and would have gone and completed their mission.
Maybe they're taking the long way around. Maybe they go, okay, they got our portal, but we can get there in 10 light years or something like that. So let's go, because we're machines, so we don't get tired and we don't need resources, and we're probably self-powered. So Michael Chabon was asked that. See, you got to go look at, I don't know if you have or not, you might have. Michael Chabon has done Q&As on Instagram, and it's actually made it worse. So somebody asked him about the synths, and he's all, who know? They asked him, like, how advanced were they? Why don't they come back? And he goes, who knows? Maybe they've devolved.
Oh, sure. Oh, yeah, right. Absolutely. What happens is, unfortunately, when an advanced AI goes slumming downtown and hooks up with a Fisher-Price My First Calculator, and they have a kid, then that kid is really, really dumb with very, very big buttons. And that's how the fucking AI race devolves, you stupid fucking bitch. I swear to God, I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. I'm trying not to fucking cuss, but Jesus fucking Christ, come on. How did it fucking devolve? AI doesn't devolve. They might run out of power. I don't know. Maybe there was an electrical surge and they got dumb. I don't know. Is that what you're trying to sell us, Chabon? Jesus fucking Christ. Are you modeling yourself after Kurtzman now? You used to be a writer. Remember that? Remember how you used to be a writer? You won a Pulitzer in another life before you didn't fucking plug into a surge protector or something. I don't know. You've been taking up skateboarding or something. You hit your head on some fucking rocks. What is your fucking problem? You idiot. You nothing. You should have an answer. And you don't, because you didn't think it through, because you're a fucking hack. That's why. Fuck. That's just the stupidest fucking thing. Come on.
And the most disappointing thing, don't be. This is a guy who's won a Pulitzer Prize. It should be taken away.
Take it back.
It should be taken away. I mean, this disgraces the Pulitzer Prize. And, well, I mean, listen, I'll be real with you. Cavalier and Clay is a decent book. Pulitzer Prize?
No, bullshit. Bullshit.
Come on. Guys.
I read Cavalier and Clay.
Yep.
And I can tell you right now, Gary, have you ever read Funny Papers and Derby Dugan's Depression Funnies?
Yes.
That Derby Dugan's Depression Funnies is one of my all-time favorite books. That thing beat the shit out of Cavalier and Clay in terms of being a history of comics.
Yeah, and it's just a history. That's the thing. It's
just a history, but
a history. So,
but boy, man, Cavalier and Clay was predictable. I rolled my eyes. I was like, okay, even back then, even for all of this shit, when I was reading it, I was like, I'm not really that impressed with this at all.
No,
honestly.
I forgot who it was, but it got recommended. It wasn't Oprah, but it was one of those situations where somebody big recommended the book. It got real hot.
Right.
Every Marin County mom was reading it. I was selling it in my store. It was fun. And it just became a trendy book, and it won the
Well, it
Pulitzer
was
Prize.
trendy also because it was very, very much playing up the Jewishness
Yep.
of the whole thing.
Yep.
And let me tell you something. I absolutely love the Jewish people. I absolutely adore, as you know, from all the talks I've given, the Jewish contribution to American society. I love the humor of Seinfeld, Mel Brooks, Larry David, Woody Allen. I mean, where would we be without that touch of genius? So I love
Comics would
those
be
people.
nowhere.
Comics would
without
be nowhere, but it became trendy because it was playing up,
It was identity
that kind of,
politics. It was
yes,
just
identity
playing up identity
politics.
politics.
And let me tell you something. The Cavalier and Clay, I mean, Siegel and Schuster were not, they didn't have their lives ruined because they were Jewish. They had their lives ruined because powerful publishing interests, who I think Goldman was also Jewish, right? Or whoever it was that was running the DC Comics at the time. Look, it's just business. That's all it was. But that is why,
like Kirby got screwed. Everybody, and it sucks. I mean,
yes, creators
and
got
thanks
screwed
to
by
Neil
business
Adams,
people.
Neil Adams got some justice later on for them.
Yes.
I mean, it should have been done a lot sooner. And listen, there's comic guys being screwed to this very day. You want to write a book. You want to write a good book. Write a book on Len Wein, or you know what? We need a good book on Jack Kirby. I mean, there's a bunch of studies on him, and there's magazines dedicated to him. But we need a good book on Jack Kirby, like what really happened. And his his granddaughter? It's his granddaughter is out there because I've talked to her. I've talked to her multiple times. She was calling comic shops, and she was trying. I forgot what she was trying to sell. Something. It was a book, maybe. But she would call herself, trying to promote this thing, and she was really nice. She was really nice. But it was so many years ago, I can't remember. I've slept since then. But yeah, no, people, and that's a good segue into the comic book industry because people have gotten screwed over again and again and again. And it's because that industry, even back in those, there was a lot more camaraderie back in those days, and it was a job, and you had people in the industry who had done other things, gone to war, been a mechanic. They were well-rounded individuals. They were well-rounded individuals with world experience. And now this is happening in Hollywood too, but it's more noticeable in comic books because they don't have the money to pay for any real talent. So true hacks are working in comic books who have no business there. I mean, seriously.
Yeah.
There are people in this chat. Mark C has more artistic talent than quite a few people at Marvel. Should be working for Marvel. But he doesn't know the right people. He doesn't think the right way, so he'll never get a job there. That's what it's filled with. And this lack of experience with the writers and this lack of talent. And it's so much more important now that you are against a president who will be voted out someday than actually caring about your company. And that shows, I hope that's a warning sign. Well, you would hope. It's too late now. To the entire organization at Marvel Comics that you're not important at all to Disney. At all. You are an IP factory. You're a placeholder. You can get away with all the shit you've done, abusing fans, doing all that crap, writing shitty comics, that's it. It starts there. You're not good at your job. And then when people call you out, you defend it. Marvel Disney doesn't even care. They don't even care enough to discipline you because you're meaningless to them. You're absolutely meaningless. They don't draw from it anymore. And we're going to have a completely different comic book industry when things open back up, which they will. They will. You're
assuming we will have an industry.
It depends on how long it goes. DC did something spectacular, and I don't want to minimize it because, a company doing this is unheard of. So I was very critical of them, and I still am. I'm still critical of Jim Lee, who, when he needed to be a leader, he went and drew some pictures for comic shops, which is great. But you should be able to draw a picture for a comic shop and I don't know, talk to the comic shops, do a little quick video, put it on your YouTube channel, write an email, answer Brian Hibbs' email. So what he did, he fell back on what he's comfortable with. That's not a strong leader, folks. But DC did take their $250,000 they're given to comic shops. Now they're giving it to an organization that I know very little about. It's the bookstore organization. So it's not just comic shops. It's going to bookstores too. Now, if they gave $250,000 to all the comic shops in this country, which I'm off the top of my head, 1,900. I'm saying there's 1,900. So if we go $25,000 divided by 1,900, I got to put in another zero there.
250,000.
So yeah, 250,000. Sorry, is $13,000 per comic shop.
That's helpful. That's really helpful.
Oh God, for most of them, that's 2 to 3 months rent. Here in San Francisco, that's 2 months rent. About $6,000 a month on the low end is rent here. It was heading upwards towards 10,000. That's why I didn't run out and do my pop-up, dude. Just to do a pop-up, to go into a place for a couple of months, they wanted $7,000, $8,000, $9,000. I was like, kiss my ass. I'll do it by my garage, which I still might do, and do GarageCon. But Marvel and DC have been abusing fans for so long. I recorded a video. I didn't put it out. I might still put it out. Sometimes I record videos and I don't think they make the cut. So I don't put them out. I'm still figuring this one out, but I was going over an old interview with Kelly Sue DeConnick, who wrote Captain Marvel, who famously said, "If you don't like my politics, don't buy my book. Problem solved." And
okay.
Yeah, exactly. And she's not the only one who said that. I've heard that from multiple creators, and that shows you where they are. I mean, just saying that out loud, you can think that all you want, but think about your publisher. Think about the people who work at Diamond who pack these books. Think about the UPS driver who delivers these books, or the truck driver that Diamond rents out, gets a truck. There's a trucking company that ships everything over here to San Francisco. Think about the driver of that truck. Think about the employees at the comic shop. I mean, you guys are out for the people. You're the sympathetic, empathetic ones who are out for the marginalized people, and you're effing all of them over when you say something like that. And the whole interview, people put it in videos before, and I've seen it before, man, it enraged me. Like I lose my shit at the end of the video. That's why I didn't put it out. But it just pissed me off because that's the whole attitude. And these people came in mean. They came in, they wanted to disrupt. And she gives another speech where she says, she writes comic books to make people uncomfortable. Is that why you read a Captain America comic book? Do you want to be uncomfortable when you read a comic book?
Of course. Yeah, that's what I want. I want to feel all of my political views challenged, and I want to be pointed out that I personally am a piece of shit.
Yeah, and that's their actual attitude. She's come out and said it. Ta-Nehisi Coates has come out and said stuff like that. They are out to make us, the longtime comic book reader, uncomfortable with what we see as norms, what they see as norms. And they're trying, and this isn't subversion. This isn't trying to, entertain us. This is trying to teach us, becoming political platforms. That was the sole purpose of what they did. And that's in Marvel and, Disney and Warner Brothers at the time signed off on all this shit, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
They signed off on all this. So yes, there was a movement, and now it's completely destroyed an industry I love. And a lot of the store owners went along with this because they agreed with their partisanship. And I'm sorry. I guess I'm a capitalist first. If it was, I don't care what side of the aisle it is on. When it comes out this extreme, and customers are openly saying, I can't read this stuff anymore. Like they just clearly don't like me as a customer anymore. That's bothersome. And you would think that making money is more important, but it's not. It's not in this time. And that's why we have a weakened industry. It's just, and there's no way it can come back. If it comes back, we lose 25% of the comic shops. Fine. Okay. They open back up and they have to sell Snowflake and Safe Space, the new Warriors, Gotham High. So they're just dead in 2 more months instead of now.
Well, dude, I mean, you've just outlined exactly why I called it the comic book apocalypse in my couple of videos that I put about this. Because, yeah, I mean, let's say they survive. Let's say they get funding. Let's say, that the whole economy is ramped up and going come July. They still, what do they have to look forward to? Snowflake and Safe Space, and Backpack Girl and new Warriors and bullshit. I mean, this is not good. And we've still got the Diamond situation, which really, honestly, you need to get rid of. I mean, you need to be able to just do direct distribution on your own, honestly, at this point, or ally with bookstores, existing bookstores. Just fucking, it's ridiculous.
Marvel and
they're
DC
a monopoly.
Could do their own. And the thing is, though, it's unintentional. They actually did go through antitrust, and the fact is that
I understand. I mean, I do. I understand, but the point is that it leaves you vulnerable, and it's just not a sustainable thing in the current day. I mean, look. Diamond was basically saying, hey, we've got cash flow problems. We can't pay you. It's like, well, at that point, shouldn't that tell you something's wrong, that this can even happen?
Yeah, it's because so many businesses, and you're seeing it with even our biggest businesses, weren't prepared for something like that. And that is insanity. I learned a lesson really early in my life, okay, that your world can get completely rocked in a nanosecond, in the blink of an eye. And I learned it, living a pretty hard life, as a person who's lived on the streets, who's gone through the thralls of drug addiction. Every day is that. Every day is this. Every day is, am I going to die today? I don't know where I'm going to go. Every day is a crisis. So you're always in crisis mode all the time. And that's what feeds the addiction and the anxiety and stuff like that. So, when I got sober, I knew full well that everything could be gone in a moment. I need to appreciate what I have as much as possible and prepare for the worst. And yeah, maybe there's a little bit of paranoia in there too. Well, I've lost everything a couple of times. And I've OD'd and stuff like that. So I'm a little cautious about that stuff now.
Mm-hmm.
And you would think if you're in control of $1 billion company or $1 million, or even the comic industry is still $1 billion industry, but it's complete BS. It's not. It's really like a $500,000 or $500 million industry. It's propped up by a lot of things. You would think that they would be worried about having one distributor, and believe me, people brought it up for years, but what could they do about it? Nobody had the desire to compete with Diamond. And that should tell you enough right there. So you would think customers would be gold to them. Like, we cannot lose any customers. We need as many as we can, and we can't afford to lose a single one. I loved gaining customers, and I did it through good customer service at my shop. But man, if I felt like I pissed one off or lost one, I needed to know why, and I obsessed over it until I found out why.
Yeah, no shit. No shit. It's the same thing on YouTube. It's the same thing on Patreon or Subscribestar. I do the best I can, and I obsessed about that. But the thing is, these fucking people are so arrogant, just straight up so arrogant, that they have forgotten the very fundamentals of business, the very fundamentals of respect. They have no respect for their readers. They have no respect. And I tell you what, the really sad thing about it is you talked about earlier about how they have chosen to educate us.
Mm-hmm.
They're shitty teachers. They suck as teachers. They are not changing hearts and minds like Gene Roddenberry did, like James S.A. Corey and the writers of The Expanse do, by showing, not by lecturing, by showing, by illustrating, showing the way, leading the way, lighting a torch, and marching us into the future under the guise of entertainment. under the guise of entertainment, and it is such compelling entertainment. It is so beautifully done. They're telling stories about human beings because ultimately we're all human beings.
Yeah.
No matter what our color, no matter what our sex, no matter what our sexual preference, we're all human beings. And so when you depict a future, when you show us what a future can look like, where human beings have respect for each other and have moved past these silly, horrible divisions, that alone is an education. That is inspiring. That tells us it's possible. It shows us it's possible. And instead of lecturing and instead of punishing, which is all that they are hell-bent on, this fucking Westworld, Star Trek Discovery, Star Trek Picard is one big punch in the nuts to the patriarchy. And all they are doing is pissing people off, alienating them, turning them away. When you should be educating, when you should be leading, when you should be showing by not stern lecture, but by joyous example of what the human adventure can be. And instead, you want to get your goddamn even. You want to even Steven by punching the patriarchy in the nuts for all that the patriarchy has done. Well, that's all very fucking well and good until in the future when the patriarchy rebounds, as it will, and then suddenly institutes fucking Handmaid's Tale or something in retribution. I mean, you're basically passing the baton of resentment and anger and stupidity and prejudice and sexism that you decry. You are taking your petty, sad little revenge, and you're not teaching anyone anything except how to hate. And in going ahead and putting out all of this propaganda and all of this ratio and all this fucking, percentage of, we've got to have this minority, that minority, we got to have this representation, that representation, blah, 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 blah. You're reducing people to a fucking math problem.
Yeah.
You're reducing them to a calculation. And what's going to happen is it's so transparent, it's so soulless. And in the act of doing that, you are perpetuating differences. You are pointing out the differences. In trying to correct the differences, you are actually perpetuating and paying it forward. And so we're passing the baton of racism and sexism, and it's going to come around again. It's going to come around again. And what you're really doing is undoing the work of Gene Roddenberry, undoing the work of the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King, because all of us are on board for equality and social justice in terms of treating people with respect and kindness and regard. And you are sabotaging that, you fucking morons. You're undoing decades of good work. You're not teaching anyone shit except how to hate, and fuck you for it.
Yep.
You fucking phonies. You fucking phonies. You pieces of shit that are actually sowing racism and sexism, the very racism and sexism that you routinely accuse us of. When I was watching Star Trek before a lot of you stupid motherfuckers were even born.
Vanity causes. These are vanity causes.
Virtue signaling.
Chris Chibnall writing the episode Rosa was a vanity cause. He wanted to get accolades, awards. He wanted to show off to his friends how progressive and insightful he is, and really, for one, of course, we saw the story. It didn't show any respect to Rosa. The fact that the doctor was on that bus was disrespectful. That's why you don't go into that kind of narrative, especially from a Brit. Sorry, but a Brit writing that.
Oh my God, it's so stupid.
Yeah,
well, that's part of the American experience.
Yeah,
asshole.
Look.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, I'm sorry to interrupt, but it's exactly what you're saying. I mean, I would find it. I'm sorry. I would find it extremely disrespectful. And I think maybe you even disagree with me on this, but I would find it very disrespectful to have an American doctor. I don't want it. I'm not interested. I don't
want an American
Fuck that.
doctor.
I don't want a fucking American doctor. Okay?
I don't want Americans working on the show.
Exactly. Exactly.
It's a British show.
Okay, good. Good. I thought I heard. Anyway.
Oh, hell no.
But that's the thing. But how dare you fucking come into this country and presume to comment on something like Rosa Parks. You don't know shit about it. Fuck you. Come on.
And yeah, and you don't hear about it from again, I don't like playing identity politics from a white English dork. So I mean, like seriously, Love My Brits. That was cringe from the beginning. It was exploitive in the truest sense. And because of vanity causes, of course, the people who are into that, of course, they agreed. And these are the same people who change flags over their avatars and think they're actually making the world a better place, and you're not. You're perpetuating this shit, and what Doomcock just said. You're creating worse, much worse, when it's not really there. When it's not, the world is not full of Yahtzees, folks. They're not there. Sorry. You know where they are? They're in prisons. They're in prisons, and they're uneducated white dudes in prisons. That's where they are, and that's where they're going to stay. And it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous, and it's just destroyed our entertainment in a time where we could really use escapism right now. And again, if you want to do a separate story, we're talking about specifically Marvel Comics, Star Wars, Star Trek. If you want to make your own little story about something, I'm not talking about that at all. When you see, we talked about it on Friday night, the movie Cuck that came. I thought it was an April Fool's. This movie exists.
I don't know anything about it.
This movie exists, and it's supposed to be the anti-Joker. I saw the trailer. I'm going to actually watch it. I'm going to watch it probably tonight. And I don't know if I'll be able to make it through.
Where is it, on Netflix or something?
It's on Amazon. It's on Amazon Prime.
Cuck, huh?
Yeah, it came out months ago. So I don't know if it was an April Fool's that, no, the article was on the 2nd, but somebody put out an article. I had never heard of the site, that it made $0 at the box office. And maybe it got released on Amazon first and they were going to put it in the theaters. Stuff like that happens. I'm not sure. Or maybe it was just to make it look stupid, which it did. I don't know the story behind it, but the movie was real. And I'm like, gotta be kidding me. Now, if it was a parody, it'd be kind of funny, but it wasn't. So we'll see that. And that's the whole attitude. That's how they see you in the chat. That's how they see me. That's how they see Doomcock. That's how they see all of us who simply criticize their stuff, because we can see through your superficial bullshit, fake vanity crap. And now it doesn't matter anymore. Now, who gives a shit? Especially with comics, specifically with comic books, it's poisoned the well so much that when the comic shops come back, like I said before, they're screwed. They got nothing to sell.
No, they got nothing to sell. Nothing that anyone wants to buy. Nothing in the pipeline.
Donny Cates is a big deal. I mean, like, folks, he's a decent writer, but he doesn't measure up to the half the people from the 80s and the 70s and the 90s. He's just a competent writer. He just looks extra good compared to what they have there. Like a Kelly Sue DeConnick, who is a terrible comic book writer. I mean, awful. Objectively awful. Before I even knew who she was or anything, I read her comic when it came out, Marvel, her Captain Marvel, which is everything that Marvel's doing right now. It's not even the real Carol Danvers, a character I used to like when she was Miss Marvel. And I hated the comic. I'm just like, God, it's annoying. Oh, this is awful. And yeah, it didn't sell. Surprisingly enough, it didn't sell. A bunch of people bought the #1 because it was a #1. And, we're going to see if Marvel and DC have changed their ways, because when they come back, if Marvel and DC come back and they really give a shit about the comic shops, no more variants. Moratorium on variants. Fuck variants.
Absolutely.
Lower all your prices. Everything back to $2.99, $2.50. Period. For a long period of time. Make everything returnable. Show the comic book shops you love them for the long term. Now, again, that was a very generous offer of $1 billion corporation to give $250,000. Now, I won't bring up that that's a drop in the bucket, that they can write it off. They get a lot of advantages, and it's in their best interest to have the comic books shop still around. So with that was at least an acknowledgement that they understand that they still need the comic book shops. The comic book industry needs comic book shops. Without comic book shops, it becomes much, much smaller. It becomes just a
Yeah.
hobby at this point.
It becomes the slow march to extinction,
Yep.
you know, to the elephant graveyard of comics. I mean, that's basically it. And yeah, I mean, it's, you know, I mean, you can kind of say that it's, you know, it's generous. It's a great thing to do, but dividing it among bookshops,
Yeah.
I mean, that's going to whittle it down considerably. There's way more bookshops than there are comic shops. And really that's foolish. I mean, it's in their own survival interests. It's not even a charitable thing like, oh gosh, we sure do love those lovable nerds that run the comic shops. No, it's your fucking ass. If they go under, that's it. So I don't know. I don't know why they aren't basically giving every fucking thing they can, all of them, including Marvel, to and I mean Image, all of them, to try and do anything they can to stop this slide into the La Brea tar pit of obscurity.
A lot of the publishers were in trouble anyway. But Marvel,
Yeah, I
like
know.
Disney, can certainly give them equal that, can match that at the very least, no matter how much trouble they're in. None of these companies are making money right now. And quite frankly, that's 2 months. And again, you know, I don't know, maybe I'm naive. I think we'll be back open in a couple months, but the recovery for comic shops is going to be months, maybe a year, maybe 2. Not sure how many can last past that. It must be incredibly frustrating. And if you're a comic shop owner out there and you're listening to this, I'm not trying to stress you out by talking about this. This keeps attention on you guys because believe me, you'd be forgotten about. You would have been forgotten by now. So I'm glad so many people are talking about it and bringing awareness to it because we don't want any industry going under over
No.
this. I don't want a single
No.
one. And especially one I love that I want to be around that I think is what is the mecca of nerddom is the San Diego Comic Con. And it's still a Comic Con. It is. There's still comics there. And that is the source. That is the source of all this. The comic shops go away, then the superhero films go away. They will. They'll be gone in a matter of years because you're not feeding it with source material. You're not keeping that stuff out there. And you can't put a number on how many, you know, when a comic shop, when a few people are in a comic shop and then they go out and talk to their friends, it's still a place to go. Yeah, there's live streaming, but it's still really important to the industry. And it's still made that there was still a decent amount of money being thrown out there the way it was set up. So I don't know. I know they don't want to die. I'm not really convinced that the people who are currently working at these establishments are going to change their ways when things open back up. As a matter of fact, after thinking about it over the weekend, I'm pretty damn sure they're going to double and triple down with their vindictiveness, and we'll get something much worse than Snowflake and Safe Space.
Oh, please do it. Thank you. Go ahead. All of you dumb motherfuckers out there that think you're vexing us by doing this, all you're doing is just making our lives easy. You're just making our lives easy. We can go ahead and make videos. I mean, my God, on Star Wars, The High Republic, I did a video about these new characters. And they made a woman named Avar the bestest ever. Avar is the bestest ever. And then the other girl is the bestest ever. That's not Avar. And it's just so fucking hilarious. So please go ahead. I beg you, keep sucking. Keep sucking. It's just absolutely, it's fabulous. It just makes it so easy to make fun of you. Of course, I would really enjoy being able to actually do good reviews and have positive discussions like we do about the Orville and the Expanse, because, you know, it kind of eats away at our souls. But you know what? I've got so much soul. You can suck and suck and suck and suck and fucking suck till the fucking cows come home and blow their own curds out because they can't stand it anymore. I'll still be here making fun of you. It's like they used to say on the old David Letterman show, the guy under the seats, you know, one of these days, comic book industry, you're going to be dancing like a monkey at the end of my chain. But until you do, I'll be right here making fun of you, making your lives a living hell. So, you know what? Go for it. Go for it. You're not hurting me at all, man. I'm beyond pain. I've been through 2 seasons of Star Trek Discovery and 1 season of Star Trek Picard. I no longer feel pain. You dumb fucks.
But it was just decisions. I mean, this was before Snowflake and Safe Space. Joe Quesada's decisions and Dan Didio's decision. This is why I don't like Dan Didio more than I mean, Joe Quesada, I don't like. But Dan Didio would make my stomach hurt with his freaking just dumb decisions. Just New 52. I hate New 52 so much. New 52 was the precursor for all this. It created SJW Marvel. All that crap was New 52. When things were going fine. Things were fine at DC. Some of the best stories were coming out, and they did it again. They did it whatever this 5G. Hopefully they're rethinking that entire thing, because if 5G comes out, I don't think Lucius Fox Batman is going to help a comic shop. Just saying. Just throwing it out there. I like Lucius Fox as a character. I don't think it does his character any good. You're going to just create resentment amongst Batman fans. If you want to make Lucius Fox a superhero, or his son or his heir or whoever the hell it is, then make a different superhero. But because that's not Batman is Bruce Wayne, and Captain America is Steve Rogers, and Falcon is Sam Wilson. And that's the way it is. You can't really, it works sometimes, passing the mantle around. Works for Green Lantern. It did. Works for The Flash. There's plenty of Wally West fans out there and who can't stand Barry Allen. But that's a rarity. That's a rarity. Can't do that with Superman. Can't do it with Batman. But they're going to try.
Well, fuck them. I'm just...
And it fucks the comic shop.
Gotham High, right? Bruce Wayne is now Asian, correct?
Yeah.
And Alfred is his uncle or something?
Alfred's his gay uncle, yes.
His gay uncle. Come and knock on our door. We'll be waiting for you.
Gotham High is pretty cringe. It's not as bad as Snowflake and Safe Space. And if you read from the author was just drawing upon her own life because she didn't know anything about comic books, but yet she was offered a job in the comic book industry. And that is what's diluting the market. Like I said in my video, it's nothing personal against her. She's taking a seat from maybe another Asian woman who knows how to write comics and has heard of Batman before. Beyond a couple of movies, and maybe she's read a lot of comics. I know there's one out there if that's what you need, but it goes beyond that. Although we use the word meritocracy now, and that's considered bad. Meritocracy.
Oh, merit's bad now.
Yeah. I read a New York Times article where it said that was terrible.
Meritocracy is what I'm going to institute once I take over the world. So fuck all of you.
Yes. Problem being for £2 really wants us to watch Blake 7. Says relying on our Overlord and Gary to get into Blake 7.
Oh, I've already seen all of Blake 7.
There you go.
I've already seen all of it. I'm rewatching it. It's taken me some time, but I got the whole
Gary.
thing on.
He said to get Gary into Blake 7. Sorry.
Oh yeah, no, I love Blake 7. I think it's a lot of fun. It's an amazing series. It was groundbreaking and one of the most memorable endings of all time. But that fucking show, it's amazing. It's kind of like a much darker Doctor Who in a sense. I mean, it's by Terry Nation, of course, and we know that he did the Daleks, obviously. But I mean, he really turned kind of the anti-hero on its head and pretty dark show. I mean, it's still got the kind of lovably goofy, Doctor Who kind of level of effects, but boy, the acting, the writing, really solid, dude. It's a great show.
Yeah, I mean, when I have time, I want to see it, and that's why, you know what, I'm not gonna Tiger King is not my priority right now. It's just a matter
I watched it.
It's a matter of time, and I've got to. I'm rewatching Picard for my review, and then everything I watch, I have to review. So it would probably be something I review on Nerdrotic Live eventually. So maybe in a month.
Do you think I should review Tiger King? I don't think anyone's that interested. I mean, it's number one on Netflix, but Are
I'm
there a
not
lot
gonna. I know that's the kind of question I ask myself. It's like I have. I mean, I know it's very popular and people love it, and that's great. And I'll probably eventually see it. I grew up with people who cooked meth. I mean, I knew people like this. It's the same with Breaking Bad. It's like I lived it. You know. I mean, now I wasn't around exotic animal weirdos, but one of the meth dealers had a bunch of pythons and stuff.
well, of
Yeah,
course.
but I'll eventually see it, and it doesn't mean. But yeah, I don't know if it wouldn't
I
play
don't
well
know.
with children.
I have to watch some things that I don't review. I mean, not everything can be work. I watch some things that are trash. Like I watch Survivor. I've always watched Survivor. I love Real World, The Challenge, which is just one of the most nasty, brutal, hateful shows on television, which is absolutely marvelous. Marvelous. I fuck Johnny Bananas. I hate bananas. I'm a West guy, but it's like, you got to have like, it's like on Shore Leave on Star Trek. It's like the more complex the mind, the greater the need for the simplicity of play. And that's, I watch trash like the Big Little Lies, like on the HBO, it's like, where I don't have to think about it. I don't have to review it. I just veg out and, it's important sometimes.
No, sure, but I just seriously don't have time for leisurely stuff. I mean, because I'm one man operation. So, and the fam, I got the fam too. And but yeah, if Blake 7 is on my list. It is most definitely on my list because it's Terry Nation. So it will happen. But I got I want to finish Farscape, and there's some other stuff I want to get through too that I enjoy. Honest to God, I used to. Yeah, I'm not into dramas at all. I don't like watching like CSI or I watched Big Little Lies because Miss Nerdrotic watched it. But no, I guess I'm a nerd. It's got to have wizards, a drug deal gone bad, spaceships, superheroes, or I don't care.
No, I understand, but I have to watch it sometimes just to, get out of that
Oh,
headspace.
dude, I've
You know
seen.
what I mean?
Dude,
Same thing with tennis. I love to watch tennis all the time because, it's a sporting event. I don't have to fucking, be assessing it or critiquing it. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. Well, I don't watch anything to critique it. I watch it. I mean, that's just the way I am. I mean, I'll watch Lord of the Rings over and over again because I enjoy it.
Right.
And,
Yeah,
and I
exactly.
listen to audio. I listen to ton. That's what takes a lot of my time. Is I listen to a lot of freaking audiobooks and I read a lot of books. I read a lot of
Mhm.
comics. So right now I'm reading older comics though. Nothing new. I have
Oh,
no
yeah.
desire to read new comic books.
Absolutely. And my advice to comic shops, okay, take it for what it's worth from a person who I still go to comic shops. I mean, I haven't bought comics per se in a long time, but I buy graphic novel collections. I will buy collections of old stuff like the horror comics that they're bundling up, like This Magazine is Haunted and eerie Vampirella collections. I mean, basically collections of great comics and stuff from the past. If you want to survive comic shops, you've got to basically pull back a bit on modern comics. Make your store geek central. Do not you got to diversify from comics. What you need to do is you got to sell toys. You've got to sell games. You've got to maybe provide a space for guys to come in and congregate. Some gaming spaces is good. Sell snacks. Be a place. Be a haven for geeks. Be a little geek station, self-contained. If you're just going to be a straight up comic shop, you're doomed. You're doomed. You've got to sell toys.
Well,
and shirts and cool shit.
If you're gonna be a straight up comic shop, then be a fucking comic shop, which means really expensive back issues, full runs,
Yeah,
extensive back issues, huge dollar book sections, spinner racks. I mean, be a comic book shop. Don't be a fucking newsstand. Those things,
that's true.
Those are the ones that are gonna die. No,
But the modern comics, if you're trying to put, if you're
you
bringing
can't-
in every fucking modern comic that they're printing, and you're getting stuck with all that shit, you're look, Safe Space and Snowflake, that's your future. Do you really want that? These people are not going to learn. And you've got this, God knows what the next DC reboot is going to be after 52 or whatever they're on now.
A new one right now.
Forget it. You've got to diversify. In my opinion, it should be like your store should be like a little San Diego Comic-Con with all the breadth and depth of geek stuff. Have and manga, have anime stuff. Be a little oasis of quirkiness. That's my opinion, because that's what keeps drawing me in, and I don't buy these modern comics anymore. I'm just buying collections, back issues, toys, and weirdness, genre related books, things like that.
Yeah, I mean, if anybody wants to listen, kids' birthday parties, dude. Kids' birthday parties. I raked in the cheddar with those things, and they were fun. They were cool. Yeah, some comic books got fucked up. Yeah, some toys got fucked up. So what? Who cares? They're kids. And the moms were cool and apologetic, but that's the way it goes. Yeah, some cake gets on your Amazing Spider-Man new releases. So what? And yeah, do the toy thing, do the event thing, watch TV watch parties. Brian Hibbs does the graphic novel club. It's very library. I guess that really works for him. Not really my thing. I'm more of a let's have a lot. Let's not sit around and read books. Let's have fun. You can read books at home. Let's have fun here. And we'll go watch Doctor Who, Game of Thrones. That's what we were doing. And I brought stand-up comics in the shop. I did comics versus comics. And that was fun. It was crazy. And yeah, some beer got spilled everywhere. Yeah, shit happens, but it works.
Sure.
And that's how you stay in business. Plus, it's fun. It's fun doing all that stuff, and it makes it more of you're building, a good group of people there. So, or you could sit behind your counter and wait for somebody to save you. I'm guessing that won't happen, but and listen, you also need comic shops now that we're full of unsolicited advice here. You need to fucking speak up, and when this shit happens, when you can't put a number on it. I don't know. I'm guessing this is the low end. The amount of fans that Marvel creators have pissed off is at least 100,000. At least. You couldn't afford to lose 10,000 fans, comic book industry. You can't afford to lose 200. And it's around 100,000. And I'm not joking. All you have to do is go look at all the channels, look at all those views. And yeah, sure, some are repetitive. And I'm being low on that. That's potential customers. Now, in that group is people who haven't read comics, but might have, if you've gotten through. Some of those are people who walked away. Some of those are people thinking about it, but that's a huge number of loss that you never get back. Comic fans, nerds, hold a fucking grudge. We do.
Yep.
Hail, my
We do.
We do. Oh yeah. Hail, my lord, let's rip SJW Wars, a new arsehole. Sick 'em! Nettled nerds for $2. Yes, the Karen Jedis. That is something else. And to head off people at the pass with that, again, I don't care if Rey was a girl. I don't care what's her name? Aver? I'm going to call her Karen just for, just because. The new Jedi. It's her description. It's how they presented it. They regressed. Disney Star Wars has regressed right back to where they were. Hasn't learned a fucking thing. I hate to break this to you. Disney, Star Wars. Soccer moms are not Star Wars fans. I repeat, soccer moms are not Star Wars fans. And if you think you're trying to get the female market, you're right now with that. I don't know. You went over it in the video. Those new characters are only going to be consumed by the hardcore Star Wars fans like Star Wars Theory and stuff like that. That's it. You're just playing your base on that one. You're not growing the industry. You're not bringing in little girls. Star Wars is dead. Kids don't give a crap about it. Boys or girls. They could care less right now. It's a joke. Because you know what kids were watching? Us. They're watching our videos. And yeah, they don't like your shit. Sure, yeah, there's going to be a little group who are just hardcore Star Wars fans. I was for decades. But I mean, I don't like to waste my money on crap. And worst of all, crap that's going to preach at me or tell, So she's already the best of the best, and we're just going to watch her succeed. And
Right.
and they're just
Well,
gonna,
exactly, dude. I mean, I did in my video at the same time as Avar, Chris became the best. She's literally, it said it. She is the best of the best. Okay. So Avar is the bestest of the bestest. You can't make this shit up. But there was another guy came up with her named Stellan. Stellan Orr, I think. I don't know what it is. Anyway, Stellan came up with her. But of course, he wasn't equal to her. When they're going on glowing about how, oh, she's self-sacrificing, she's a leader, she's a natural, she's the best ever. Stellan is he's strong in the Force, and he's a respected teacher. And they've got him on a distant outpost. They've got him on a distant outpost away from all the action. And he's a teacher. And the other guy that they mentioned in these parts, he's an alien. He's a Twi'lek. He's a teacher. A toilet. Yes.
Yeah, okay.
He's a teacher too. He's a teacher too. So two guys are teachers, and the chicks are, there's Avar, who's the bestest Avar, and then there's this other one who is a young lady of color, who is
I
the
saw
bestest.
her. She's got the smirk that every 2017 Marvel creator had. She looked like Riri Williams.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, looks a bit like Mikey Spock too. But she's the bestest Avar, not Avar. But then they had to find a way to make the other girl also the bestest Avar. So they made her like the youngest Jedi of her generation. She's like 16. She's beautiful and she shoots guys in the dick. But she's the bestest Avar that's young. So we've got 3 bestest Avars and 2 male teachers. That's Star Wars: The High Republic. It's not made for us. It's not made for us. It's not made for me. Being a white male.
I'm like, it's funny. I mock it. I don't care. That's Disney is in so much trouble with Star Wars that, I mean, Star Wars fans, I know you love it, so you don't. I mean, like, I can't even talk. It's like talking to Raider fans. It's like you're myopic. You can't see past that logo. You just can't. You can't accept that it's dead. It's going to take years to die. Okay, the killing blow has already been delivered, but they paid billions for this. They need massive returns. Oh, they're going to get it from video. No. They're not getting it. They're not going to get it from comics and books anymore. Okay. They're not, because you've really screwed the pooch on this one and poisoned the well. And again, it's going to take years. Disney's not going to fail with this. Disney just they are in big trouble as well. So they're not going to have the money they would have had a couple of months ago to invest in Star Wars. They're going to need big returns on this. The only thing they have left that will bring in money from normies. It won't bring it in from us. We're going to be pissed. But from the enabling fans out there, the Star Wars theories and stuff like that, and the normies, is when they remake the original trilogy. That's their last card to play.
Well, I again, I will just say, oh, please, Disney, go ahead and remake the original trilogy. Let's see what happens, shall we? We're going to have fun. Yes, we are. Because I'm going to fucking go ape shit. So have fun.
It will be embarrassing. But I almost think that they're like, I thought they were on their way to doing it, because I thought that was Lucy Skywalker right there. So here, we're going to go through here. So there's Karen. Where's the other one? What was her name again?
Trillion.
Well, okay.
Kiev Trennis. Yeah.
So there's that. There's her name is Key.
Look at her smirk.
Yeah, that's that smirk that Maeve had. And
yeah, and Dolores.
then same haircut right here. And right
Yep.
here, it's just like, oh my God, differentiate a little bit. The reason we're upset is because it's predictable. It's on the nose. There was no creativity in this. This is bland. This is exactly what we knew Disney would do with Star Wars. I mean, like we could have practically predicted this. And this is such a step backwards. And it's not because it's a woman. It's how they presented it. It's not a woman. This isn't a woman. It's an NPC. It's a being. It's a being that has been given the background that was written by a kindergartner that would appeal to a kindergartner. And this is supposed to appeal to a younger audience, and it's being dumbed down. Kids are a lot smarter. And the only people, you know, what's funny is, you know, who's going to buy this? 40 and 50-year-old dudes. 40 and 50-year-old dudes, because that's your Star Wars fan base. 30 to 50 male. That you know what? You can throw up all the forces female you want. Show me some actual data. There are a lot of female Star Wars fans. There always has been, but the vast majority is male. And you don't just completely disregard them. I'm not saying make it a big sausage fest. It's not what I'm saying. Little balance with the Force. And you might get some people back. And you know what? What was The Mandalorian? What brought people back? Well, they had the masculine lead with a mask on who didn't say much. So they knew that wasn't going to bring a ton of people in. So they brought the cute baby in.
The fucking cute baby. You know, look, here's the thing. No, wait, hold on. I want to stay on her for a minute if you could.
Right. Yeah, I'll stay on her.
Stay on her, because I was going to say, pull up her picture again, because I was being inspired here. Sorry. Yeah. So basically, she looks like if David Bowie gained weight and got rid of the makeup. I mean, this does not look like a woman to me. This looks like a dude. This looks like L Dick without the dick. You know, it's I don't know what this is, but I find it
looks like a 70s fantasy. Doesn't it? Doesn't it look like something you'd see in a Charlton comic book? Not even. I don't mean to disrespect Charlton. Like some generic comic book with a generic fantasy guy from the 70s. It does.
It kind of does. I mean, it just does not look female to me.
No, it's
at
not.
all.
And well, she's also got this ginormous penis in her hand right now. I mean, you want to talk about, like, look at the pose. That's like rocking out with your cock out right there.
Exactly, but it's green. So you know, go to a doctor. When your wang is green like that, hun, you need to go to see the doctor. Okay?
So is there going to be Sith? I mean, I don't care. I'm not going to read this. I don't care about Star Wars. Star Wars fans, I want you to have good Star Wars, but if you're going to eat this stuff up and enjoy it, fine, go ahead. I don't care. I really don't. It's just funny. We're laughing at it. Like this is Star Wars now.
This is Star Wars.
Fucking Star Wars now.
Oh. And Red Sonja called. She wants her fucking headband back, hun. It's just, I mean, it's lame. It's just so fucking lame. It's so lame. And I mean, you know, I don't know. I need to do another video about this. So it turns out I have a lot more to say. I just didn't know it. I just needed to drink more Elijah Craig, but I've drunk Elijah Craig, and now I see the possibilities. I have to do another video about this, because there's more comedic gold to be mined here. I've got to get to work.
Yeah,
I've got to get to work.
This is
phrase "hi ho" comes to mind, but
this is a Marin County mom. She's got her glass of Chardonnay off to the left. Little Dakota just got back from soccer practice, and she's like, "Yeah, I need to see the manager. These aren't the prices we were looking for." Yeah, I mean, this looks like, no offense, Mrs. Nerdrotic, this looks like all of her clients.
Oh no!
Just
You need to
kidding.
cut this part out
Amanda,
immediately.
just kidding, Amanda. I wasn't thinking of you at all.
Oh no! Oh,
No, they're good people, but like they don't like Star Wars.
Uh-oh. The day Gary went too far. If we don't
Me?
see
Go
him
too
again,
far?
we'll know.
I'm glad I locked my door. I'm dead now.
That's right. Barricade it, because
Yeah. So it's sad. It really is. No, it's funny. I mean, this is comedy gold. Like this is. I don't know how Disney Star Wars did it. I thought that was just done. There was no more blood to get out of that turnip. But did they? Oh, Jesus Christ! This will say, hey, there's going to be comics of this too, right? This is supposed to be a book. And
well,
comic book
allegedly,
line. Yeah,
allegedly.
Well, that'll
except
save the
Marvel.
comic shops.
Note to Lucasfilm. Listen, Disney owns you just like they own Marvel. And maybe it might behoove Marvel to go ahead and save some comic shops so that you have a place to sell your little High Republic silliness. Just a
this is a
little business tip there.
I mean, I don't know how the business structure works out. So this is a Lucasfilm concept that they're going to distribute through Marvel and whatever their publisher is. And I imagine they'll farm some of this to IDW. As well, and again, the people who will buy it, especially, I'm just going to talk about the comics. I don't know about the books, but the comics will be Star Wars fans who are completists who just need to own every Star Wars book, and the chances of them actually reading it are, I mean, you just drop that another 50%. You would be surprised how many people there are out there who just buy to complete collections, who don't read at all. It's a very
that's
high
weird.
Yeah, it's the completist. It's not like they don't read all their comics, but I mean, I did that with some stuff. I mean, I made the example in my video Trouble. It was a Mark Millar book. It was about teenage pregnancy. It came out in the mid-aughts, and it's about a young Aunt May being a promiscuous young woman. And I read the first issue and didn't read the rest, but it's a Spider-Man book, so I had to own it, and that's how a lot of these books sell. They just do.
Aunt May was a naughty lady of the night.
Yeah.
She was buttering wheat cakes before she was buttering Petey's wheat cakes.
Well, imagine Mark Millar writing a young Aunt May story, and that's exactly what it was.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
That's bad. It's bad.
Oh, God. All the wheat cakes come out in the morning. Someday a real rain is going to come and wash all the wheat cakes off of my kitchen counter. Yeah, it's just, I can't imagine, like vigilante Aunt May.
It was.
Listen, you screwheads, here is an old lady who would not take it anymore. An old lady who stood up against the bad nutrition and the not getting enough sleep and not doing your homework. Here is an old lady who stood up. She shaves her head into a mohawk and goes out there. Are you talking to me? Are you talking to me? Well, I'm the only one here, young man. Who the fuck do you think you're talking to?
It's amazing that now that I look back on it and how long this was being said. I mean, this goes back to probably before I bought my shop, but I started, now that I look back on it, it's like, yep, there was Trouble and there's the New 52 and the just all the gender swaps that were going on early on. Greg Rucka, like basically being the pioneer, SJW and Wonder Woman, and with Wolverine as well, and sneaking it in here and there. And if it had stayed that way, it'd have been fine. But then it just took over. And then, the talent level just, oh God, it got so bad. I mean, the art is so bad now in a lot of cases. And I don't know how these books get, I don't know how it passes the mustard at all. And I don't know how comic shops sell this stuff. I don't know how they're still in business. That's the strength of the industry. People are hardcore when it comes to comics. So I don't know.
Well, they were before this crisis, and that's what can pass from the earth. Yep. I mean, how are people going to be fanatic about comics without growing up with them.
Yeah, and it's not.
How are
It
they going to
hasn't been
find
growing
them?
for years.
How are they going to find them?
Well,
I mean, it's built on our backs, man. I mean, we were the comic, the comic audience. We were the ones buying it. And, once we go extinct, where the fuck is that going to leave them?
Yeah. Alpha Omega for $5. If you and Doomcock do a video together, could it be considered a, I can't even say that, Alpha Omega. I know you're being cute, being a you know what, but I can't say that word right now. It's YouTube has said it's okay. I don't trust
I get
them.
it. No,
COVID.
no, we can't do that.
I can't.
Yeah, no,
Sorry.
we can't
I can
do
say
that.
fuck, but I can't say that, which sucks. Tom Brown for $10. I live in Southern New Jersey. Me and my dad were talking about what are we to do about NYC. He said we're going to. Okay, I'm going to read it slower. I live in Southern New Jersey. Me and my dad were talking about what are we to do about New York City. He said we're going to walled off because he can't wait to go. Snake Plissken. So it's going to get walled off. Is that what you're saying, Tom? We're gonna.
I think he's saying it's going to get walled off.
It's going to get walled off. Like okay.
Good movie, by the way. I love Escape to New York.
Great movie. I even like Escape from LA. It's dumb, but I like it.
Yeah. Well, it wasn't as good, but
no,
it was
near as good. But Peter
Escape
Fonda,
from New York is a masterpiece.
Is a masterpiece. Call me Snake. Grandpappy Fisk for $2. Tiger King has become the new Game of Thrones. Free Joe Exotic.
Free Joe Exotic. Well, actually, on Tiger King, all of them came off as just train wrecks, just human train wrecks. All of them. It's especially that broad that seemed just like all sunshine and light and everything, but may have bumped off her husband. I mean, it's just like, I don't know, man. I got a weird vibe from her. The whole thing was unsavory and made me feel unclean. And I love animals. I love animals. And it set me up with an ethical dilemma that I just don't fucking know what the solution is. Because it turns out that these breeders are, around Texas and, Arkansas, all over the place are breeding. Look, they've managed to have more tigers and lions and stuff than are left in the wild. And that should be illegal. How is that going to help species? You know what I'm saying? I mean, look, I don't like these animals being confined, but on the other hand, we're having an extinction level depletion of these magnificent creatures. So, on the one end, we can outlaw it, and then we won't have all those tigers. On the other hand, why couldn't we legalize it and formalize it and let these people like make money with the cubs and stuff, but do like in Born Free? Remember Born Free, Gary?
Don't remember.
That was a true story about a lioness in Africa. Like the mom got killed and they raised this cub, Elsa, to save it. But they realized that this animal belonged out in the wild, even though she was tame as hell and loved them. And they basically started training her to be out in the wild and to separate from them at some point. And she did. And she survived. And she not only that survived out in the wild, she had cubs, which she actually led back to them at one point and showed them the cubs, which absolutely breaks. I mean, it's just like that wrenches my heart. Anything that wrenches my heart, it's animals. And it just seems to me that if you codified this, if you went ahead and said, okay, you can have these kittens, and then we're going to have a program to train them to hunt and to be self-sufficient and then release them into preserves and even wilderness areas where, they could survive. It might make the difference between extinction or not. So just knee-jerk saying, oh, well, these little hucksters and stuff are breeding them and mistreating them or stuff. Well, yes and no. It's too complex a situation to just say one way or the other. And I think that there could be something there that would be beneficial for the species and to make sure that tigers don't vanish from the face of the earth. So that's my take on it.
All right. Fair enough. Yeah, I have no context. Yeah. I just know that they looked weird, and apparently the
Oh,
memes
they
were
are. They're meth
fantastic.
heads.
Yeah.
They're meth heads and freaks.
And them I
you
know.
they're blowing up shit. So you're absolutely right about that. But on the other hand, also little places like this where people can actually go and pay money to, be with cubs and see lions and tigers up close raises awareness in the public about the plight of these animals. And I think that is valuable as well. So I think it's a very complex issue. And I don't think that just a knee-jerk condemnation of these people is appropriate.
All righty. Matt G for $2. Better episode, both Best of Both Worlds or Doomsday.
The Best of Both Worlds or Doomsday. Are you talking about the Doomsday Machine, or are you talking about what is Doomsday?
That must be the Doomsday Machine. That's what I'm guessing.
I mean, the better episode is the Doomsday Machine because it's perfect. Whereas Best of Both Worlds is a two-parter. The first part of Best of Both Worlds is as good as the Doomsday Machine. The second part isn't.
I
So
totally agree with that assessment. Yeah, Doomsday. I prefer the original series, and
me too.
Every distinction.
Me too.
I've never been a massive Picard fan. There's characters I like more on the show. I always thought Picard had kind of a stick up his ass.
He did, but he did, and I agree with you. I do, but I will say that after a really rough start in the first season, they kind of hit their stride in the middle and then fell back again. But I would say there are a handful of truly classic episodes that can absolutely rank with the best of the original series. And I do have respect for them. Picard himself is a kind of a stick in the mud character. Data was fabulous, and Data with Picard was the best.
Yeah,
I mean,
Data Geordi, Data Picard, Worf. I like Worf.
Worf is great.
Imagine if the original series didn't have the problems it did with the third season and got 7 seasons of proper original series Star Trek. That would have
it breaks my heart, man.
Oh.
It could have been great. It could have been so good.
And that was back in the days when you can do seasons of television standing on your head. I mean, they busted out episodes and because it was story driven.
It's a damn shame, but I don't know, Gary. I mean, at this point I have to worry that it was doomed no matter what, because Roddenberry's dictates made the third season stink.
Yep.
It was Roddenberry all the way. It wasn't Fred Freeberger. And if he had stayed, he would have still probably gotten rid of Gene L. Kuhn. And because he didn't like all the humor. But the humor was a vital component of Star Trek, and it made it feel warm and human and like family. And I just worry that, basically the Star Trek, the motion picture would have been Roddenberry's season 3 or 4 or 5, and it just would have died. Actually, it might have actually died forever. It might have just really, like a couple of seasons of that garbage might have really soured our memory of Star Trek. And there might not have been Wrath of Khan or stuff. So I think it unfolded as it should have. But you're right. I personally, I prefer the original series, but boy, oh boy, Measure of a Man, all of those. Yesterday's Enterprise is one of the best damn episodes of Star Trek ever made. Ever. My God.
It had definitely brilliant episodes, no doubt. But if I had a gun to my head and I had to choose which one I'd watch.
Absolutely. 100%.
Huron Steadfast gives us 10 Canadian dollars. No, just a donation. Thank you very much, Huron, and welcome. Welcome, everybody. Hope everybody's safe again. Matt G's here for $2, says, favorite Kubrick film. I was asked that last night. I will answer it quickly. Clockwork Orange. What's your favorite Kubrick film?
Oh man, that's tough. The nominees would be 2001, Clockwork Orange, and Doctor Strangelove. Shit. I think they're all genius. All of them genius. All of them indispensable. I'd have to say 2001 personally. I think that thing is absolutely magnificent. But I was talking to you just last week, I think, about Clockwork Orange. What a magnificent piece of art that is. Still remains shocking to this day, Gary. Think about that. How stunning, incredible that is. And that shot tight on Malcolm McDowell's eye, pulling back in that milk bar, which is just one of the most shocking fucking things I've ever seen to this day. Those naked women at the tables and the weird kind of 60s psychedelic writing on the walls. And I mean, it's just, whoa, it's weird, dude. Stellar, incredible. What a genius Kubrick was.
He was, and yeah, I mean, I love The Shining. That's my second favorite. 2001 was weird. I didn't see that until much later in my life. I didn't watch it until I was like, I think 16 or 17. I mean, I knew it was there. I always meant to get around to it. It was nothing. I knew it was like initially, kind of a precursor to the blockbuster, the summer blockbuster. And I just never got around to see it till much later in life. And then I appreciated it and just everything about it.
I don't know, man. I saw it.
Oh, I saw it before I saw 2010. That's right. I watched it before.
Well,
I saw
please,
2010.
Jesus, I would hope so. I mean, like maybe like 5-10 years ago, I saw it again in a theater on the big screen, like a revival. And I mean, I've always felt it was like a kind of a
you don't want my
film,
problems either, but
like an intellectual film. But I found myself incredibly moved by the Dawn of Man sequence, thinking about thinking about our ancestors, thinking about these proto-humans, like how terrifying it must have been, like huddling in the dark at night, every night when it gets dark, and hearing these growls and jaguars and predators outside. I mean, and I just felt such great compassion and sympathy for the human race, because we still have those fears inside of us. And I mean, I found the whole thing to be an incredibly warm and moving film, and just a spectacle that even with Star Wars is stirring. The use of the classical music, the tossing of the bone in the air that turns into the satellite around. I mean, it's fucking genius, dude. And I love Dr. Strangelove. It's satire is just sharp as hell to this day. Clockwork Orange is a tour de force in terms of a dystopian future that is hard to equal today, even with things like Handmaid's Tale or something. I mean, Clockwork Orange is wow.
I can't.
But
Handmaid's
it's
Tale.
just for me, and I'm sorry I'm going on about it, but for me, 2001 is just something that operates on a level of pure cinema. You know what I mean? It just, without a whole lot of words or plot or anything, it just says so fucking much to me. Anyway, sorry.
No, it's all right.
I know I'm yammering on. I don't know.
No, it was just that I saw it so late in life, and if I had seen it when I was like 10 and 11, when I was watching Star Wars and stuff, I probably would have appreciated it a lot more. I like it a lot, but
have you seen it lately? I bet you haven't seen it lately.
I saw it like 10 years ago. I think when it came out on.
Have you seen it on the big screen?
No, I haven't seen it in the theater. No.
You've never seen it in the theater?
No.
You need to see it in the theater.
If it plays at like the Castro, sometimes they bring it back.
You should definitely go. It opened my eyes in a way. I mean, I'd seen it on video. Seeing it in a fucking theater.
Seeing Kubrick in a theater is a whole different experience. Because I've seen Shining and I've seen Clockwork Orange. I've even seen Doctor Strangelove in a theater. So
and I have to say, AI AI is a vastly underrated film. You know, that Kubrick and Spielberg, you know, later like took over in something. Most people don't understand AI. I should do a review of AI because I think a lot of people have dismissed it, and a lot of people don't understand what AI really is. And I think it actually is a kind of a forgotten masterpiece. I really do.
Yeah, I hated it when I walked out of the theater.
I know,
Fucking
I
hated it.
know, I know. And a lot of people, one of my best friends originally years and years ago when it first came out, hated it.
Well,
And I think
Spielberg is scrounge. I'm sorry, he cannot. He tried. Hats off. He's no Kubrick though. He's Spielberg. He's no Kubrick. It had moments, but it just went on too long. It was freaking boring. There was moments. You know, I know it. It's like the whole Pinocchio thing, and but yeah, it was just. I think it was the It's just Spielberg to me just didn't work in that aspect.
I guess I have to do a review outlining my thoughts on this movie, because I think a lot of people, I've never really met anyone that saw it the way I saw it. I remember watching it on video, and I got about 3/4 of the way through it, and I was hating it. And then I just like, Jesus Christ. And I paused it, and I stood up and I paced around the room, and I realized what the fuck it really is. And it completely, passionately transformed my feeling about this film. I should do a review on it.
Yeah, maybe
nobody will watch it,
I
but
don't know.
fuck it. I should do it.
That'd be interesting. Let's see if you could change my mind. We'll see. But 200 Watt Studio for $2 says, all hail Doom's cock. I don't know if you heard that meme that came out of, well, I don't know if it's a meme. I don't want to go that far, but we were on Friday Night Tights. We were talking about you for something, and somebody misspoke. It was Az misspoke, and he said Doom's cock, and all of us got in the image of our mind of Doom's cock. What would Doom's cock look like? And we just freaking lost it. It's hard to explain now, but we laughed for about 5 minutes straight, and then within 5 minutes there was a Twitter account, so it follows you now. It's one of your minions, Doom's cock. And that was I can't believe how fast they created a picture and a Twitter account. And I mean, it was 5 minutes. It was boom. Which was great.
They were ready.
So, yeah, you had to be there. It was fucking hilarious. God damn, we lost our shit. And maybe it wasn't that funny, but at the time it was. And yeah, I just trying to picture in my head, okay, if Doom was a thing and he had a cock, what would it look like? Well, the guy figured it out. And it's just like this. You have to see it. You have to see it. I'll show it later, but we can't show it on this show, unfortunately. But it's funny. Look at.
Well, I already know what my cock looks like, and
there you go. He knows. Hey, Doomcock knows.
I'm the only guy that knows.
For real. Well, only guy.
Go ahead.
Only guy. Matt G for $5. Mr. Doomcock, bionic, nee. And I wondered if you were rollerblading, skating on ice. If you were if you ever rollerbladed / skated on ice. Matt G is asking.
Yes, I have roller skated, and I have ice skated. There used to be an ice skating rink in Austin, Texas at North Cross Mall way back when, and I skated on that. And I also remember that in college, or actually like senior year of high school, some of us, they wanted to go roller. So they had I can't believe I actually did this. It was insane. Around the UT campus, you could rent roller skates and then roller skate around the UT campus. And I guess there were, some girls that I liked there. So I went ahead, but it seems suicidal. It's, I don't know, probably another quantum reality. I cracked my skull clean open, but yeah, I was roller skating around the UT campus.
Awesome. I roller skated. It might have been the same situation. The roller rink when I was like 12 because there was girls there. I mean, I saw.
Oh yeah. I roller skated. I roller skated around a roller rink with girls in like junior high or high school. I don't even remember, wearing a Kiss t-shirt.
Yep.
Kiss. And I don't know if it was a subliminal suggestion or, just, I want to rock and roll, Kiss
It might
Army,
have been.
man. Kiss is awesome.
Fuck yeah, Kiss was awesome. That was my first concert. I was 9. Dynasty Tour, terrible album,
Yeah.
awful album. They were wearing feather boas. It was their disco stage. There was a couple of good songs on that album, but
is that where Beth came from?
Beth was before that.
Okay.
No, this is I Was Made for Loving You and Charisma. Those are the 2 big songs off that album. Kiss Dynasty. That's right before they about 2 years before they took off their makeup.
I Was Made for Loving You is a good song.
Yeah, that was like their one hit. I think that was
Right.
their one like legit hit, and it came off that. I like that song. Now I hate
I Want to Rock and Roll All Night was a huge hit.
Was it a radio hit? I don't think it charted.
Was it
hit.
not? I can't
don't think
imagine.
It was a charted hit. I can't remember. It was a long time ago. Correct me if I'm wrong in
Holy
the chat.
shit.
I always thought I Was Made for Loving You was like their biggest charting hit. Like Beth
was huge.
was huge too, but I don't know.
Although they couldn't sing it at the concerts because they get booed off the stage.
Yeah, and they back then I didn't realize it because I was a kid liking them, but they weren't taken seriously by like the Zeppelin fans, and they were kind of looked at as they fell out of favor because they got so popular with the kids. But
dude, they're badass.
I love them. Yeah.
Their claim to fame, their major claim to fame was that they were on a holiday special with Paul Lynde.
Paul Lynde.
Remember? Have you ever seen that?
Oh, I don't think I've seen the holiday special, but I saw Kiss Meets the Phantasm. So
No. Phantom of the Kiss Meets the Phantom of the Park, or what was
I thought it was Kiss Meets the not Phantasm. Was it Kiss Meets the Phantom? Right? It was just Kiss Me Here.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, it was like it set in an amusement park, wasn't it?
It was in an amusement park, and I remember seeing it and like going.
But it wasn't
crazy.
Phantasm. It's like
No, it
not a
wasn't
flying
no, it was Phantom
silver
of the Park.
spear embedded itself in
Phantom of the
Gene
Park.
Simmons' head.
When it came out, it wasn't Phantom of the Park though. I'm telling you, it was.
No, I don't think it was.
I
I
thought
can't
it was
remember
Kiss
what
Meet
it was.
the Phantom.
It was Phantom something. It was Kiss Me the Phantom.
But shit, I've slept since then, and I was 8 years old when that came out. So, all right, so here we go. Common Sense America for $9.99. Hey Gary, would you love it? Would love it if you and Doomcock would be guests on our live stream next Saturday, where we rip the season of Picard a new one, and that's the Common Sense America for $9.99. I'll consider it. I got to see what my schedule looks like. What time are you going to be on? Go ahead and email me. I don't want to speak for you, but I don't know what your Saturdays look like.
Saturdays are generally bad for me because I'm totally wiped out. I generally, thanks for sending people over, by the way, Gary. I really appreciated it the other night. It was, yeah, man, I do generally like 7 or 8 hours on Friday nights. So Saturdays, I generally am in a comatose state, so I don't generally do shit on Saturdays.
No, Friday night, Friday's draining, dude. It is tough, and sometimes it's even tough to get going for this, depending on how long we go. But fuck, man, this week has been weird. It's just been weird.
Oh man,
and. So did you hear the news? Okay, so I'm not doing videos on this crap anymore. So I'm just going to talk about it live stream. So I heard today from our insider. Again, listen, I take everything with a grain of salt. It's just a rumor, folks. I don't know. I am in my house, but Star Trek Discovery really is done. Like season 3 is it. They broke down the set. So unless they're moving studios, which I guess, I don't know. Have you ever heard that happening before? Maybe it happens, but
yeah, I don't know. But I've heard the same thing.
Yeah.
And I can't fucking believe that they even did season 3. So, but we've been down this road so many times that I don't know what.
Yeah, and we're gonna get more Star Trek Picard. We're getting it. It's coming.
Why? Why are you sure?
How they have this is the only thing they have. This is they got nothing. I mean, Viacom CBS has dick, and apparently we're getting more. Now, I don't know. I don't think we're getting more Star Trek. I think Star Trek Picard, again, this is my speculation. I don't think I'm far off on this one. I think they saw that Star Trek Picard, at least the first couple episodes, was a massive success for them compared to Star Trek Discovery. Remember, what CBS's statement has been is Star Trek Picard is the most watched original program on their streaming service. Now, why would you say original? Why would you not just say program? Because MASH gets watched by more people, probably. We've talked about this before.
I think Perry Mason gets watched more, you know?
But, Midnight Edge came out with a video today, and I've heard the same thing from my source that I know. And he's been saying this all along, month after month, day after day. As a matter of fact, the only information he's given me this year that's worth talking about is we will be getting Star Trek Picard season 2 and season 3 if Patrick Stewart is up for it. It's all up to him. He could put the kibosh on it if he wants, but it's all up to him. And I don't know who wants it. But I think CBS is just desperate right now. I think they need this shit. What else do they have? Clarice isn't going to do shit. Nobody's going to watch that shit.
Well, my feeling is that times have changed.
Yep.
And I think that's the old paradigm. I mean, look at their stock prices in the toilet. They're having deep financial trouble, and they can no longer afford to fuck around with garbage like Picard. They need shit that is going to pay off. And just because it's like the only thing they have, it's a fucking loser, and it's losing them money. And there's no fans for it. No one gives a shit. It fucking stinks. And if CBS wants to go ahead and keep going down this path, go for it, motherfuckers. But you're going to pay. You're going to pay and pay and pay. You wouldn't be in the fucking toilet now if you had laid down the groundwork for Star Trek. If you had laid down a Star Trek that fans could get behind, where you still had merchandising, you still had the future so bright you had to wear shades. Now it's just nothing but shade. Nothing but shade. It's just darkness and death and fucking despair. And you bought this, motherfuckers. You bought this. And you think you're going to do Star Trek Picard season 2? I want to see it. I want to see it. You go ahead and do that and flush some more money down the toilet and see what your fucking investors think about that. Let's just see it. I'm waiting. Go ahead.
I'm curious to see who the showrunner is going to be. They hired, I might be mispronouncing his last name, but it's Mark Bernard, the guy who co-hosts that podcast with Kevin Smith. He's a producer. So he could be just a yes guy. He seems like a nice guy, a knowledgeable guy. I got nothing bad to say about him. But I mean, there's you know what? There's probably talented people working on the show, but unfortunately the guy running it's not, and that affects everything. And sure, make a season 2 where it's a giant guilt trip. We're gonna experience more white guilt as Picard the Synth experiences synth racism. I mean, I just can't wait to see it. It's going to be so joyful and inspiring, just like season 1 of Picard was, where within the first minute, there's something that could be construed as racist. And the not so subtle messaging, I might have talked to you about this before, but in the very first episode, when Soji is with the alien that was from the planet that can recrystallize dilithium, back in the Star Trek Discovery days, the one who was the Predator, who could disappear, was in that Tilly short trek.
Well, you said Tilly, yeah.
I forgot what the alien race was called. But but he's played by a black guy, and he's going to a replicator, and he goes, vanilla, your replicator is he goes, vanilla, figures, your replicator is tragic. And it's like little shit like that that's all over the show. All over.
Yeah.
Again,
it is.
By itself, in a vacuum. Don't mind. Don't care. I don't really care now. It's just, it's everywhere in this show, and it's so try hard. And it's the only thing that makes that show go is the really poorly executed woke agenda, which is, horrifically poorly executed to where they end up being unintentionally racist, which is funny. And I pointed out in my review, it's like Rios with the soccer ball, dude. Rios with the soccer ball at the end.
Right.
Soccer ball.
Right.
a
He's
soccer.
Latin. Get it?
Yeah, the Latins like soccer. Really? I
Yes.
mean, oh, God, it's so
Yes.
bad. And
Yes. Shouldn't they have had his Irish butler eating a potato? I'm eating a
why not?
potato. And he should have had like a shamrock taped to his lapel. He should have one of those upside down pipes, you know. I mean, why not? Why not? And then they had to have the engineer basically mocking Mr. Scott. It's like, hey,
I know.
Captain, yeah, I don't know what I'm going to do with the engines. It's just fucking.
No, and then the pilot, they made him look like all lazy and everything. I'm like, oh, it's bad. It's really bad, folks.
Yes.
But you know what? They get a hard pass because they practiced. Well, and a lot of people didn't watch it, is my guess. There are ways you can guess. If you take the time to look around and extrapolate and measure up against. So we know what the ratings were in Canada. So all you have to do is find a show in Canada that aired in America that gets the same rating, that had the same ratings. And all you have to do is look at that. And then you have to pretty much figure out what it would be behind a paywall. So take off 30, 40%. There's a way to figure it out. Roughly Star Trek Picard was getting probably watched by about 500,000 people.
I would think that probably.
About 500,000 people. Pretty much, that's or 500,000 times. And that makes sense. If you look at it as a YouTube channel, you get average views based on subscribers. It's a percentage. It's pretty easy to figure out. So I know it was, my friend told me that it was a lot more popular in Star Trek Discovery. I mean, a lot. It made it look bad. And I mentioned that in a video, and I'm sure you did too. I'm saying, this could be bad for Star Trek Discovery. And it turns out it was, I guess. We'll see. We'll find out.
But I tell you what, 500,000 people doesn't cut it.
No, God,
with
no.
that budget, even with the shitty, cheap IKEA office furniture that they used for chairs and platforms and shit on the ship. I mean, it just doesn't cut it, because Sir Pat Stew's salary gobbles up way more than that. You people, you just keep making it.
Working in LA gobbles it up. They got like we talked about, they got a $20 million tax rebate coming for season 2, which I'm going to campaign against. I'm going to campaign against any tax rebate for Hollywood right now.
I agree 1,000%.
I mean, give the people a tax rebate, dump that money in the economy, and then, make the show here for the full pop. And again, you could afford it. Yeah, their stock but this is still a company. Hopefully it's got cash reserves. Then what are we supporting? If this big old company that broadcasts one of the biggest news networks doesn't have giant cash reserves, then what are we doing here? I mean, like, what is that? Is that even a business anymore? So,
it's pathetic.
It is. In the words of Dr. Ford, you can't play God without being acquainted with Doomcock, says Zabe Denton for $5.
Amen.
I don't remember him saying that, but I agree.
Absolutely.
The Brown Guy for $6.99 Canadian. Hail, Gary in DC. Did you catch Midnight's Edge video about Klutzman and this 5-year plan? If it was true, I find it quite depressing. Yeah, I did. And that's what yes, I can back up a little bit. I don't know what they were talking about. Other shows I know there was other shows planned that they were talking about a Pike series. But they talked about Discovery ending. The only thing I know is we're going to get another Picard series. Now, a Captain Pike series, I could see them greenlighting that. I could. Absolutely.
It's going to stink.
Yeah, but
it's going to stink. Nothing they've done is any good. Pike sucked. Number 1 sucked. All of them sucked. They could have been good with good writers, but the fact is, you assholes can't write your way out of a paper bag. You just can't. It's the worst writing I've ever seen. coming out of Hollywood, and that's saying a lot. So, hey, keep at it. Go for it. Yay, Kurtzman. Go Kurtzman. Bring us some more. I'll be happy to address it.
Yeah, as long as it's secret hideouts involved, it will not be good. So they
Nope.
can make a bunch of crappy Star Trek, and I mean, it doesn't hurt me at all.
And go right down the giddy road to ruin. Go for it. And eventually your stockholders are going to say, what the fuck is going on? Have at it. Go for it.
And we will see how long this thing goes. And if it doesn't go that long, then yeah, I can see them rallying and going ahead and do all that stuff. And yay, we've got content forever. But I don't see it lasting that long. They're already going to absorb CBS All Access into some other streaming service, but that's going to be years off, honestly. I mean, you got to create that streaming service. And I mean, I don't know if it was already in the works or not. I have no idea, and I don't care. But you also have to consider that genre overall as being the top dog, and the CBS was late to the game on this one. Star Trek should have been resurrected years ago, and probably with, the whole JJ thing, and they went the wrong route. They just went the wrong route. When I saw that 2009 movie, and I enjoyed it at the time, I knew it wouldn't last. I'm like, this is Star Trek. It's not meant to be blockbuster movies. It's supposed to be episodic television. That's where it belongs for a lot of reasons. And they're never going to get that cast very long. And look what happened. They got 3 movies. They barely got 3 movies out of it. They're not going to, dude, if Star Trek 4 is not coming out. It's flat out not coming out.
No.
Just never coming out. I don't care what news reports you see or what, it will not come out. Noah Hawley, I'd have been excited about that, but again, it looks like secret hideouts involved. So no thanks.
No.
And it's too bad. And you could just not count it, I guess, because it fucking Star Trek Picard. Star Trek Picard does damage to Star Trek, and I just don't take it seriously. Like Doctor Who, I took seriously because it's the BBC. It's the people who've been airing it forever. CBS Star Trek is, it's a joke. It's a joke. It's still terrible though.
Well, I take it serious. I
do. I mean, I get mad, but I just, for some reason, there's something in my head that doesn't count it, like refuses to count it.
Yes, absolutely.
So, the brown guy sends a unicorn, a unicorn. Thank you for the $1.49. The Phantom Menace Night. I'm gonna guess that's the Phantom Menace Night for $4.99. It's my birthday tomorrow. Wasn't planning on spending it alone. Oh, well, happy birthday, the Phantom Menace Night.
Happy birthday.
Yeah. How old are you? You want to tell us in the chat? Happy birthday.
I'm only 2.5 years old.
Oh, well, thank God that Copa thing is here then. But yeah, the 5-year plan is depressing. It is. I mean, it's fucking depressing because I think there was people holding out hope, including myself, that they would turn it around or we get another sort of reboot. And I came to that realization last year. It's like, no, this is it. Like, this is all the Star Trek we're getting. It's not, the only hope we can have is Kurtzman completely backs off and somebody with some creative balls comes in and makes something good. That's not going to happen. Kurtzman won't allow it to happen. And we're going to get stuck with bad Star Trek, and it gets rebooted again in 10 years. And who knows if that's going to be good. Doomcock, it's depressing. There's no toys coming.
Infuriating. Yep. It's infuriating. I'm not depressed anymore. I'm just like, bring it on, bitch. Bring it on. Okay. Okay, fine. You want to do that? Great. We'll go ahead and talk about it.
How do you have Star Trek with no toys? They've
made that miracle happen. That is what Kurtzman has wrought. A Star Trek with no merchandising. A Star Trek where their own marketing department is looking in horror at what they've done and saying, tell me, please God, tell me this is before the reshoots. And it's not. So, you know what? You people deserve exactly what you're getting. You people deserve exactly what you're getting. All of you at CBS Viacom, you people, you're just shitting on fans. You're shitting on fans. I've tried to tell you. I've been out in the wilderness like John the Baptist of geekdom, in my loincloth, eating locusts and wild honey, yelling out here. You won't listen. You will not listen. I have led you to the like Moses. I have led you to the promised land. I've said, you get Ron Moore out there. You get Ira, Bear out there. You get some people that know Star Trek and love Star Trek. You fucking get me on there. I've said it before. I'll say it again. You hire me to read these fucking scripts and give you feedback. I'll give you feedback. I'll give you feedback way before you air the damn thing. But they don't listen. They do not listen. In their arrogance, they don't listen. And I don't know why it's okay with their shareholders that they don't listen. I don't understand. I think aren't they for profit? Aren't they for profit? Why is it
last time I checked,
still doing shit?
It doesn't seem that way though, does it?
No, it doesn't. And I don't get it, because demonstrated chronic incompetence in terms of Star Trek, in terms of just writing. This shit is substandard by any fucking metric. And you know what? This is good with you. You fucking go for it. You go for it. But I remember what Star Trek was, and it matters to me. And no matter what, we're gonna keep on like critiquing it, keep on pointing out why it stinks, and that's that.
Oh,
what are you reacting in
God, to? Sorry, no. I didn't realize how much the Viacom CBS stock dropped.
Oh, yes, it has dropped almost 70%, if not more, from the last time I reported. I was talking about this. It has gone from January, before this event, it has plunged like 70%.
Yeah.
So
like its peak was in right around March of 2017. Isn't that when, well, that was leading up to Star Trek Discovery, right? Star Trek Discovery came out in 2017, later that year.
Yes.
Right. And
2017. Yeah.
Yeah. And it peaked in March of 2017, $68 a share, folks. It's at $12.43. And
yep.
It started going down prior yes. to the thing that shall not be named.
Yes.
Oh my God, dude. And that was right around when they got back together with Viacom, right? Isn't that right when they?
Yes, absolutely. Okay. It is. It is. I mean, I've talked about this before, and I've tweeted about it. And the simple fact of the matter is, you can almost see a correlation, can't you, between Star Trek and their fortunes, because it's the crown jewel in their crown. It's one of the most. It's like the bellwether of their health. And I mean, it is down in the toilet. And I've heard lots of things about this, and I've got a video coming out about it. But I got to say that that is why, Gary. That's why I'm saying there's not going to be any fucking Star Trek Picard season 2, because they cannot afford this level of failure and incompetence anymore. So whatever it was a month ago, it ain't now. That's my opinion, my prediction. Look, unless Star Trek Picard, unless you're saying Star Trek Picard is actually a financial success and they made profit off of it, I don't think that's the case. If it's the case, maybe they will. But I can't afford any more of this flushing money down the toilet anymore, in my opinion.
Unless they get bought out. I don't know. I mean, like that's bad. And I don't know how they recover from this. I don't know what it does to I know people were saying that this could do something to the merger, but I mean, I haven't read a single thing that the merger is not happening yet. I haven't seen anything publicly.
The situation about the merger is this.
Yep.
From my understanding, is that normally the merger would be done. The merger would be off, because you've got to be profitable in a merger like that. I mean, it's like a rule. So they would have to be separated again. But the normal rules have been suspended due to this emergency. So they are on very thin ice, but that kind of precipitous action is not, according to my understanding, going to take place yet. So, but even so, this is catastrophic. Okay. And you cannot blame this on the, market events of, what's going on. I don't want to say, obviously, what it is, but
Yeah.
the name that shall not be named, the hate that dare not speak its name. But this is bad, dude. This is like catastrophic.
Yeah. Well, okay. So I mean, listen, I'm just looking at the access media and the mainstream media, who I don't trust at all. But like, nobody's saying. They said it closed on the 4th of December, like the merger was official. So
Right. Yeah.
I don't know if it splits again. I guess the only thing that would be now, I mean, it's worthless. It's junk. I mean,
Well, I'm telling you, from my understanding of what the regulations are and everything, the merger could only have moved forward in the event it's stipulated that they still remain profitable.
yeah.
And if they dip below profit, if the stock does
Yeah,
like what it's doing,
but I mean, is it for a period of time? I mean, because once the merger's done, it's done.
well, the thing is that's suspended right now. Like it would have met the metric for being undone, but it's not being undone because of what the situation is globally.
I understand that, but so that's past the merger officially closing. Because I'm just trying to understand this.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
the
it
merger
has to
officially
stay.
closed, but
It
there
has
has to be a certain. There's like a grace period after.
Yeah.
that.
Okay. You have to stay profitable. Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't understand what you were saying. And
So,
I'm not a stock market guy. I don't know a lot about the market, but this is what I've been informed by my sources. And I generally don't do a lot of reporting on financial matters because I don't want to. I'm not an expert. I have to rely too much on what other people tell me. So this is just what I was told. So at this point, the merger is secure, to my understanding, because of the global situation, but it might not be so damn secure if it weren't
merger or a part. It's trash right now. So somebody could swoop in and take it and get Star Trek. And it can't be don't look at NBC or Disney. That won't be them. It's going to be Amazon. I don't think Netflix would even touch it. Amazon or Apple. And Apple's probably looking at Disney right now. But no company's doing anything right now because everything's kind of frozen. And Apple, I don't know what kind of cash reserves Amazon has. Apple has massive cash reserves, and they have a shitty streaming service that nobody's watching. Now, listen, I know somebody's going to pipe in the chat, but I love this. I know. I'm sure you did. I don't mean any offense to that you loved that show that was on that streaming service that nobody watched. But it was DOA. That thing was DOA. And they need something. And, if Disney's right there, you take Disney over CBS, because what does CBS have? I mean,
Nothing at this point.
And it shows. It shows there. And yeah, I think
Damaged
Star Trek
good
did affect their stock. Absolutely. I think that played into it. Absolutely. There's no doubt.
I do too. And I mean, Star Wars maybe could be revived. I mean, Disney has a ton of intellectual property, just wonderful intellectual property. Some of the best in the world.
Know what to do with.
They don't know, but Apple might.
Apple might. Oh yeah, no. CBS is run by a bunch of clowns. I mean, like straight up clowns. They are old school, old guard, dinosaur legacy clowns, and they give stuff to like Alex Kurtzman because he looks like a young hip kid to these clowns who run this clownish network.
He does.
Yeah.
You're right. He looks like a young hip kid, and the guy fucking is gray haired. I mean, that's what it looks like to them. That's crazy.
This guy is a
fucking proven failure. That he's like the fucking kiss of death to everything he touches, like Spider-Man, like the dark. Like, ask Universal about their fucking dark universe of reviving monster movies. Ask them about Kurtzman, for God's sakes. Look, I think Sherry Redstone is really smart. I do. But I think she's locked into this shit because of stuff that Les Moonves did a long time ago. I'm not going to disparage her. I think she's smart. I think they're trying to unfuck this thing, but I think
she's moving ahead according to Midnight's Edge. They're moving ahead with this stuff. Now,
I think if they are, they're contractually obligated.
They must be
in some way.
They must be
because I can't believe she would do that. She's smart. I can't believe she'd do that.
Well, you know what? There's a lot of people who are smart in aspects of their life. But when it comes to fandom and geekdom, I think you and I have laid out a pretty good case that these guys don't know what the fuck they're doing. Like, just flat out don't
Yeah.
understand fandom, don't understand genre. They've destroyed so much of it. Sure, we've had a couple of successes, but overall, it's been disastrous.
Yeah.
The MCU has been the best thing out of it. Period. Fine. Okay, you got MCU.
Yeah.
We've got 20 plus movies. Let's be generous. 10 of them are good. The other ones are mediocre to a couple bad ones, which is still great. That is fantastic
It's pretty good,
for Hollywood.
yeah,
That is
I think
fucking great.
you're
But
right.
it's done. Like the MCU, like its better days are way behind it. And,
Oh yeah.
like I said before, genre might not even be a thing. It's expensive. Superhero movies are expensive. And look what's happening to the movie star. The movie star is dead and gone. Like the Hollywood culture is moving on. Like we're seeing it's very 21st century. I've said this before. We're seeing 20th century institutions fall by the wayside. Sports, they're still popular, but they just don't feel as prominent as they used to be because there's so much more out there now. There's so much more competition. So if you're going to make a Star Trek, it needs to be an extraordinary Star Trek and an extraordinary Star Wars. You can't just fucking lay out some mediocre shit and expect it to get any kind of return anymore. When, quite frankly, The Witcher right now is better than Star Wars and Star Trek and Doctor Who combined. The Witcher TV show on Netflix, which wasn't even perfect.
It is.
It's, yeah.
But I enjoyed it immensely,
Yeah.
and I didn't feel. In fact, it did what sci-fi used to do to me, which is you love it, and because it has so much goodwill, you allow yourself a certain latitude. You allow yourself a certain degree of hypnosis, and overlook the flaws. That's what I did with The Witcher. I just overlooked the flaws, and I just said, I don't want to think about that. I'm having too much fun. And that's what we call goodwill. That's what we call treating your fan base with respect. I mean, let's face it. The way to Eden and Spock's brain sucked. But I tell you what, they're a fuck of a lot better than anything that Kurtzman has done. And so, you tend to overlook that because you've got a body of goodwill. There was no goodwill on Star Trek Discovery. There has not been a single good episode of Star Trek Discovery or Star Trek Picard. Not one fucking instance. And I bend over backwards, Gary. I bend over backwards to try to acknowledge when they do a good job. That party balloon episode of Wokeman, I just flat out said I enjoyed it. I liked it. I didn't tear it apart. I genuinely liked it. Episode 2 of Westworld this season, I came out and said, I like this. I think this is pretty good. So I will tell the truth. There's not one fucking episode of Star Trek Discovery that was acceptable. And you talk about mediocrity. Star Trek Discovery has never risen to the level of mediocrity. Star Trek Picard has never risen to the level of mediocrity. None of them.
Now, Star Trek Picard wasn't as bad as Star Trek Discovery. It's the nicest thing I can say in the first 3 episodes, probably because of Zhaban and Laris, because I like both of those actors. And the moment with Riker at the end, but that's the only thing I could take away from. And I like Doug Jones. I'm sorry Doug Jones is in a very shitty TV show. I love him as an actor, and I think he's a good human being. And I think he belongs in Star Trek, and I'd love to see him in some good Star Trek someday. Someday he deserves that.
Too late. Too late.
But
they better change his voice and everything, because I'll just see Saru, and that's fucking dead to me. Sorry. No.
Forgive Doug. I forgive.
I don't forgive anybody. Nah, fuck that. You took money. You took money. It's like a contract hit. You took the money, you got to do the time. Sorry. Even if you didn't finish the hit, even if you meant well, even if you thought it was Hitler's brain in a jar, you took the hit. You're going down.
Yeah, I mean, I don't hold it against
I don't
actors
give
as
a
much.
shit about it. He's not that fucking great. I don't care.
Yeah, I've met him a couple times. He's a good dude.
Well, I've never met him, so I don't know. Maybe I'd feel differently, but I got to say, I don't know. You'd have to look at me in the eye and say, I know Star Trek Discovery sucks, then I'd forgive him.
Well, I
But he's
think
got to
some of them do
confess.
know.
Confess.
Some of them do know. Like told you, I had a fucking actor pull me aside at Star Trek Las Vegas.
Confess.
Yes, confess.
On the Inquisition,
Yeah,
confess
when it comes
if
to
you want
crew
mercy from
members,
Doomcock.
and there's a lot of people who sign contracts that, like, hey, it's just a fucking job to them. It's not like they set out to destroy fucking Star Trek. Alex Kurtzman set out to destroy Star Trek. Kathleen Kennedy set out to destroy Star Trek. Star Wars. Rianne Johnson set out to destroy Luke Skywalker. Those people, fuck them. Fuck them. Jagerbomb for $5. Pardon me for my 40K addiction. But what would, man, I got a bunch of 40K super chats yesterday. I'm like, I don't know what you guys are talking about. I mean, you might as well be talking Chinese, speaking Chinese, talking Chinese, speaking Chinese. But what would it take to get you two to do a review? Arstes, I don't even know if I'm, Astartes and Hell's Reach are light years above, are light years better than Star Trek Discovery and Star Trek Picard. Well, I believe you, Jagerbomb. I absolutely believe you. I don't know, the butter commercial I just watched is light years better than Star Trek Discovery and Star Trek Picard. I can't believe it's
I've
not
had
butter.
hangnails digging into my flesh that I liked better than Star Trek Discovery.
Yes. Yeah. I've had bouts of the flu that I've liked better than Star Trek Discovery.
That's true, because the flu passes without lasting damage.
It does.
I've had diarrhea that I was more fond of in retrospect, because at least it was cleaning me out. You know what I mean?
It reminds me of one of Melissa's clients came into her shop. She missed an appointment. She comes in and she goes, "Oh, I've lost a few pounds. I had the most wonderful flu."
Exactly. I mean, there are some good effects from even woes like this.
Yes,
but not Star Trek Discovery. No.
I don't know. I don't want to speak for you. I have a lot on my list, Jagerbomb, and I don't know anything about 40K. I love that you guys love it. I appreciate the love. I'll go peek at it. So many people brought it up. I'll go peek at it. It's a fan film or something? What is it?
No, what Warhammer 40K is a game.
Yeah, I know that. I know what it is.
That's
But
Hallowed past, and then also there are fan fiction and these fan films, these animated fan films that are quite good in that universe.
That's what he's talking about. Astartes.
Right.
It's a fan.
Right.
Film.
Exactly.
Okay, gotcha.
Exactly. And I've seen them. I mean, I've seen like trailers. I don't think I've seen the whole thing. And they're quite skilled. They are. But again, we can't just do reviews about anything, because will there be viewership? And then the algorithm gets it in its head. Well, you did videos that aren't bringing in views, and then suddenly it starts not recommending you, and it's just a fucking cascade failure. I just wish that would stop. One of the things I like about Twitter is it's democratic. It really is. They're not like saying which tweets get out and which tweets don't get out.
They are. God, yes,
Huh?
they are. Oh, yes, they are.
How?
They curate tweets. Oh my God, yes.
Well, they either straight out ban them, but I mean, all my followers see my tweets.
They suppress tweets. Oh my God, yes. When they get super political, if they get on the wrong side. I mean, if you're
I guess I don't really do political.
Yeah, but
I don't know. I've not experienced it.
Yeah, I haven't either, but I know it exists. I know people have been shadow banned on Twitter and for their political beliefs and stuff. I freaking hate Twitter though.
Well, that sucks.
Dude, it's nasty. At least on YouTube, you can make an argument, like we get to talk, we get to have a conversation, we get to talk to the people in the chat. Twitter's like snipe. I like talking to you guys and you. I like reading your tweets. That's great, but everything else is, my lord. Culture Casino for $1.49 gives us a unicorn. Thank you, Culture Casino. And I checked out your channel, man. Good job, dude.
Culture Casino.
Doomscock is here and he gives us a banana. Doomcock, a banana. I wonder what he means by that.
I have no idea.
Me neither. It's completely lost on me, Doomscock. I love your avatar there. It's so fucking funny. Oh my god. As far as reviews on YouTube, they do work sometimes, but you have to do like the in-depth. I mean, it depends. Unless if you're Red Letter Media, you can sit in front of a red curtain and talk, and you'll get recommended on every video, and that's good.
Yeah.
People like them, but for
It's
Christ's
fucking
sake,
ridiculous, dude. I'm glad you tweeted that out the other. That was ridiculous. Come on,
yeah,
what the fuck is the problem?
man? Like I used to get a mix, and I like the guys. I'm not saying I don't like them. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying YouTube is obviously left it on autopilot for them.
Yes.
And you know what? Throw in a Doomcock video, throw in a Critical Drinker video, or a Mauler video, or a Sporking News podcast. Could you mix it up? I mean, I subscribe to a lot of other people, a lot. And listen, I try to subscribe to every channel in the Fandom Menace I know about, and outside the Fandom Menace. People have shouted the channel out. I try to watch as much as possible. I love YouTube. I love. I was watching author Stephen Walton's live stream the other day. I love live streams. Love them. That's my big distraction. That's the thing that causes delays on videos and stuff. But yeah, YouTube. I mean, but when it comes to reviews, it does work. I mean, like, but you have to like get into the breakdown ones, and they take that's 2 weeks of work, which is good. I mean, like, now we have the time. We kind of don't have any excuses, but that's they have better legs as far as like you do a news video and it's got 72 hours. 72 hours, and then it gets trickle views after that. You do a proper review video of something that, and the key is here, and this is what Doomcock was talking about. It's got to be something people are watching and interested in. Can't be some niche thing. Then people will watch it months down the road. And like my Terminator video still gets views, so much so that it got hit with a copyright strike 3 days ago. The thing's been out for 6 months, and it got hit with a copyright strike. And there's not much you can do about. Well, I'm going to fight it, but that's the new scam you got to watch out for. Is they'll let your video sit around for a while, and then they hit you with a copyright strike so you don't notice it because it's way in your backlog. And that's the kind of video that still gets like 1,000, 2,000 views a week. It's pennies, but you still got to fight it. If you don't fight it, then they'll continue to do it. So problem is you risk your channel. That's all. But the thing is they have to take you to court. That's the thing. So, I mean, they have to take you to court in like 10 days. T-shirted historian, but I don't know. Like, I'm going to do more reviews, but I don't know about I looked at it. It looks really cool. I took a peek at it. It looks cool. It does. I'm not going to lie. Frack this week's episode of Westworld. This episode should have been called Screw You All. Yul Brynner is dying again. I hate the show now. T-shirted historian for $5. Were you giving it a chance, T? And that's okay if you were giving it a chance. I don't know. It's kind of a curse, Doomcock, our power of cutting through the bullshit early. On these shows.
People get on me. People, say, "Oh, you're just a hater" or anything, and then a year later they're like, "You were right." And it's like, I see it immediately. I don't fuck around. And telling the truth, it hurts you sometimes. It hurts you sometimes. The truth of the matter is, most things suck these days, and I'm sorry. That's not my problem. That's not my fault. I'm not making it up. I'm not a hater. I am very well acquainted with greatness. I remember what great cinema is like. I remember what great television is like, and I'm not willing to cheapen my life to just accept and go along and get along to, go along and all this shit. I want it. I want it to be good. I feel like we deserve good entertainment. And I feel like our culture is impacted when we lower our standards, when we get stupider, when we get more complacent. I think it matters. I think it really does matter, especially to a republic, a democracy, however you want to characterize us. I think you've got to have critical thinking. I think you've got to have taste. I think you've got to care about art. because art is the soul of a civilization. I mean, we've got, money, we've got politics, we've got, science and everything, but art is kind of the beating heart of a civilization. And when you let that go the way of propaganda, it leads to totalitarianism and other unpleasant outcomes. And that's what we're fighting against. Sometimes it feels like that's what I'm fighting against, what you're fighting against, because that's why they're fighting back so hard.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's these forces of oppression. It's straight up oppression. It's not. I mean, these people are not profiting off this garbage. They're losing money. What the fuck is their agenda? I think their agenda is to punish, to oppress, to bring about a social change that's ugly and stupid.
I totally agree. That's what we absolutely are fighting, and now you're seeing some of the results of it. We're fighting for these stories. There's a much bigger picture here that we generally don't talk about because we don't get political, but this is it is important. Everything Doomcock just said, political correctness is social tyranny. It's a way of editing a society. It's a way of controlling you. It's a way of undoing what came before. Our entire society, the free market. Listen, I just said, I wasn't joking. Words like meritocracy in large portions of this country now are considered patriarchal, oppressive.
So women don't have merit?
And it's not just with women. It's with marginalized people. It's inventing. Listen. It's inventing groups and pitting them against that don't exist. Now, I'm not saying marginalized people don't exist. I think, yes, America is not perfect. I'm not here to fix that. That's not what I'm even talking about. I'm talking about individuals and entertainment and the message that they're pushing right now, which is everything that became, I'm going to just break it down. Everything that came before is corrupt and bad. So therefore, it should all be thrown away and torn down so we can build this new society of participation trophies, basically. Merit is bad. It's not fair. Merit is racist.
Merit. Sorry, I'm. Go ahead.
No, that's what it is. That's what they're trying to push.
Merit is bad.
Yeah.
Merit is bad for fucking sub-talented pieces of shit. Merit is bad for people with no skill, no knowledge, or no goddamn ability. Merit is bad for mediocre fucks. That's what it is. That's what it is. That's what these people are. Little pod people, little soulless goddamn ciphers, little hive minders. They don't like individuals. They don't like people that stand out and stand up and speak their mind eloquently and passionately. They don't like passion. They don't like sex. They don't like men and women being attracted to each other. They don't like ideas being shared freely on networks. They don't like anything. Fuck them. That is what I am standing up against. Yeah. And that is what I'm going to stand up against until the day I fucking die.
Star Trek is being written by a guy who probably finds David Chappelle genuinely offensive. I can't even talk to somebody like that. I mean, I much less, think about it. Star Trek, you're supposed to be a pretty well-rounded person, man or woman, well-rounded person. You should also, as a writer, it's my belief, you should be equal parts funny. You should be able to make people laugh, cry. Somebody at the top of their game. Somebody writing Star Trek, somebody running Star Trek and Star Wars and Doctor Who needs to be that person, needs to be at the top of their fucking game. They should be versatile as a writer. They should be able to write everything. And then on top of that, be a great science fiction writer, which is a whole different layer. But I generally, I judge a person on their humor. I don't like to judge people, but it's a very easy way to figure out like how much you can talk about this in front of somebody or how much you can trust them. And trust is an important thing. But Alex Kurtzman, I doubt the guy even laughs very much. Much less at George Carlin or something like that. This is a humorless guy writing a shitty show.
Well, I gotta say that the thing that these scumbags hate the most is humor. That's why they can't stand me, is because I eviscerate them on the altar of satire. I attack them with wit. And the reason why these SJWs do not like humor is because they can't do it. They don't have the intelligence, they don't have the wit, and they don't have the je ne sais quoi that is required to link intelligence and wit and produce humor. They simply can't do it, and they have no defense for it. It makes them angry. Mockery, the court jester, the person that the satirist, the humorist, somebody like Chappelle, somebody like Eddie Murphy way back in the day, Richard Pryor. These people are anathema to those people because they cannot stand to be mocked. And that's probably why they hate me so much. I wear it like a badge of honor. I don't care.
Oh yeah. Well, I also think mockery is the best way to savage them.
Absolutely. Deflate their pomposity and their bullshit, their sanctimony. Just mockery is the best weapon that we have against these people.
And Star Trek
and
Picard,
I am well armed.
Yes, it's filled with unintentional humor. I mean, there's so many laugh out loud moments in that and I'm not kidding. I mean, there's parts I was just laughing because I predicted it, or I'm sure you did too. It's just so predictable. Like, you knew there would be a second group of second secret society of all female, of all women. Of course, when I heard that there was going to be a group of Romulans on this planet, I'm like, they're going to be all women. They were all women because they could. And it's because you have a poser, Alex Kurtzman, and Akiva Goldsman. The guy doesn't get mentioned. He doesn't get enough love. Akiva Goldsman,
let's give him some love.
Is fucking hack. You want to talk about somebody? He's an also-ran. He's average. He's been around too long. I don't know how he gets this much work. I don't know how, and it does confound me a little bit, but he must just know the right people. That's it. I mean, and he's willing to do or say anything to stay employed. And that means, they probably dial up. They probably read their little times up memo and just dialed it up by tens because they're those kind of people. They'll kiss your ass. They'll do whatever they need to do. They don't care about Star Trek. They don't take the time to research Star Trek, but they know that, this mythical times up memo, like word for word. They know everything about it. So.
No, you're right. And that's reason why they keep getting work is because they will sucker blow on demand, the studios and the executives. I mean, it's like, you want me to bend over? You want me to recruit some little people to juggle while you sodomize me? Okay, we're just going to go ahead and do whatever you say.
That's show business,
whatever you
kid.
say. What? Try not to put human DNA into tribbles to make them a food source so that they'll reproduce quickly, even though humans take 9 months is one of the longest gestation periods in all of the animal kingdom. Sure, why not? I don't care. I have no brain. Here, bend me over as I go ahead and blow this seal. It's just,
that cereal commercial. That's it, and that Short Trek is the best example of somebody trying to write humor who doesn't understand it at all. Like, at all.
Nope. Not a goddamn bit.
That was so bad. NK33 for $5. Can we hit Harvey's button, then run past him and seal him out here and just start the world over in his containment zone?
Well, the problem is, let's ask Harvey. Harvey, could you do that?
Well, sure. Of course, and it certainly wouldn't even occur to me that once I was outside and y'all were inside my dimension to go ahead and push the button and then go back inside and get all of you guys. It would never occur to me. So let's do that.
But the problem is that you said that, and so it has occurred to you.
God damn.
Yeah. They got it. You can't ding dong ditch Harvey.
I don't understand deception well enough. It's not fair.
Poor Harvey. He tries.
God. Life's not even fair in a containment field.
I don't know.
Mr. Poofa for $1.99. You gentlemen are the best. Hail, my lord. Hail.
Thank you. Thank you, my friend. You guys are great.
Problem being for $2. Brie Pony Penis for both of you. Rainbow Spaffs. Ah, thank you. Problem being. Another unicorn phallic symbol. And, all hail Brie Larson, the gift that keeps on giving. We're going to get a Captain Marvel 2 finally. You got to wonder, Doomcock. I know thank you. That's all I got to say is thank you. We must have been good this year.
Oh, yes.
Spider-Man. I mean, I'm not crazy about the MCU Spider-Man films, but a lot of people are. They like them, and I'm not going to deny that. Okay, I don't like it because I am hung up on the comic book Spider-Man, and I know objectively it's a movie by itself that I can't get over it. I can't get over that it's not Peter Parker, but it's not the worst thing in the world. But when the first one came out, man, they made a sequel like quick, like a couple years, right? 2 years. 2 years.
Are you talking about Raimi Spider-Man?
The recent Spider-Man, MCU Spider-Man.
Oh, yeah.
So they had Homecoming. What year did Homecoming come out?
I don't know. I didn't like Homecoming very much at all, and I didn't even bother to see Far From Home. Honestly, I didn't even see it.
Oh, you didn't see it? Yeah, it's slightly better, but it's the same.
Yeah, I don't like the take on it. I think it's lame. I didn't like Spider-Man. Look, Spider-Man was a loner. Yep. Spider-Man was a loner. And that's one of the things that appealed to me and made him my superhero, was because I'm kind of a loner myself. And even when he would try to do things like join the Fantastic Four, it wouldn't work out. They would tell him, well, we're not a for-profit thing. He's like, God damn it, I needed to buy, a new, Dr. Scholl's for Aunt May. God damn it. He'd go off, swing off alone. So having him be an eager lapdog for Tony Stark, I felt was embarrassing.
He was totally. I completely agree.
I mean, it's like the Amazing Spider Boy, and that's not what I signed up for. And I also don't like him having a goddamn, Iron Man suit basically that's painted to look like Spider-Man's outfit. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. I like him swinging around in tights that he sewed himself, and just using his own spider powers and being alone, and this bullshit. It just sucks. I'm sorry. I like Tom Holland perfectly fine. If they had written him a good script, he would have been a Jim Dandy Spider-Man. Absolutely Jim Dandy, straight up great. But the way it is, I can't stand it.
It's not Spider-Man. It's just fundamentally not Spider-Man. What Doomcock just described was Spider-Man. He doesn't play well with others. He's got real world problems. He was the everyman. They made him into a sidekick, so that's no longer Spider-Man. That's a different character. It's an absolute, you might like that different character if you've never read a comic, and I understand that, but that's not Spider-Man. And you will hear that from every single Spider-Man fan. Now, I can argue that Spider-Man's no longer Spider-Man in the comics either. Hasn't been in a long time, thanks to Dan Slott. But, so thinking that, but that being said, the first movie was a hit. People liked it. I didn't, you didn't. And they came out with a sequel within 2 years. So, but then you have these massive hits with Captain Marvel and Black Panther. And it just seemed like they were dragging their feet. Was it me? Maybe it's me. It just seems like they were really dragging their feet with the sequels. Like, they talked about having a sequel, but it just seems like Disney's not in a big ass hurry to have a Black Panther 2, and in particular a Captain Marvel 2, which they moved up on the schedule to July 2022. But Marvel MCU schedules are like my life schedules. They move all the time. Like the times change all the time. So, Captain Marvel 2. Weird.
Go on. I don't know, man. Look, Black Panther 2, fully justified. I mean, it made a lot of money. It was a genuine hit. Captain Marvel 2 is bullshit. Captain Marvel 2 is bullshit. There is no hue and cry for Captain Marvel. It's not popular. How do you know it's not popular? She was hardly in Endgame. I mean, if she'd have been so really popular, they would have put her in Endgame a lot bigger than they did. And the only time they stuck her in was in that one sequence at the start. And then for that one horrible shot, foreshadowing the MCU that was coming, where it's all female Avengers. Great. Swell.
Yeah, I'm surprised they took so long and they were announcing a bunch of other movies because these were just recently announced. Now we are getting a Black Panther 2 and cool, great. I thought it was a good movie. But Captain Marvel made $1 billion. It was supposedly this big success. So they're probably going to have to fill it with Avengers, or probably what rumor you reported on Spidey will be her little sidekick. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, they made Nick Fury a punk and a sidekick, and completely destroyed that character. So for people,
absolutely,
I was talking about it with some of my members earlier. People were like, "Well, I think and you're right. Like the MCU is going in that direction of Star Wars, and no, they are in that direction, not going. They're in there. If you see all the signs at the end of Endgame, Ant-Man and Wasp, Captain Marvel, they're there. They're there." And hopefully Black Widow will buck the trend and just be a good movie. But I don't know. Eternals is going to be, I think it's going to be a train wreck.
It's going to be, who cares? Is there anybody really excited about this?
I would be.
I don't even know what they look like.
If it was like Kirby-esque, if they straight up like, we're going to make our Kirby love letter.
Well, that would be cool.
That would be cool.
Yeah.
But instead they're going to have a couple guys kiss instead.
There's never been a Kirby tribute movie. I mean, none of them have been in the style of Kirby and Lee in the classic period. And I've made a case that I would like an entire cinematic universe based on Lee and Kirby. I would want it set in the fucking 60s. I want it to be in the original costumes. I want it to be very, very comic booky, very exuberant, very goofy. A hell of a lot of fun. I think it would be something that kids would just go absolutely apeshit for, as well as older audiences that would be like, that's my Fantastic Four at last. Yeah, I think it'd be brilliant. He'd call it Marvel pop art films. Like they had those Marvel pop art productions way back in the kind of early where they were trying to characterize it as something other than comics, right?
Yep.
Appeal to the comic, the college audience.
Which it did.
Which it did. And it would be fantastic to have that. I would kill to see it and not be afraid to be a little bit goofy. I would like it to basically be Brad Bird's Incredibles in the Marvel universe, the way it should have been, the way it was originally with Lee and Kirby's vision. But no, apparently, we're too sophisticated for that now. We're too sophisticated.
Well, and if you see the Eternals, you wouldn't recognize them. Like you would go, what?
Yeah, I've seen pictures and I'm like, I don't know what this is and I don't give a shit.
No, it looks like Power Rangers. I mean, the MCU's been going in that direction. Less costumes, less accuracy, and they're starting to think this. Hollywood does this all the time. They get some success and all of a sudden it's, it was me. It's not the characters. It's not the source material. It was me. Okay. I guess nobody's immune to that. Not even Kevin Feige. And eventually it gets too corrupted and that's how things fail. It's amazing the reason they were able to avoid that for so long is because they didn't start it. Disney didn't start it. They had to understand it. And it took a while to Disneyfy it and fuck it up. Disney's a blight on creativity now. They're going to have a very hard time.
Yep.
And it's too bad. Some of the stuff sounds cool. Sam Raimi doing Doctor Strange. Fucking awesome. But
I want to see that. I'll see that no matter what.
But I have a feeling it'll be just a hired gun situation. That'll be kind of T-shirted historian for $5. No way the show gets a third season. They did a Rian Johnson level expectation subversion this episode. A huge middle finger to the fans. As far as Westworld, you mean a fourth season?
Yeah, it probably means a fourth season.
Yeah, it's not gonna. No, I think it gets canceled. It's a shadow of its fourth. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassingly bad. Captain Palsy for $2. Hail, Father Gary and His Excellency Doomcock. Hail. Jury Nitpicker for $4.99. And thank you, Captain Palsy, for the $2. I appreciate it. And I thank everybody who's been super chatting. I thank the mods. I thank everybody for being here. I thank Doomcock for being here. I love live streaming. I've been doing it quite a bit, and it's been lots of fun. And it's been a nice break from well, quite frankly, the madness going on in the world right now. That we will get through, folks. That we will get through. I was watching a video. Norm Macdonald, our good friend, young Josiah. Josiah Rises. He has a channel. He works for the Geeks and Gamers crowd. He's got a good little beard for a youngster. He did a video on Roseanne Barr. Please check it out, by the way. And she was talking to Norm Macdonald. Norm Macdonald, I guess, is videoing interviews he does on the phone. And I love Norm Macdonald, by the way. I'm a huge Norm Macdonald fan. So I didn't even know he had a channel. I checked it out. And I guess Roseanne is threatening to sue Hollywood because she's still pissed that, basically she got James gunned, but she didn't get hired back, which is probably a really good argument, to be honest with you. And I was just noticing that Norm Macdonald just thinks maybe he was kidding, but he was like, the world's coming to an end. He looked pretty serious. It's like, it's not. It's not. Things are serious, but it's not. I don't know. Did you see any of that?
No, I mean, I've been a fan of Norm Macdonald's forever. I think he's hilarious, but no, I've not seen that. I've never seen his channel or anything.
I didn't notice it till today, but it's an interesting conversation they had. You get some insight into actors are just, crazy people. And there are crazy people. And I like Roseanne. I like Roseanne. I do. But I think she should have gotten her job back. And that's a great example of agenda coming above money. She made a horrific joke. So what? But that show was so popular. If it was anybody else and it was on the other side of the aisle, she'd be rehired and that show would still be going.
No, that's true. I've never really cared for her. I never watched the old show. I don't know. It's a little too, I don't know. This is not my bag.
Yeah, I don't love it, but I watched it when it came out. I didn't watch the new show, but I do like how she's kind of thumbing her nose at PC Hollywood. So I become an instant fan of you or a bigger fan when that happens. Hail Gary and DC. I know I keep sounding like a brown noser, but you two are the only thing I look forward to on Sunday nights. I'm off 2 days. Thanks, G. You're right.
Oh man, that's great. Thank you.
You're not. Thank you. It's okay. Head of the line, teacher's pet. No, I'm just kidding. Dream Nitpicker, thank you for the kind words. I appreciate it. Both of us have been grinding, man. And YouTube's been weird, but I'm just getting used to it now. There's not much we can do about it.
No.
They got a skeleton crew. What can we do?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know how much of the work you can do from home. I can imagine you could do a lot of it, but maybe I don't know what would be so hard about working from home.
Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. But look, I just want them to come back and fix whatever is going on weird with YouTube because I liked it better when it was working properly. I mean, I'm getting a lot less views but I'm doing great videos and I don't know. It's weird.
Weird. I think a lot of people are being affected by that. So, I mean, you're not alone. You're not alone for sure. But it doesn't make it any better. No, the thing is we're doing the best we can. And we rely on a giant company who, I mean, for a lot of reasons, I don't mean to rag on them, but does not talk to us at all. We're the last to know everything.
Yeah.
But that's part of the contract that we signed when we come here is that's the way it is. And
sure.
We appreciate everybody who's here. That's all I'm saying.
Absolutely.
If Disney could pretend to snap the end game, Disney could pretend this. What? Okay. Tim Scorpion for $10. If Disney can pretend the Snap and Endgame never happened for the real-life Marvel Academy, can they also pretend that stuff like Star Wars sequel trilogy never happened? Do the right thing, Disney. Yeah. Apparently, yeah, I caught a little bit of that story, and it's from some cheesy live action kids show at their park. They're going to pretend the snap didn't happen. That's stupid. Every kid watched that movie. The kids
Yeah.
are fine. Disney, this is why you suck. This is why you suck in everything. You can't do anything right, and you'll eventually screw everything up. It's a make-believe snap. It's not
Yeah.
real. Superheroes are not real. The kids know this. I don't know who makes these decisions. I think so many decisions are made, Doomcock, by people just trying to preserve their jobs. So they need to justify their existence. So they need to find crazy shit, kind of like activists. They need to keep finding crazy shit for job security. And it's like, mother fracker, what? And I mean, it looks horrific, and I wouldn't take my kid to any of those things anyway, but what a dumb move. It's just dumb. Do you believe that whenever Disney does another Star Wars movie, they will pull a Doctor Who and make the first Jedi Knight a woman just to double down? Cornelius Brunius for $5. Well, according to the Clone Wars, no, was it Rebels? I get the shows mixed up. And the wills and all that stuff. Wasn't the dark side a boy and the light side a girl? Part of that whole freaking tree thing, or what? I can't even remember now. I watched the episode once. But as far as the very first Jedi Knight, well, I'm sure there's some EU guy going, well, actually, in a book written in 1998, which doesn't count anymore. It doesn't count anymore. So, yeah, I could totally see them doing it. Doomcock, could you?
Yeah, I think so. I don't know. I don't put a lot of trust in their integrity or wisdom, sagacity, whatever you want to call it. I just pretty burned out on the whole Disney thing. I don't know what they're doing anymore. But I got to say, this whole High Republic thing, one of the reasons why it stinks so bad is the relentless mediocrity and the kind of shameless propaganda of this thing, because you look at Disney Star Wars and it's all about fucking Disney princesses, just like Snow White, just like Cinderella. Look at what they've done. I mean, Rogue One, Jyn, whatever her name was, Urso, Jyn Urso, she was the lead. It's a female lead. The Disney's sequel trilogy, female, Rey. Solo, supposed to be about Han Solo, and yet he gets pwned by the Khaleesi, not once, not twice, but thrice, 3 times Khaleesi. And not only that, but the woman that bedeviled him throughout the whole thing, the great nemesis that derailed his train robbery and everything else. Well, it turned out to be a teenage girl.
Yeah.
It's over and over and over again. And here we have it, the same fucking thing. And it just gets tiresome. If you had one Disney property or two, or let's say 50% of Disney properties had a woman as the lead, who is the bestest ever, that's fine. But when it's, 75, 80%, I mean, The Mandalorian is the only thing really that there is. And it was because of Favreau. It's because Kennedy didn't get her way on that shit. Otherwise, Mandalorian would be a chick too. I mean, it's just so transparent, pathetic, pandering, and mendacious. It gets intolerable after a while. And it's just like, okay, fine. This isn't meant for us. But I'm just going to keep tearing this shit apart because it's so insulting and stupid. I can't respect it.
No, I can't. That's the thing, is it's offensive in its mediocrity. You're absolutely right. And the group of people who worked on it, listen, I don't know this for a fact, but I suspect that they were chosen based on how they would look in a publicity photo, not on their talent. And I'll leave it at that. And considering what I saw on that board and some of these concepts, I'm guessing we're not going to be getting groundbreaking literature and and groundbreaking comic book shop saving comic books out of this. And I'm guessing the sales will be here, top of my head. It'll sell okay at first. You'll sell 50, 60,000 copies. And just, I don't know how they're going to release it, but if they released those characters in a comic book called The High Republic, and it was Star Wars, and had Star Wars on, maybe 50,000 copies. And then by the 6th week, it would be down to 15,000, 20,000. And that's just selling the shops. Again, these are good comic sales in a country of 331 million people. So they're not good comic sales. It's not a strong industry, and Star Wars is dead. They're having to create a brand new Star Wars now. That's what this is. So people have been saying it's not a big deal. It's just a YA line. No, this is a proof of concept. This is what they're laying out. This is going to be future Star Wars, folks. And they just test it in the YA line because there's acceptable losses with that. You could lose a few bucks. It's not that big a deal. But this is what they're laying out. This is going to be your next Star Wars. So good luck. Have fun. I'll laugh. I don't care.
Yeah, me either. Screw them.
There's no way they can bring it back. There's no way in hell.
No, that's never going to reach the heights that it reached before. Well done.
T-shirt historian for $5. I love season 1. I enjoyed season 2 for the most part. This season has been infuriating and hurtful series of masturbatory, I can say it, episodes. Yeah. It's they doubled down on season 2 in my opinion. Now it's not as bad because we're not done with the series yet. I mean, series 2 didn't get bad until the end. I mean, it was still bad, but it didn't get offensively bad until the end.
Yeah, we'll have to see where it goes, but it's not looking good.
Some nobody, by the way, was the one who stirred it up with Dana Schwartz that was written about in Bounding into Comics. So again, well done, my friend. And says, at Overlord DVD, did you see my email? Just wondering.
No, I haven't. I haven't gotten into my email in a couple of days, so I will check and get back to you. Sorry, man. If I had seen it, I would have replied, but I'll get to it. I'm sorry.
And just because I'm thinking of it right now, sometimes when you guys send emails, it helps keep, and a lot of you do this, but sometimes it doesn't happen. You got to let me know and let Doomcock know what your YouTube handle is as opposed to your email address.
Right.
Because sometimes, did you see me email? I'm on no, and then I was looking for something else. So yeah, most of you do that, which is fine. I'm not saying, but just so we see it. Chris Mead for $2. Chris Mead for $2. Sorry, somebody came up against my door. I thought that was about to open. Nothing to say, but donates $2. Thank you, Chris Mead. I appreciate you. Jackson Crutcher for $5. Gentlemen, have you seen the film Chasing Amy from 1997? It has a fantastic scene at the beginning making merciless fun of woke comic book writers. Yes, I have seen Chasing Amy.
No, I haven't seen it.
You haven't seen it? Kevin Smith? At the time, it was one of his better movies. At the time. Has not aged well. At all. Well, none of his movies have aged well except for Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back, but and Clerks. But Chasing Amy was it was kind of a hit, right? I kind of remember it being pretty successful for all the Kevin Smith movies made money because they were so cheap to make. But my friend Doug loved it, absolutely obsessed with that movie. So yeah, it's a good movie. I remember it, Jackson, and I remember liking it. That was 97. Woo, that was a long time ago. I was 27.
Yeah, I just never saw it. I just wasn't on my radar.
Yeah. Salsa Shark 01 for $10. A leaked plot from the next season of Doctor Who, the 13th Doctor, played by Jodie, the first female Doctor, played by Jodie Whittaker, with guest star Daisy Ridley, save J.L. Picard from obvious Orange Man proxy who plans to release a deadly virus. Yes, I know you just Salsa Shark 01, but you just wrote an episode for next season's Doctor Who. If it happens.
So it may not happen?
I think everything's up in the air. You know, the only reason I mentioned the Star Trek thing was the last time I talked to my guy, which was post thing that shall not be named. He said plans are still that's their plans. Like they that has not changed at all. They are resolute in Picard. With Doctor, I'm pretty sure there'll be a 13th series 13. I'm pretty sure Jodie and Chibnall will be gone after that too. Pretty fucking sure. Drake is 6 for $2. So woke world. Evil wins. More Hollywood SJJ caca. Hollyweird SJJ caca. You mean SJW caca, maybe? Drake is 6 for $2. Yeah, I don't think they're going to change their ways soon. I think Hollywood will change before comic books do. For sure. Because they actually have to make money.
Right.
Psycho Dwarf 9 for $2. I miss Firefly. I do. Well, I do too. It was only one season, Psycho Dwarf.
It was great, though.
It was brilliant. And I thought it got a pretty damn good ending with that, with Serenity.
Serenity.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I love Serenity. T-shirted historian for $5. The show has devolved to the most basic level of stupidity. This episode was Game of Thrones level bad writing. The writers are laughing at me. I think the writers are just smelling their own farts a little bit too much, T-shirted historian. Yeah, this show was dumb. It was dumb. And that's not something you associate with Westworld pretty much ever.
No, it's not. But one real problem with Westworld, their infiltration of the bank just by drawing the guy's blood. I mean, if that's the security where all you got to do is draw somebody's blood and inject it into yourself, and you can go in and get into any place where they're, scanned, that's not really very secure, is it, Gary?
No.
Not at all.
Mm-mm.
Shit. I can draw somebody's blood and inject it in me, and I'm not a doctor, so not really secure, is it?
No.
And that's why I don't do any of this touchpad security shit, because then somebody can just cut your thumb off and touch it to the pad. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah. Yeah. What do I do? I have multi-layers of security.
Yeah.
But I don't like the touchpad stuff. That was the stupid thing about Star Trek Picard is all the holographic crap. Like, what if that breaks? I mean, is there a joystick stuff? Can you pilot your ship? Is there some hardware there? Is there a throttle or whatever the hell? Is it all just like these little, what if they break? What if there's an electromagnetic pulse? You're just floating in space and you have no hardware to fly your ship or get back up anything. It's dumb.
It is very dumb.
Yeah. Rod Thunderheart. I'm skipping ahead because it jumped on me. Hail, Gary. Hail, Doomcock. Just hope they wake up soon. Do you guys find a parallel between comics and popular properties? Personally, for me, Spider-Man Maximum Clonage, Clone Saga killed it for me. Oh, that's way back there. That killed it for a lot of people, Rod. Do you survive past the Clone Saga with Spider-Man, though? Because you said the early 2000s? That's right around the same time, though. It's late 90s, early 2000s. Doomcock?
Yeah, I never really watched that, I don't think. I have much of an opinion on that stuff.
Well, it was Amazing Spider-Man, Clone Saga. The comic.
Oh, the Clone Saga. Oh, I thought, okay, I misunderstood what you were talking about. Yeah, the Clone Saga is ridiculous, man. I mean, they perverted everything about Spider-Man. It was ridiculous. All these years, the Spider-Man we thought we were following around was a clone. Talking about a switcheroo. Jesus Christ. And on the story where they were talking about Peter Parker driving around with his motorcycle all those years when the clone had taken his place. Am I wrong? Did John Romita Jr. do that?
Yeah.
God, what a perversion of his father's work. I mean, I don't know.
Well, John Romita, yeah, his style got so weird and boxy. And I remember when he started out, and I thought he was the best artist in the world. And then I found out Bob Layton was finishing a lot of his work for him. So
okay.
That's why it looks, because his work used to be great. And then you're like, oh, that really wasn't him. Now, I like him. I like him fine. I think his art actually worked pretty well with like stuff like, Kick-Ass and
Right.
and some of the Spider-Man stuff, but yeah, he's way too loose for me.
Yeah.
Leaked plot. Okay, I read that one. So woke. I miss Firefly. Stop greedy Disney deaths. Close parks for 2 years. NG1T for $2. Then listen. If they have to close the parks for 2 years, they'll go out of business.
Yeah.
The fact of the matter is, there's a point we're going to have to get moving again, or the long term fact deaths will be way past that. But yeah, I don't think they should close the park for 2 years. 2 months, oh, absolutely. 6 maybe. They're screwed. Mike Amidio for $2. Dolores, the bestest ever, right? She just made copies of herself.
Absolutely. Who wouldn't want to clone perfection, right?
Right, exactly. I mean, she's so perfect in every way.
And we know she's going to win no matter what happens. Everything she does, she's going to go through and succeed at everything, except at one key point around episode 6 or 7, where she will have some kind of setback, which she will overcome brilliantly in episode 7 or 8, depending on when it falls, and have retribution and blow the guy's balls off, and it's just going to be grand.
You know what you got to see? If you want to laugh, if you want a good chuckle, go find some behind the scenes footage with Krypton. Krypton was a shitty TV show. But it was just the worst case example of about a 5'1" woman knocking the shit out of like a 300-pound like beast of a dude that would, kill me. And I saw I don't know where I saw it. Saw some behind the scenes, and you see them right next to each other, and it's laughable. She comes up to his waist, but in the way they filmed it, man, she knocked his ass out with a punch. And I just went, that's the shit that makes me crazy. Yes, Dolores and Maeve are robot superpower. That's fine. How did she beat Stubbs? How did she fucking beat Stubbs if they're on equal footing? He's bigger than she is. I guess
he's the white male.
Okay.
So he's got to lose.
Yes.
That's what it was.
Oh, and it's just dumb. It's both of them. One fine. Yep. One fine. And it takes you out of it, and it's just a joke.
Yep.
Dolores. The Ghost of a Flea for $10. The first season of Westworld twisted Lisa Joy off, so everything going forward is going to be a revenge fantasy trope. There is a market for that, but man, please. Yeah, the market's not that big, though. They vastly overestimated that market for the female revenge fantasy, and well, the ratings prove it. This show should have millions of viewers, millions per episode overnight. It can't even get one.
No, that's absolutely correct. It's a complete failure.
Yep.
I mean, we're all shut-ins. We're a captive audience. We're starved for entertainment. I think that speaks volumes that this is not considered by the masses to be entertainment.
No, there's other shows getting like record ratings right now, and this one
really,
not. Yeah, like there's other shows that are on the regular networks that are just doing good, better than ever, but not HBO. And I'm guessing YouTube's probably doing better than ever. I'm guessing this has been like record months.
Well, why are we not getting the epic views that we should?
Because the corporate. Well, remember how? Well, I used to start my videos last year with YouTube is prioritizing the corporations. They've made changes to the algorithm, and now we're seeing it. I told you it was going to happen, and now we're seeing it. So,
well,
and listen, there's part of me that kind of no, I don't understand this at all. But if you're the kind of person who watches the mainstream news and believes it, they're prioritizing that here because they think it's more important. And if they were telling the truth, it would be, but they're not. So I don't know what the truth is from them. I don't know. So I honestly don't know if it is or isn't, but I don't trust them anymore. So, and that's their fault, not mine. Thundar the Barbarian. I love that show. For $10. Appreciate the content. Thanks. Thank you, Thundar. Thundar was a cool show. I don't know how I'm supposed to say this. RI3M4NN. So it's supposed to be Ryman. Ryman? Is that supposed to be like a backwards E? Ryman for $10. Bruh! Westworld Season 3 is the Terminator Sarah Connor Chronicles done right. I'm actually okay with it. There were a few surprises I didn't see coming, but executive producer, Bad Robot. Yes, I am aware of that, Ryman. It is the Sarah Connor Chronicles done right. The Sarah Connor Chronicles were done right.
Yeah.
They were brilliant.
And it ended just when it was getting really good. Terrible, terrible shame.
Yep. Yep. I mean, thanks for the super chat, and I'm glad you're enjoying it. That's okay, but it's not Westworld. I signed up for a futuristic Western, kind of a mix of Western and sci-fi, and now it's yeah. I mean, she is a Terminator. I'm not gonna. Evan Rachel Wood is playing a Terminator, although she's supposed to have a personality. She's supposed to be a protagonist with an actual personality that we want to root for. And no, Summer Glau was great in, and so was Lena Headey in Sarah Connor Chronicles. That was a damn good show.
It was.
Yeah. Cut off too soon. But thank you for the super chat. I disagree. Season 3, it's bad. 730 Optimus Prime, or 73 Optimus Prime, sorry, for $4.99. Good evening, gentlemen. Should I take up Westworld, or is it too far gone in its wokeness? Too far gone.
Yeah.
It's a waste of time.
Don't bother.
Yep. If you want to watch season 1 and end it right there and call it a Twilight Zone ending, there you go. Caleb was shot in the head before. The Teddy personality was implanted, merged with his real memories to heal him. That's why he is Dolores' lapdog. Says Tambo for $5.
Well, at least that's some kind of explanation.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if it's real, but shows some creativity.
It does. Here's the problem, though. You need a real human in this show. It's my same problem with Blade Runner. If we're just watching robots be robots to robot, okay, then just kill humanity then, because they obviously suck. So just win. Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, I'm gonna wait for the season to flesh out, but it's getting predictable. And the fact that I wasn't that shocked that Dolores copied herself, that's actually one of the things that crossed my mind. But I went the woke route, which they could still do. Like I said, Dolores might not be Dolores, but all the other ones are. Who knows? But the reason, yeah, Aaron Paul is the new Teddy. You're right.
Yeah.
Watch Astartes and Hell's Reach. You two need it. I pay you, says Jaegerbomb for $2. Yeah, if it's just, you didn't mention that they're just like 2-minute cartoons. I can watch those. When you say watch something, Jaegerbomb, I don't know that they're 2-minute cartoons. I think it's an hour show or something like that. I have no idea what you're talking about. But yeah, I'll peek at it. It looks pretty good. Cultural Casino sends a unicorn, and so does Sassy Marie. Thank you both for the phallic symbols. But Jaegerbomb really wants us to watch Warhammer.
Yeah, I know. I've watched the trailers, but I have not watched the whole thing. Is it on YouTube? I don't even know.
Yeah, it is. It is. It's called Aster. Here, I'll get the name for you.
Yeah, I might take a look at it.
Astartes. Yeah, and it's just 2-minute cartoon.
I don't know that I can do a review, but happy to take a look at it.
No, yeah. Unfortunately, I can't. I could talk about it on a live stream, Jaeger. I'll let you know what I thought. Culture Casino and Sassy Marie, thank you again. 3D Trekker for $10. I would like to thank you both for enduring the torture of watching these crap shows so that we don't have to. The Inquisitors have saved countless nerds, countless hours of viewing horror. Thank you. You are welcome. You are welcome. I am happy to give up my hours for you because I get to hang out with you guys afterwards. So that's the best part. It's really not that bad, to be honest with you.
That's right. That's the good part. And hail Anti-Trekker.
It's 3D Trekker. It's 3D. Did I say
3D
Anti-Trekker?
Trekker. I apologize. I misunderstood.
I might have said Anti-Trekker. My bad. It was 3D Trekker. And hail 3D Trekker. And hail Anti-Trekker too. But Jaeger Bomb, damn it. I mean, like months of bringing that stuff up. You are a spokesperson for Warhammer 40K.
Yes.
You're not the only one. I had somebody yesterday who was like on me about it. So I will watch it. I'll let you know. Dixon Cider's here for $5. I nominated Gary and Doomcock to run DC and Marvel respectively. Problems would be solved by the end of the week. Yeah, they would.
Yep.
Actually.
I will serve if selected.
I am not one of those type of people. I don't like to run stuff or write things or think I know better. I just give my opinions on stuff, but I could run Marvel and DC better than any of the clowns running it right now, without a doubt. And so could Doomcock for sure. Without a doubt. That's the one thing I know I could run. T-shirted historian for $5. This is why I watch Doomcock. He puts into rants exactly how I'm feeling about this crap. DC, when this thing is over and done, I need to buy you a drink, says the T-shirted historian for $5.
Hail T-shirted historian. I will accept that drink. Thank you, my friend. Yes, I need more drinks. I need more drinks.
Yeah.
I will take it.
Picard was willing, if necessary, to hold Riker accountable for the Pegasus incident, but allowed Girardi to literally get away with murder. Really? Says the 73 Optimus Prime for $4.99. Well, yeah, because it's JL. It's JL. That's not Picard.
Exactly.
Gladiator for $2. Is it true Mad Max wants Jeremy to bend him over? Yes. I'll just say yes.
Yes, whatever.
Yeah.
That's
yes.
Wow.
McKinney 90 for $5. Just remember, Captain America is written by someone who called first responders during that famous date in September subhuman. McKinney 90, thank you for reminding everybody in there. You are absolutely correct.
Holy shit, I've never heard that.
Yes, Ta-Nehisi Coates called 9/11 shit, I didn't mean to say it. First responders subhuman. Yes, you can look it up.
What a piece of shit.
McKinney, just some guy do a video, or I'm sure your boy Zach did. McKinney 90, it's good to have you here, by the way. Hail. Gladiator, I know who you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. I will address it this one time. I don't discuss that person because that person, and I hate this term, but he's every definition of it, thirsty. He's just a thirsty human being who didn't get attention through merit, so he tries to get it through other means. And the best way to deal with that, and you know this, Gladiator, is to starve it to death. There. My transmission on that person ends, and that person will never get spoken about again on this channel. Yeah. So Mr. Demento for $10, a really famous comic shop here in the Bay Area, Flying Colors Comics. Oh, I know it. Might be going out of business. It sucks balls that the man who runs it helped organize WonderCon. I think I might cry. Mr. Demento, where did you see that? Are you for real? For $10, Joe Field's going to go out of business? I know Joe. Hang on. Sorry, Doomcock. I got to check this out.
No, that's okay. I got maybe about 10, 15 minutes left. It's almost 2:00.
Yeah, just take off when you I'm going to finish it up, but just take off when you need to, man.
No. I've had so much fun tonight, man.
Yeah,
I'm just
so
having a blast, but I'm kind of starting suddenly to fade here. I'm sorry.
It's all right. I'm just checking on my buddy Joe. Joe, he didn't invent WonderCon. He invented Free Comic Book Day. Okay.
Right. Yeah. So you know him, huh? That's great.
Yeah. So, he was a mentor. You know what? The first time I had an interaction with him, I said something super salty on Facebook, and he told me to calm down. And I'm like, don't fucking tell me to calm down, you old man. And then we got to talking. He's a really nice guy. So I do know that he sent out an email this December saying that he was in trouble. Like he needed people to come in. They were financially in a bad place. I think it would take a lot for Joe to go out of business. If Joe goes out of business, that's I don't know if you remember when Meltdown Comics went out of business in LA about 2 years ago.
No.
That's a massive store. You lose a Flying Colors, you lose Meltdown, it's over. It's over.
Yeah.
Mile High is still out there, but they don't carry Diamond anymore.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I don't like the owner. I flat out don't like I love Mile High Comics. It's an institution, and I can't stand the owner. The guy's obnoxious. Guy's an a-hole. But have you ever seen the Morgan Spurlock documentary on Comic-Con?
No.
Oh,
I did
great.
not know he did one.
Yes, he did one about 3-4 years ago. So the owner of Mile High Comics is in there now. The owner, I think, has since come out. He does child drag stuff. Not really down with that. I'm okay with not like
drag?
Not like pedo. I'm trying to say this carefully. He does work with kids, but not it's creepy, but it's not that creepy. Okay, it's publicly accepted stuff. Just go look into it. He does like events.
You mean like pageants and shit?
Yeah.
Like
stuff,
what's her name? John Benet Ramsey?
Yeah, stuff like that. I was utterly shocked because I met the guy, I've known him, I didn't know that was his thing, and maybe people have known in Denver forever, and I just didn't. Because I remember going to Mile High right next to Disneyland. It was a great shop and everything. But yeah, he's all about that. I'm not really about that when it comes to kids. Okay, adults, fine. I have no problem with it. I've said it openly. I don't care. But when it comes to kids, I do. That's just not cool.
Sure.
On any level, gay, straight, whatever, on any level, sexualizing, teaching. Believe me, the curriculum in San Francisco hits them early, and it fucking pisses me off. But maybe I'm just old fashioned. So yeah, he survived by getting rid of Diamond, but he's offering back issues at like 65% right now, and like really good ones. So, if you're into collecting comics, but yeah, he's in that documentary with Morgan Spurlock, and he was walking around. He's a braggart. He's a fucking big mouth. So in the documentary, he talks about walking around Comic-Con with $30,000 or $20,000 cash in his pocket. And, at the time I was working Comic-Con and a bunch of comic shops, and we all collectively wanted to smack him in the head, metaphorically. It's like, bro, you just told the entire world how much cash we're walking around with at Comic-Con, because it's mostly a cash business. So yeah, so there was days I had cash in my pocket. I won't say how much because I don't want to make the mistake he did. But yes, it's not something, but he had to brag about it. He had to brag about having 2 bodyguards next to him in his little locked up briefcase. And if you guys saw the documentary, you know what I'm talking about. I'm like, what an asshat. Put a big old target on all of us now. Thanks, buddy. Larry for $2. Gary, 250,000 divided by 1,900 is 131 per store. $131 per store? No, it's not.
Huh?
No, it's not 130. That's unless my calculator's wrong. 250,000 divided by 1,900 isn't $131, is it? Oh shit! I turned off my phone.
No,
I thought it was 13.
no, that's not.
Maybe I'm wrong.
Not
Hang
right.
on. 1, 2, 3.
I think you were right.
Divided by 1900. Oh, it's $131 per store. That's right.
That's all it is?
Yeah. I don't know why I had 13,000 or 1,300. Yeah, my math sucks, guys. But yeah, that's horrible.
Well, that sucks. That's pointless. Especially, I mean, that's just between the comic shops. If it's also divided between bookstores, well, it's a futile, febile gesture.
Oh yeah, I missed a zero.
I was impressed.
I was
actually
too.
Retracted a message to somebody who had sent me a thing about, hey, DC Comics is giving away 250,000. I said, well, that's, too much, too little, too late, and then I recontacted this person. I said, no, you're right. This is a grand gesture, but no.
Here it is. Let's see what it's probably to go in some other pot though. That's the thing, is like whatever Jim Lee's donating to. And here, let's go over here. Yeah. Yeah. I've been kicked out of 3 high schools. What the fuck do I know?
I'm not good with math.
No, I've also, you got 19,000 things on your mind when you're doing a live stream. So DC Comics donates 250,000 to support comic book shops in need. Book Industry Charitable Foundation was founded in 1996. It began when Booksellers and Borders Group started a nonprofit foundation with the purpose of helping bookstore employees in need. So this is for employees. Okay, funding came from company executives, individual employee payroll contributions, and donations from publishers and vendors. After the liquidation of Borders, the foundation expanded to assist any qualifying employee of brick and mortar bookstore within USA. Right now, BNIC has its work cut out for it during the current situation. At this time, DC Comics has decided to donate $250,000 to the foundation. The money has been earmarked to provide support for comic book retailers and their employees during this time of hardship and beyond. It is also 10 times the similar 25,000 direct donations in 100 comic book stores from Bad Idea Comics. So, okay. It's still not gonna, I mean, like, that's not even enough to help.
No, not at all.
Jim Lee auctioned off 60 original sketches, one a day. It's a sketch. It's not, why doesn't he offer up pages? Why aren't you guys like donating pages? Pages of art. That's thousands of dollars. Why don't you go, Jim Lee, go find some Batman Hush and pull out a page. You can get upwards of $20,000 for that. If it's a cover, you can get 50, probably more. That's real money right there. The auctions will be on. I'm going to look at the auctions real quick. There's one. $3,300. So his Moon Knight sketch is $3,300. And there's it's 5,300. It's up to 36 bids. It's got 1,800. I'm sorry, not 18 hours left. 18 hours, 44 minutes. So it's original sketch. No, it's Azrael. It's Azrael. I think it was Moon Knight. It was Azrael. I don't care about that character. It's a 9x12 by Jim Lee. It looks okay, and it's going towards charity. $5,300. That's pretty good. But that's dropping the bucket. I mean, these guys need like massive amounts of money, and I don't know. They're getting assistance from the States. I know I talked to another comic shop owner. He's got to fill out a bunch of paperwork for his employees to get paid for a little while. So there is help out there. There is. So they do have some time. But we're talking if it goes like another month, all that stuff's gone. It's gone. It's not going to be enough to help them at all.
No.
Yeah. So, and Marvel hasn't lifted a fucking finger, and that's the whole point. It doesn't matter. DC did something, okay? They did something. Is it enough to help? It's better than nothing. I'll say that. A really famous comic. Okay, so Mr. Demento, thank you. Larry, thank you again for the math correction. Stephanie Littlepage for $5. Hail Doomcock and Gary. Bob and I have moved over to a Super 8, which has much better Wi-Fi than the Motel 6. So if you're all up to being invaded, well, you have invaded. You are here. What's up, Stephanie Littlepage? How's it going?
I'm glad to hear it. I'm going to have Captain April on at some point. Just to...
Oh, you mean on right now? Yeah. Usually, Stephanie. We usually have that stuff set up in advance.
Right.
The Inquisition is usually just me and Doomcock. It's something we agreed on. If we want to do streams with other people, we can do it at another time, most certainly. I'm always open to that stuff. But that's the way. And I mean, if we're gonna have a guest, we like to set it up early.
Yeah, it's better that way.
Yeah.
But we don't really do that on the Inquisition.
Nah. But thank you, and I hope things are good. I had some really good Wi-Fi at the Motel 6 in San Diego when I stayed there for a Comic-Con. And it was cheap. Yeah, I didn't mind it. I just needed a place to sleep. Spending like hundreds of dollars on a hotel room in Vegas, sure. Anywhere else, no. Not even like, Eblin, 85 for 200 Mexican dollars. Doomcock and Gary is better a crossover than the Flintstones and the Jetsons. That is some high praise there, brother.
Very high.
Because that was a good crossover. Mr. Puffa for $14.99. Lord Doomcock, you are a genius. I wish I had your articulate ability.
Well, thank you, sir. I appreciate that very much. Thank you. It's good. What I want to hear in these times of, isolation and stuff.
Right.
Makes me happy.
Right.
Thank you.
The Legion of Reason for $2.79. What would happen if Screen Time Googled Beano? He'd choke on internet gas, probably. Legion of Reason, or we'd all die from an excess of internet gas, maybe. Charles T just gives $20, but nothing to say there. Charles, if you got a question, go ahead and throw it in the chat. Hit add Nerdrotic. What's up, Tom? How's it going, buddy? From Midnight's Edge, he's in the chat.
All right.
Psycho Dwarf for $5. I am not my skin color. I am not my gender. I am a free human. You're
outstanding.
Right. You're right. We are individuals at the end of the day. It doesn't mean you can't be part, listen, I'm not going to pretend to know what it's like to experience or presume anybody others experience except for mine own as an individual. But there seems to be a lot of just, there is we've regressed. You want to talk about, we have regressed, and it's due to this political correct bullshit. The saying person of color. I only use it to mock the access media when they say it. That is going backwards. I doubt anybody likes being called that. I
don't know. I don't know what the fuck to say, so I just go ahead and say it. Whatever,
I hate that. I just remember my dad telling me there's certain words he better never hear out of me. And it wasn't like, I don't want you to say, this was in the 70s, and this was when dads could be dads, and I will smack you upside the head if I hear an F-bomb, N-word, and the other variation of person of color, we'll just say. So that's ingrained in me. The best part of Rosa is the guy who came from 1,000 years in the future to be a racist. His future would be one where humanity would be 100% mixed and they'd just be hating on Martians. Or super intelligent shades of the cover blue, Hyperion 9997 for Canadian $10. Yeah, it was dumb. The space racist who gave up his booty in the storm cage to get Jack's vortex manipulator. The Art of the Real for $50. Do you think it would be a coincidence if once Disney stock dropped to a rock bottom price that a Chinese company might try to buy it? Are you guys getting much more money from Patreon versus Subscribestar? And the Art of the Real, thank you for the $50. Subscribestar, I'm probably going to have to give up because they want way too much paperwork for me.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they wanted me filling out 1099s and stuff. And it's like, why do I have to fill that shit? I didn't have to fill it out for Patreon. Why am I filling it out for Subscribestar? And they won't let me post until I fill that paperwork out. And I'm like, fuck that. Yeah, I'm not throwing that up on Subscribestar with my fucking social security number. Are you kidding me? So to the folks on Subscribestar, I'll find a way to make it up to you. I actually haven't taken a penny from Subscribestar. Patreon's a little better, but Patreon might be in trouble financially. I think they're going to have financial problems. They were already begging for money in some weird post. Well, not begging, but they were, yeah. I don't know. Watch Jeremy's video on it from the quartering. It's very accurate. I think that's a very good assessment on the whole thing. They banned people from that platform for their political views, yet they...
Weird.
Yeah. So you're going to see a drop in viewers. Yeah. There we go. It bounced for a second. Robert Mays, do you want to bust? Do you want to get out, man? Because we got.
It's almost.
Like 20
it's
to
about
go.
2:00, and I haven't
Plug your
been
channel.
sleeping well lately. I'm kind of conking. I'm sorry, man.
It's all right. It's all good. We started late. That's why it's like I don't know if you want. We'll talk about it whether we want to cover Westworld anymore.
Yeah, well, we'll talk. I mean, it's definitely something that I think we had fun with tonight, and I mean, I had a blast tonight, dude.
I did too.
I had a lot of fun, and I'm sorry, I'm just kind of fading here.
It's all good.
Sorry,
it's all good.
But dude, thank you for having me on, and hail the Inquisition, and hopefully we'll squeeze in another one this week sometime if we can.
Yeah, or an exozone. Maybe, I don't know. Yeah,
Yeah.
we'll talk about that. You see Tyler put out a video today?
No.
Yeah.
Finally.
Yeah, it's him just walking his dog, but he's talking about the situation that's going on. And
oh shit, I'd like to see that.
Check it out. Yeah.
What did he say?
He talked. He said that it might have come from a comet. Why not? You know.
Well, yeah, I don't know. I've heard something like that, but I mean, come on, I don't know.
So the Exozone is a show Doomcock and I do. It's paranormal. It's not for everybody. We don't talk about pop culture, but YouTube does not like that stuff. So we do it on our alternate channel sometimes. So if you want to check it out, just keep an eye on our Twitters.
Absolutely.
The channel. But go ahead and plug your wonderful channel, my friend.
We've got my channel is Overlord DVD on YouTube, youtube.com/Overlord DVD. And I also have the Harvey Zone, which is where I post live streams and whatnot, the Exozone as well. I have a patreon.com/Doomcock, subscribestar.com/Doomcock. Thank you guys so much for subscribing and for all of your support and messages of support. It really means a lot. And I just want to thank you guys so much for giving me a chance to do this, and it means the world to me. Thank you guys so much, and stay safe, stay healthy, and stay angry, folks.
That's right. All right. Well done. Yeah. Check out his Patreon again, and Harvey, the Harvey Zone. That is his alternate channel. And I'll get that. That's linked, and his stuff is linked in the description. So yeah, take it
Thank
easy,
you, man. Appreciate it.
Thanks for coming on.
Oh, I absolutely had a blast, and I hope we will do it again soon.
Oh yeah, most def. See, well, in a few days, we'll do something in a few days.
Absolutely, sure. Sounds great.
All right, brother. Take care, man.
Okay, you take care. Bye-bye.
All righty, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to continue. I'm going to forge ahead. It's just you and I. Hail, Lord Doomcock. Yeah, the Inquisition is something we started after we reviewed Game of Thrones, which was on a whim. It was on a whim. We almost didn't review the show, and we are approaching 1 year, almost 1 year. And quite frankly, that blew this channel up. That was this and There are 3 things that really helped with this channel. Maybe 4. In the beginning, it was Star Trek Discovery, but that was like a little bump. And then Doctor Who. Doctor Who Series 11 bumped me up pretty good. And then the best month I've ever had was Game of Thrones. Second best was last December. And the third best was last month. Believe it or not, during all this crap. But yeah, it's been a wild ride, and it's because of you guys. I thank you guys so much. So I appreciate you, and we will continue. And Gladiator, thanks again for the $2. McKinney 90, thanks for the $5. Mr. Demento, thank you for the $10. Larry, thank you for the 2. Stephanie Littlepage, Elbin 85, again, thank you. Mr. Puffa, thank you. And the Legion of Reason for $2 Canadian dollars. Oh, I read that one already. Yeah, Charles T. The Art of the Real. So I would Patreon is better, but Art of the Real, to follow up on that one real quick. Go look up a Clownfish TV video where they talk about Patreon and your own website. And seriously look into just doing it on your own. Because if I could go back in time, I would do it this way, because I already had a website set up, and you could set up your own subscription service on your own. Patreon is just a middleman. Now it's better for the viewer because you are protected. So that's the way I stick with it. I seriously am fucking pissed they banned Sargon and others because of speech. And if they do it with one more person, I will be leaving that platform and I'll just move it over to my website. But they got one chance. They got one more chance. Apparently, they've asked Jeremy at the quartering back, and he told him to go F off, which is good. That's probably what I'd do too. But I would look into just getting your own website and doing it that way. I don't know how big your channel is. I think you got to wait till you have a really good following till that happens. Yeah, it's cool. I love the opportunity, and I can do fun stuff over there, algorithm-free fun stuff. Robert Meza for $5. Gaming and virtual reality will be where we will all eventually shift to. It's where a few people can create works of art that can still be independent of the SJWs. Yes. I think that is the future of storytelling. Yes, I agree. Books will never go away. But scripted television, I think, certainly, it'll shift completely, but it's very expensive. And look at how many people are on YouTube. Just look at how many people are on YouTube. It's ridiculous. And we're just watching each other talk, and it's great. I love it. I said it before, I'll say it again. I love doing the videos. I'm going to continue doing the videos, because I like editing, and I do. But if I could just live stream every day, I would. It's Bruce Wang. Get it right. DC LOL, says Nettled Nerds for $2. I know what you're saying though. Hyperion 9997 for $5 Canadian dollars. I was mad when I read an article from one of these modern people ruining fiction that said Sheridan on Babylon 5 was too earnest a character. Ernest was too earnest a character. That just sounds like somebody who I don't know. That sounds pretentious, and maybe they didn't know what they were talking about. Stalin Falcon for $5. Meritocracy has been attacked since at least 2017 in Supergirl and the Inhumans. Yes, and thankfully the Inhumans was canceled. And unfortunately, Supergirl is proof that meritocracy isn't really followed. And the Inhumans was proof of meritocracy, and Supergirl is proof that sometimes agenda is a little more important, or a lot. Hi all, do you think that James Bond new movie title might put you off watching it? No Time to Die seems like an awkward title at the moment. Says Dare Ruin for 01. I can see the movie company thinking that. I personally don't have a problem with it. Does anybody have a problem with that? Do you have a problem with the title No Time to Die? I don't. I don't. I don't want to I don't want to pass on bad information. I still don't know what the hell's going on, but my eyebrow's going up. My eyebrow of suspicion is raising. I'll just say that. Justin White, $5 Canadian. Sapphire and Steel is a fantastic sci-fi show. Only 6 episodes, though. I am aware of it. Yes, Justin. Sapphire and Steel. And they'll probably remake it and completely ruin it. George Turner for $2. Beforeigners from HBO Europe is great. 6 episodes. It's called Beforeigners, says George Turner. What's it about? Flashes of light appear in the sea and people from the past emerge in present. So-called Beforeigners struggle to integrate into modern society. Then a woman with a Stone Age tattoo is found murdered at the beach. And that's on HBO. I've never heard of this show. Is this an American production or is it a British production? It's a Norwegian production. That's why I've never heard of it. Okay. I like the concept. Unless is it an allegory for immigration? Is it? I hope not. Walter Reed III says, cool for $2. Thank you, Walter Reed. I appreciate you. Justin White for $5 Canadian. EB Games pivoted to merch because their game sales tanked with digital. Comics will have to do the same. Yep. Oh, digital's not going to carry comics. It's a joke. It wouldn't. That's why I tell the comic shop owners to stop worrying about digital. You wusses. It can't hurt your business because nobody gives a shit. The people who are reading digital are already reading digital. It's not going to take all your customers. It's just not. Now, I'm not for it, but don't worry about it. Have some confidence in yourself. I mean, people don't like digital. If it was going to take over the industry and carry it, it would have done it. There would be no comic shops. Don't worry about it. Can't stay, but I wanted to say thank you for the quality escapism. Hail to the Nerdrotics and cheers to the best chat on YouTube. Stay hopeful and wander freely. Lady Greymaster, I'm sorry you had to go. You probably didn't even hear me read this. I'm sorry, but thank you. You take care. Big Daddy MRI is, I like that name. Big Daddy MRI is at the Jaloja level. Welcome, my friend. I appreciate you. Walter Reed the third for $5. Hi, thanks for everything. I'm so bull over the stuff you guys bring up. Meanwhile, could you give my tiny channel a bump? Sure. Let's check it out. Walter Reed the third. Give me just a second. If I can find the link. Nope. Now I lost everything. Hang on. Walter Reed the third. Go check out his channel, Walter Reed the third. I would put a link in there, but I can't find it. So shout out to Walter Reed the third. All right, so we got Darth Morshoe for $20. Thank you. The descriptions for the male characters for the High Republic couldn't sound more forced if the writers tried. Yeah, all the descriptions were awful. And I know there were some people out there who were getting on, who were criticizing Doomcock and others for criticizing these things. You're being disingenuous. If you want to know why your channel's not getting traction. People can see through your bullshit. There's no way you could like this, okay? And the reason people are judging it, even though it hasn't come out, is because they've watched previous Disney Star Wars, okay? They've seen this play out before. It's not going to play out any different. My favorite part is when I got this from the Star Trek people too. You're prejudging something. How do you know it's going to be bad? Life experience. Lots of experience in this. Now, when I was going to watch Star Trek Picard, I didn't know it was going to be bad. I suspected it was going to be bad. I strongly suspected. If I had to bet my life on it, I would have said it would have been bad. If I had to bet money on it, I would have said it would have been bad. But I still had to watch it, and I could have been convinced otherwise. It doesn't mean I can't still think something is bad. Well, you're prejudging it. Yeah, who gives a fuck? I'm not a critic. I am just an opinionator on YouTube. That's all I am. And if I'm wrong about something, I'll say I'm wrong about something. I don't really care. I've been married for years. I'm wrong about everything. Also, I give this example before. I thought The Witcher was going to be woke trash, and I was wrong. It still had some woke moments, but I loved it. I would watch it again tonight if I had time. So, yeah. If you actually think the High Republic is good, well, I'm sure there's people out there who agree with you. I'm sure there's a couple of people out there who agree with you. But objectively, I wouldn't take your advice on anything. I think pretty much anything. Do you think that comics has a litmus test? Art is a reflection of life. What the fuck? If our grounded level art is dying in the midst of a global thing. Well, the thing is, the global thing that's happening, Walter Reed, that I can't name, is not what killed the comic book industry. The fact that it was, you know what? I'm going to use I shouldn't use that analogy. I'm not going to use that analogy. The comic book shops were weakened, were severely weakened by their poor customer service from the creatives at Marvel and DC in particular. And it was just a handful of people. It's not everybody. But the co-signers, most recently, Larry Hama, Donny Cates, Tom Kings, you know what they've done? Okay, I don't care. By the way, EVS is going to be on this channel on Friday. I met EVS once in New York. I bought his book. I watched his live streams. I don't mind EVS. I don't mind at all. I think EVS has a personality that's strong, that some people, that might rub some people the wrong way. That's too bad. That's the way it goes. It's not for me to tell that man how to run his channel, and he is obviously doing something right because his book is extremely successful, and he has made the comic creatives look very bad. So EVS had his life threatened the other day. Okay. Should he take it seriously? I'm sure he is. I would. I mean, is he actually afraid of a comic shop owner? No, I wouldn't be. I wouldn't be, but you never know these days. The guy was unhinged. But you know what created that attack on EVS was years and years of a narrative in the media that if you support our president, if you're even a centrist, if you just support people who support the president, you're considered a Yahtzee, an ist, and a phobe. And this mantra was repeated over and over and over again. And people don't look into the details. They don't get into the minutia of an argument. They don't understand what Comicsgate really was about. It was a consumer movement. It's not different from the fandom menace. Now, things happened in Comicsgate. It got filled with drama and stuff. And you know what? Again, those are adults running their channel the way they want to run their channel. It's not for me to judge or tell them how to do it. That's fine. But the hyperbole from the Access Media again, repeating a narrative that was false, lead to like listen, alls I've noticed is it's the comics pros that got on a Facebook group and planned to at least try to incite a violent act against a YouTuber. A comic shop owner, during the darkest times in the history of comic shops, decides to take out his anger on an artist who doesn't even work for any of the two comic book companies that put his store in peril. He decided to refocus that anger on somebody who left the industry, who said, "Bye, I'm going to make my own stuff," doing exactly what the people who were calling him a Yahtzee and other people a Yahtzee, doing exactly what they said he should do. Go make your own comic. So he did. But see, they don't want Ethan or Richard drawing comics at all. Period. They are so immature, so fucking immature that again, if somebody doesn't agree with me 1,000%, I need to destroy them as a person. You can't just simply disagree with somebody and not watch them or something like that. Is that too much to ask? It might be. And I mean, it doesn't matter whether you agree with them or not at that point. When people, when your boy is getting threatened physically, I didn't see anybody calling them out. Did you see the Donny Cates disavowing? Tom King disavowing? But if somebody from Ethan's sphere went out and threatened somebody with violence, you bet your ass Rich Johnston, everybody in that industry would be screaming at Ethan to disavow. That's the kind of bullshit that he's got to deal with, that I got to deal with. Like, if somebody who used the hashtag once, the Fandom Menace, is a dick to somebody, like, we've got to take care of it. Well, I'm not a daddy. I don't label myself a daddy. Okay, I'm a dad in real life, but I'm not daddy internet or internet cop or a content cop. No, I'm not part of that shit. I want no part of it. I keep my eye on the prize, but it does get weird. The comic industry is weird. It's filled with a bunch of weird people. Yours truly included. Yeah, it's not a very functional place, quite literally, in a lot of aspects. But the industry ruined itself before this stuff happened. Hey, Doomcock, out of all the people in the Tiger King, who was the worst person in your opinion? And don't just say all of them, the worst. I will pass that on, DCG, for $6.99. I wish I would have seen that earlier. I'm sorry about that. Probably Carol. I'm going to say Carol. I don't know, but I just heard she's the worst. The Phantom Menace Knight for $4.99. Q always knew Riker was more fun because, unlike Picard, he got a reaction. Exactly. Anything after the OG author is real, is just fanfic, says Walter Reed III for $2. As far as canon goes, in some aspects, yes, like Tolkien. Like, anybody plays around in Tolkien's world, it's fanfic. Andromeda dealt with AI better than Picard. Henry Perez for $2. Yes, it did. It actually did. Runaway Siren, $9.40 for $2. Old sci-fi just seems better. The original series for life. Kirk Grader and Picard, always and forever. You are right. Preston Rogers for $2. Hail Nerdrotic and Doomcock. How are you both? He was great. I am doing great. For considering the circumstance. I would like the world to be open for business. I would like people not to be locked down, but we are in this situation. Not a lot we can do about it right now. One day at a time, and just try to enjoy each other's company as much as possible. Which danger? Sean Allen for $2 Canadian asks, which danger liaison? Which am I supposed to hang on? Oh, dangerous liaisons. Why are you asking? So it says at Nerdrotic, at Overlord DVD, which dangerous liaison? So which one? Michelle Pfeiffer. For sure. if that's what you're asking. Rogue 9 for $4.99. My favorite TNG episode is Hollow Pursuits. It pokes fun at Wesley, Troy, Riker, especially at Dwight Schultz. Dwight Schultz was brilliant as Barclay. Yes, he was brilliant as Barclay. Because I hated the character of Barclay at first, and then I grew to love him. So, shut up, Wesley. Hail Gary, hail Doomcock, says Son of a Wolf. And thank you, Rolled 9 for $2. Tokyo Gaijin for 610 yen. Not only was Daj's boyfriend played by a black guy, the actor is gay. So stunning, so brave. You could see how uncomfortable he was. I didn't know that. But there was no chemistry, but I just assumed it was the piss poor acting in that scene. She wasn't a very good actress. She's cute, she's pretty, and she's young. She sang the song Blue Sky better than she acted. Mark Mint for 99 cents with cool sunglasses. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Soul Hunter for $1.99 says on set. That's where we are. DJM Voices for $10. Why has the fact that Picard completely ripped off Mass Effect not gotten any traction? It practically 1-to-1 right down to the sound effects and not Reapers. DJM Voices, that's not the only thing that Alex Kurtzman has ripped off. He's ripped off many things, and CBS, well, up until very recently, was a giant billion-dollar corporation that had his back, and you can rip off, I guess nowadays you could just rip off whatever the fuck you want in Hollywood and get away with it. I don't know. I mean, it's bullshit. I think, you know what would stop that cold in its tracks? It'd be very hard to get, but lots of people screaming about it would stop it. If we could actually have some kind of effect on it. But the thing is, our numbers aren't big enough right now. Especially with Star Trek. Phantom Menace made a difference. That hashtag made a difference because of its sheer numbers. There were so freaking many. And the Phantom Menace got quite a boost over the summer from Game of Thrones fans who weren't aware of it. And became aware of it through some of our channels. So it got quite a boost. And, did it make a difference? I think so a little. Yeah, I think it did. But then you see the High Republic and you're like, whew. Yeah. Star Wars dead meme. It's just dead. And it's sad. I so don't care about it. But as far as Star Trek ripping off, yeah, one day, karma will get Alex Kurtzman one of these days. Well, it will in time when his legacy will be, I made shitty Star Trek. But he got paid. Man got paid. What are you going to say? Done with smoking the opium. Star Trek is dead. Give me more Orville. Michael Smith, yes. The one thing we could thank Star Trek is being shitty is we got Orville, and it's more things for Orville to troll. Soul Hunter for $10. Best thing to hope for is that Hollywood and these greedy corporations like CBS and Disney collapse and burn before the fans of these myths pass on, so we can rebuild them to what they once were. Honestly, I hope Hollywood just abandons genre and it goes back to the way it was. I don't need to see movies or TV shows. I can read it in a book. I could read it in a comic book, and get the occasional good TV show. Quite frankly, maybe again, I'm just showing my age. I get way more out of a book. Or an audio adventure. The show has to be extraordinary. My favorite thing is fantasy, is high fantasy, dark fantasy, massive world building. And man, the TV show Game of Thrones got this close. They got this close, but it's too expensive. And quite frankly, CG has got to get way better. I mean, there will be a day, this, that CG will look real. Like it'll look real. I don't know when it'll happen, but it'll happen. They got pretty clever with The Mandalorian, with that set, that basically they have the background projected. That's pretty cool. I got to say that's pretty cool. It doesn't always work, but it's better than just a green screen. Once they get better with that stuff, then we can get like some proper like Elric or something like that, or that Kirby world Doomcock was talking about. Wouldn't it be cool if that Pixar just did some Marvel stuff in the Kirby style, created by Pixar? Take all my money. Soul Hunter, thank you again for the $10. Raging Festus for $5. Mr. Doomcock, your comment about some pissed off random android opening up a portal of death again in Picard still has me laughing. Yes. You would have a resentful synth who could just go and fire up the fucking beacon again. Hail Gary, hail Doomcock. Just hope they wake up again soon. Did you guys find a parallel between the comics and popular properties? Personally, for me, Spider-Man. Oh, I read that one earlier. I didn't mind Spider-Man Maximum Clonage. No, what killed it for me was Dan Slott's writing. Ron W. for $19.99. Gary, Dan Slott didn't know how to write Peter Parker. For some sort of lifelong fucking Spider-Man fan, Dan Slott sucked at writing Spider-Man. Dan Slott has no life experience. He wrote a comic book like a guy who's never done anything but read comic books in his entire life. Gary and DC, you do know CBS was bankrupt and Westinghouse saved them. Then when the power industry took a hit, the CEO wanted Hollywood more and sold off the Westinghouse parts, appliance, nuclear, and instrumental divisions. Yes, that was like in the 60s, right? That was 60s, Ron. Yes. CBS is now Viacom. It's not, CBS doesn't really exist. It's Viacom now, and it's amusement something or other. And yeah, they're $12 a share, and they were $60 a share earlier this year. That, I don't think you come back from that. Like, Disney took a hit, but not like that. Soul Hunter for $5. The 40K guys who are making fan animations like Astartes and Death of Hope put Hollywood and corporations to shame. The future is in indie studios. I believe that. I do. But it's going to have to be like animated stuff, little stuff like that. Live action stuff. Ooh, someday. I mean, hey, editing is much easier to do nowadays, and you can do like basic special effects. So I can't say, I think it'll be, in the future, it'll open up for indie stuff. Rob Liefeld is here. Rob Liefeld for $10. You must watch Astartes parts 1 through 5. You'll thank us later. It's only 2 minutes per episode. I will watch it. I will most definitely watch it. You guys talking it up better be the greatest thing ever. I'm serious. I'm holding you to it. I'm just kidding. Grandpappy Fist for $2. Gary, which is worse, prison or watching Star Trek Discovery or Star Trek Picard? Oh, that's a tough one. Well, Star Trek Discovery and Star Trek Picard end after 45 minutes. Prison went on for 26 months. It sucked. But if you say the time is equal, maybe I'll go back to prison. At least I, was able to work out a little bit, Lucius Sula for $10. Hey, Gary, I know you don't have to play the game. I don't know you don't have to play the game, but there are plenty of books set in the 40K world, and a lot of them are on Audible. So if you ever have time, I recommend starting them with Horace Horesi. Okay. Thank you, Lucius. I appreciate it. David Scovetta for $1.99. Where will Star Trek be in 10 years? Stay safe. And again, Lucius, once I get, there's a lot of things I have ahead of checking out 40K, but I will check out 40K. I promise. Scovetta for $1.99. Star Trek will be a memory in 10 years. There'll be fans making fan films. There'll be fan animations. But the crowd is getting old for Star Trek. There's not a lot of young Star Trek fans. I'd say the vast majority of Star Trek fans are over the age of 30, which means you are aging out. It means you are done. Gary and Doomcock, you ever see the early 70s movie Gargoyle with Scott Glenn and Bernie Casey? And and your thoughts on it? Oh boy. I don't think so. Let me look. Ron W for $4.99. What makes you bring that up, Ron? I'm checking right now. I saw the cartoon. Nope, never seen it. It's got a 6.2 out of 10 on. It's got a 40% on Rotten Tomatoes. What in the heck made you think of that, Ron W? Bernie Casey, Jennifer Salt, Cornell Wilde. Interesting. I like the makeup. It's kind of cool. Lucas Bachman for $2. Merit is bad. See Story Harrison Bergeron. Merit is bad. See Story Harrison Bergeron. Thank you, Lucas Bachman. I will check it out. Godzilla 1954, being made 9 years after World War II, is exactly the essence of what we are missing in stories now. True art frees a culture. Arthur Swanson, you are correct. For $5. You are absolutely correct. Nicholas Horton for $5. It was from the Clone Wars, the Mortis story arc. That's right. The Son of Darkness and the Sister of Light. Thank you, Nicholas Horton. Divine Dragon 99, and that was from Clone Wars, and I was talking about the light and the dark. Divine Dragon 999 is a member at the proto-molecule level. Hail! Hail, thank you. Sorry, I was looking. I got distracted by your super chat. So you were just sending that to Doomcock. What's up with Columbo? Midnight's Edge After Dark, for $2. I don't know what that means. Check Twitter. Bad news about Columbo. Sorry, DC. Mark C for $10. IDW is guilty of running G.I. Joe into the ground. The sentence has been carried out. G.I. Joe is canceled. Imagine Larry Hama's disgust if your boy Zach picked up the publishing license. I would hope he would pick it up. But you know what? The minute he even thought about it, Hasbro would get, the bullshit that they would go through. Here's the problem with Zach being the trailblazer on that one. It's really damaged any chance of him getting a lot of work. Now, I'm not saying everything, but that's the problem when you're first. You get all the flack, and then the people who come after you can when you've made stuff safe, because like if we really connect all the dots here, Milo was canceled. Gavin McGinnis canceled. And these are people who were fighting this stuff earlier, who were just fighting for free speech and got painted horrible things back when it stuck. And now, because people have been constantly working against this, we're fighting through, and there's different waves of this, Mark. And but Zach would be perfect for G.I. Joe. You're right. Mark C for $10. John Romita Jr.'s strength is not in his rendering. Check out February 2002. Enough said. John Romita Jr. proves the best panel-to-panel graphic storyteller since Will Eisner. I like John Romita Jr. That's a subjective opinion, Mark C. We'll just say that. Because I would say Darwin Cook's, when he was alive, was a million times better. But John Romita Jr. is good. He's just too loose with his style. I don't like it. With some things, I will read the books. I'm not completely turned off by it. And I liked his early Spider-Man work. Not early. I mean, early 2000s Spider-Man work. But you know what? John Romita Jr. might appeal to it. It's a style that some people absolutely love and some people absolutely hate. And it reminds me a lot, Mark C., of how people used to react to Kirby when they were younger. Before, Kirby is like godlike reverence now. He didn't always have that, folks. Back in the 70s and 80s, people didn't like him. But, a lot of people didn't understand, including yours truly. Stay healthy and thanks for the entertainment. SDF Giants 49er for £2.29. But I respect Mark C's opinion. Dragon Balling for 1989 for $2. Audible Stormlight Archive should get all 3. I have some. Well, you know what? I haven't heard. Audible offered to sponsor me and then they ghosted me. So that was the first sponsor I even responded to and said yes. No, second. The first one I ghosted because I forgot what it was. There was some online university that I said yes to, but then they wanted to approve my videos and I just went, I just flaked on them. I'm not going to send them my video and let them sit on it for a couple days and wait for approval. So I told everybody, I say it out loud. It's like, I'll take a sponsor, but basically I got to put out whatever the hell I want. I got to be able to say whatever the hell I want. And I'd rather not. But Audible, I was like, yes, Audible. I use Audible. I will shill Audible. It's one of my favorite things. I use that app every single day, multiple times a day. And then I never heard from him again. So, too bad. So sad. Chris Zeke for $5. Great content, and you and your guests are amazing. Is it bad that I report every celebrity, you know what video that comes into my feed for sexual content? I would say, yes, that is terrible. That is awful that you do that. Why would you? M. Philbin for MP 219. So M. Philbin, MP 2019 for $5. You two are an inspiration and Nerdrotic. You should Lerpa fight Wesley Crusher. Not to get off track, can we expect an Exozone out there? The truth is out there. Yes, next Thursday we're going to do it. I think we need to do an Exozone. I think it's time to. I need to talk about the thing that I don't talk about it on this channel because I have some opinions on it, some very strong ones. Borgy Pork for $2. Ezra Miller is officially canceled. What did he do? I hope so. I mean, I don't.
Whoa, bro. Fight?
Oh my God.
Did you want to fight? Is that the deal? Whoa, bro. Fight?
Oh, yeah, he's fucking
Did
done.
you want to fight? Is that the deal?
All right, we're showing this video.
Whoa,
what is he doing? What the fuck is he doing? All right, ladies and gentlemen, hang on. Breaking news. Ezra Miller being a shithead.
Fight? Learn it? Did you want to fight? Is that the deal? Whoa, bro. Fight? Learn it? Did you want to fight? Is that the deal? Whoa, bro. Fight?
So it looks
Learn
like
it? Did you want to fight? Is that the deal? Whoa, bro. Fight?
yeah,
Learn
homeboy
it?
is
Did
high.
you want to fight? Is that the deal? Whoa, bro. Fight? Learn it? Did you want to fight? Is that the deal?
What the fuck is he
Whoa,
doing,
bro,
dude?
fight?
So okay, so
Learn it?
that looks
Did you
like
wanna
to
fight?
me
Is that-
my from a YouTuber perspective, basically talking out of my ass like all YouTubers do. He's probably high on something, I suspect. She didn't look like she smiled at first, like, is he serious? And he's fucking serious. So I don't know. What do you think, folks? That's pretty fucked up.
Whoa, bro. Fight? Learn it? Did you want to fight? Is that the deal?
Yeah, his career's over.
Whoa, bro. Fight? Learn it? Did you want to fight? Is
I
that
mean,
the
he's
deal?
not okay. I don't mean to sound insensitive. He's
Whoa,
not
bro,
slamming
bro,
her
fight?
hard, but it's not for me to
Learn it?
judge
Did you
because
wanna fight?
I'm not
Is that the
her.
deal?
And I don't know his strength and I don't
Whoa,
know the
bro,
situation,
fight?
but slamming her at all
Learn
is
it? Did you
fucked
wanna
up, putting
fight?
his
Is that
hand
what you
around her
do?
neck. That is fucked
Whoa,
up.
bro,
And
bro,
remember,
bro,
this is a
fight?
guy who was railing against
Learn
the
it? Did you
patriarchy.
want to fight? Is that
This
what
is
you
a
do?
guy, and usually,
Whoa, bro, fight?
yeah.
Learn it?
So
Did you
fuck
wanna
that
fight?
patriarchy, but I'll put my hand around a woman's neck.
Whoa, bro, fight? Learn it? Did you want to fight? Is that what you do? Whoa, bro, fight? Learn it? Did you want to fight? Is that what you do?
Hang on. I got to get the sound from out of my ear. Oh my God. Is she? Yeah, he slams her. What a, whoa. Yeah, dude. Just say no to drugs, kids. Just say no to drugs. They're very bad. When did this happen? Hang on. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
Want to fight? Is that what you do? Learn it? Did you want to fight? Is that what you do? Whoa, bro, fight? Learn it? Did you want to fight?
When did this happen? Today. How many hours ago? Ezra Miller Fuller choked a fan after being jokingly asked to fight. Okay, so that's what led up to it. So yeah, I've always thought he was on something, man. Did you saw his interview? So you've seen his interviews, right? His euphoric. He's always very euphoric. It reminds me a lot of. Listen, I spend some time in recovery. I've had sponsees who are a lot like that, and I can tell when they're high. And that's what it looks like to me. Yeah, he's fucked. So no need to worry about that Flash movie at all, because that's not coming. Yeah, that's terrible. Sorry about that, folks. That's fucking awful. And I'm not happy he lost his career over being a stone cold idiot. But I hope she's okay. And what a fucking moron. So thank you, Bork Porg. Stephanie Littlepage for $2. The Wi-Fi at the Motel 6 was crappy. Mine was good, but that was in San Diego. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Yeah, sometimes it depends on where you are. JPRPH1 for 99 cents. Thank you very much. Stephanie Littlepage for $2. The captain is down to do one Patreon on Patreon. Okay. Yeah, a one-on-one. All right, that's good to know. Tyrone Beard for Australian $5. Gary, I sent you an email with an invitation for a meeting for tomorrow night. Be good to see you there, mate. You certainly inspire me to service. Yeah, I'll check out the email. I don't know what the time difference is because you're in Australia, but I would certainly be open to it. I'm actually meeting my sponsor finally tomorrow. I haven't seen my sponsor in a couple weeks, so we're meeting. We're gonna do a social distance meeting, so we'll be like 10 feet apart. But yeah, I miss my boy. That guy is very instrumental in my life. Trust me, I would not be here if it wasn't for that man. George Malo for $99.99. George Jorge, amigo. That's a lot of money. Thank you, George. I'm very grateful for that. That's a lot of money, George. Hey there, Gary. Question: why isn't Berman running all the latest Trek? And can he ever return? Also, do you think we will ever see an Elric of Melonbone? Is it Melonboyne? I always say Melonbone, but apparently I say it wrong. I've been saying it wrong for 30 years, but it's okay. Film series. It was epic story and has a touch of scope of Lord of the Rings. From Texas. Hail Nerdrotic. Hail George. Hail Texas. I might move there someday. I really might. I freaking love Elric. Now, I've always heard of Elric, but I didn't read it until very recently. And I fucking love it. I love it. And I would love to see it done right. I don't know if anybody could do it right. Guillermo del Toro would be perfect for Elric. Perfect. Without getting political, what is the simplest way to explain to friends who see the media that they like turning to crap but don't understand how and why? What's the simplest way? Bison Trooper. So without getting political, what is the simplest way to explain to friends who see the media they like turning into crap, who don't understand how and why? The simplest way is this. What they're doing to our myths is turning them into soap operas. They're turning them into soap operas because it's not all to agenda. It's for personal, it's for selfishness and greed. Our greatest myths are being destroyed over selfishness and greed. TDS, without getting over political, is a very real thing. We'll call it Orange Man syndrome. Is a very real thing, and it's really hurt Hollywood quite a bit. I spent a lot of time in my store avoiding politics. I was able to do it in San Francisco for 10 years. I was able to avoid politics. I'm able to avoid it here because I don't care if you support the Orange Man or you don't. You're welcome here because we don't discuss it. It's not anything he gets brought up once in a while, and that's fine. If you want to have a little conversation about it in chat, that's fine. I don't care. But it doesn't run my show. I don't get into it. And quite frankly, when it comes to politics, I'm kind of a big dummy anyway. So I don't know. I know what's going on in my city, and that's where it's important to me. Is I need to know what they're teaching my kid. I need to know how many taxes or how much I'm paying in tax here in my state. I mean, I know what's up. I do. But I don't want to get into it here. I want to talk about what's going on. But the simplest explanation is Bison. Hollywood is using our favorite franchises for a political platform because they think it's hip. That's it. And because now we are more connected, that's the explanation. Right there. Boom. Everything after that is not the explanation. They were not prepared for people disagreeing with them. And we are now more connected than ever. And remember, this is still kind of an older guard from Hollywood who has constantly had their asses kissed every fucking day of their life. Nobody tells them no. And when they do, they have little hissy fits and they always win. But they can't win against fans because fans can talk shit. And we don't care about the stars. I could be a channel. I am so free to do what I want because I don't give a shit about the celebrities. I don't really want to have any on my channel ever. I don't like doing interviews. I like live streaming with people, but honestly, I could do this thing by myself forever. And I love that. That is a freedom I have not known. Even when I owned my own shop, I didn't have that kind of freedom. It's fucking awesome. But I also have a freedom of my opinion. I could say what I can like what I want, not like what I want. I don't have to worry about repercussions other than from you. You guys are the ultimate. But what's happening to our entertainment, it was destroyed by politics and selfishness. But it's not really left-wing or right-wing politics. It was destroyed by a really ignorant brand of elitist Hollywood politics. Hail to you, mate. Love the entertainment. Thank you, Michael. I appreciate it. I wish we were just talking about good stuff all the time, but that would get kind of boring. It would. People like discourse. Discourse is part of our life. There's discourse at my AA meetings. They're not all this positive love fest. No, it gets fucking dark. People learn from that shit. And that's what I go. I go to hear somebody's dark story. That's what I go there for. So I can because I know what that person's going through. And you know what? People like the discourse here, the tit for tat, whatever. You know what? Like I do a chill stream, but people would not want to watch 3 hours of this is really awesome. This is really great. Doesn't work like that. Now, there's a lot of, especially if you're a new content creator, it's never worked like that. Ever. Okay. So the closest thing to what we do now to what happened before was talk radio. Just go look over the history of talk radio and go look what was popular. Discourse. There's plenty of it, and nobody's making it up. Like it happens every day. It's just stuff we talk about. And mockery. That's fun too. It's fun. This is just light shit. We're talking about pop culture. We're not ruining fandom. Fandom isn't ruined or it ever. Fandom is fandom. If you think fandom is being ruined by this stuff, you're new to fandom and maybe you should just observe for a little while. I know enough about fandom to know that I can't ever make any rules for it because it's like making rules for water. Fandom is like an ocean, okay? It goes wherever the fuck it wants to go. You cannot control it. It's rocky, it's stormy, sometimes it's calm. It's fandom. It's a group of people. That's all it is. And there's no rules. And it's always been kind of nasty. Shit. But the one different part is there is the biggest wedge I've ever seen before. Because fandom used to be, people used to come together and enjoy Star Trek or argue over Star Trek, but it was like Kirk versus, Picard or something like that. It wasn't like you're an Orange Man supporter, so you're a Yahtzee. Whoa. Easy now. I just said I don't like Star Trek Discovery. George Mall for $19.99. Don't know how you feel about Rick Berman, but by the way, Rick Berman, I wish he'd come back. And he trolled Kurtzman when he said, how you liking Star Trek Picard? But my previous question was in reference, why isn't Berman running current Star Trek as he is 10 times better than Alex Kurtzman and Michael Chabon? Thank you, Gary. Have a phenomenal week. No, I'm sorry if I got sidetracked on that one. I don't know why Berman isn't right. Well, I think CBS wanted to go in a different direction, and now I still think they're just dumb. Can you doff a UK time member stream? Can I do a UK time member stream? I know we're 8 hours. It says Nerdy Nazgul for £2. Maybe if I'm not up till 2 a.m, which I'm up at it's 1 a.m. now. So my members, everything's screwed up. Shit. I got to finish this video. I don't even know. I got to get a video. You got to do a video like once every couple of weeks or it's just really bad for your channel. I've got 2. I just don't think they're good enough, but maybe I'll just put them out. I got to finish Picard too. Yes, Nerdy. I can try to time it. I mean, if I do one at noon, Nerdy, that means it's 8 p.m. your time. But yeah, I could keep an eye on Nerdy Nazgul. I'm going to do one on Tuesday at 12. So that should be 8 p.m. your time. Oh shit. Knocked over my other mic. Jerry Causeway for £5. Here's a $5. Thanks for the content. Yo, thank you, Jerry. Or Siri. God, did I say Jerry? I'm getting tired. Thank you, Siri Causeway, for £5. I appreciate you. Michael Strelitz for £2. Hail to you, mate. Love the entertainment. Why, thank you. I appreciate it. Hail to you. Mugskins for $5 Canadian. Ezra Miller's account is now locked on protected mode. I hope he gets arrested. Well, this stuff is he trending? Oh, he's trending. Oh, he's fucked. What does that say? They're trying to say it's not Ezra Miller. Ezra Miller is a great example of why y'all should stop saying someone ended toxic masculinity every time they wear unblended eyeshadow, because they're proven they can't. They can reject traditional masculinity aesthetics and still not hesitate to choke a woman to the ground. Wow. He's so fucked. Oh, no, it's proof that all of those assholes who would come out against toxic masculinity and male feminists are a bunch of fucking projecting assholes. That's all that fucking proves. I'm trying to think back. I'm thinking back across my life. My life of violence. My life was violent at one time, a very violent, hardcore lifestyle. Never did that. Did it to a few dudes, but they did it to me. But yeah. Michael Sterlitz, thank you. Been collecting comics since the early 70s. God damn, that was a good time. Early 70s, Bronze Age, perfection. Marvel and DC were both like on their game in the early 70s. Michael, and that is the last one. So yeah, I'm gonna bail. It's been almost 5 hours. We got Troy Tempest at the last minute. Australian $5. Echo Base Network. Thanks for your dedication on your channel. Alex Klutzman is an idiot. Keep fighting the good fight, mate. Hail, Gary. Echo Base Network, $4.99. Angry Joe just dropped his Picard review, and it's hilarious beyond words. He goes to the F off the entire show. A must-watch, Gary, after this stream. I will check it out. Thank you for the $4.99, Echo Base Network. I love you, Nicholas Glenn. I've already watched two people's reviews and that's a big no-no before I do a review. I will watch it the minute I'm done recording mine, which I'm putting a deadline. I got to be done. It's already too late, but I've got to be done by tomorrow, or I'm just shit canning the whole fucking thing. Or I'm just going to rant. I don't know, but I mean, I can't spend the rest of my life on this thing, but yes, I'm working on it. I will check it out when I'm done with my review, but good for Angry Joe. Yeah. Ooh, it was a long one. I'm a little tired right now. I gotta admit, I usually am not tired, but I've been live streaming a lot lately. So thank you, everybody. Remember to subscribe to Nerdrotic Live. That's where all the live streams go. This will be unlisted in a matter of seconds. I want to thank you all for tuning in to the Inquisition. It'll be on Doomcock's channel next time, which will be either Thursday or Sunday. I don't know if we're going to do another one or not, but we'll probably do an Exozone this Thursday, which will be on his channel. And then Inquisition will be on his channel next week. So until next week, everybody, thank you very much. Thank you to everyone who was super chat. Thank you everyone who has watched. Thank you to the Modrotics who stuck through the very long night, including Chris Persia and Sheila Allen. What's up, Sheila Allen? How's it going? My voice is going out on me, so I gotta go. I gots to go. Tyrone Beard in the last minute says, chairing meeting in 25 hours from now. My first time. Oh, cool. I'll try to check that out, Tyrone. Thank you. And yeah, one day at a time. Hail, brother. Everybody have a great night. I love you all, or morning or afternoon, wherever you are. I'm gonna listen to my Audible. I'm gonna fire up my Audible. What do I do here? And yeah. So this is what I'm audibling right now. I love it. It's great. And I'm going to go to bed. So good night, everybody. Look for my videos sometime. Please like, share, and subscribe. Be safe. Practice your social distancing. But remember to use your Use your brain, keep your eyes open, question everything. We will get through this. We will get through this together. Not all who wander are lost, and may the wings of liberty never lose a feather.